Read by Ben Tucker. By Wilkie Collins. Mrs. Zant and the Ghost. Chapter 1. The course of this narrative describes the return of a disembodied spirit to earth, and leads the reader on new and strange ground. Not in the obscurity of midnight, but in the searching light of day, did the supernatural influence assert itself. Neither revealed by a vision, nor announced by a voice, it reached mortal knowledge through the sense which is least easily deceived, the sense that feels. The record of this event will of necessity produce conflicting impressions. It will raise in some minds the doubt which reason asserts. It will invigorate, in other minds, the hope which faith justifies. And it will leave the terrible question of the destinies of man, where centuries of vain investigation have left it in the dark. Having only undertaken in the present narrative to lead the way along a succession of events, the writer declines to follow modern examples by thrusting himself and his opinions on the public view. He returns to the shadow from which he has emerged, and leaves the opposing forces of incredulity and belief to fight the old battle over again on the old ground. Chapter 2. The events happened soon after the first 30 years of the present century had come to an end. On a fine morning, early in the month of April, a gentleman of middle age, named Rayburn, took his little daughter Lucy out for a walk in the woodland pleasure ground of western London, called Kensington Gardens. The few friends whom he possessed reported of Mr. Rayburn, not unkindly, that he was a reserved and solitary man. He might have been more accurately described as a widower devoted to his only surviving child. Although he was not more than 40 years of age, the one pleasure which made life enjoyable to Lucy's father was offered by Lucy herself. Playing with her ball, the child ran on to the southern limit of the gardens, at that part of it which still remains nearest to the old palace of Kensington. Observing close at hand one of those spacious covered seats called in England alcoves, Mr. Rayburn was reminded that he had the morning's newspaper in his pocket, and that he might do well to rest and read. At that early hour the place was a solitude. "Go on playing, my dear," he said, "but take care to keep where I can see you." Lucy tossed up her ball, and Lucy's father opened his newspaper. He had not been reading for more than 10 minutes when he felt a familiar little hand laid on his knee. "Tired of playing?" he inquired, with his eyes still on the newspaper. "I'm frightened, Papa." He looked up directly. The child's pale face startled him. He took her on his knee and kissed her. "You oughtn't to be frightened, Lucy, when I am with you," he said gently. "What is it?" He looked out of the alcove as he spoke and saw a little dog among the trees. "Is it the dog?" he asked. Lucy answered, "It's not the dog. It's the lady." The lady was not visible from the alcove. "Has she said anything to you?" Mr. Rayburn inquired. "No." "What has she done to frighten you?" The child put her arms round her father's neck. "Whisper, Papa," she said. "I'm afraid of her hearing us. I think she's mad." "Why do you think so, Lucy?" "She came near to me. I thought she was going to say something. She seemed to be ill." "Well, and what then?" "She looked at me." There, Lucy found herself at a loss how to express what she had to say next, and took refuge in silence. "Nothing very wonderful so far," her father suggested. "Yes, Papa, but she didn't seem to see me when she looked." "Well, and what happened then?" "The lady was frightened, and that frightened me, I think," the child repeated positively. "She's mad." It occurred to Mr. Rayburn that the lady might be blind. He rose at once to set the doubt at rest. "Wait here," he said, "and I'll come back to you." But Lucy clung to him with both hands. Lucy declared that she was afraid to be by herself. They left the alcove together. The new point of view at once revealed the stranger, leaning against the trunk of a tree. She was dressed in the deep mourning of a widow. The pallor of her face, the glassy stare in her eyes, more than accounted for the child's terror. It excused the alarming conclusion at which she had arrived. "Go nearer to her," Lucy whispered. They advanced a few steps. It was now easy to see that the lady was young and wasted by illness, but, arriving at a doubtful conclusion perhaps under the present circumstances, apparently possessed of rare personal attractions in happier days. As the father and daughter advanced a little, she discovered them. After some hesitation, she left the tree, approached with an evident intention of speaking, and suddenly paused. A change to astonishment and fear animated her vacant eyes. If it had not been plain before, it was now beyond all doubt that she was not a poor blind creature. Deserted and helpless. At the same time, the expression of her face was not easy to understand. She could hardly have looked more amazed and bewildered if the two strangers who were observing her had suddenly vanished from the place in which they stood. Mr. Raeburn spoke to her with the utmost kindness of voice and manner. "I am afraid that you are not well," he said. "Is there anything that I can do?" The next words were suspended on his lips. It was impossible to realize such a state of things, but the strange impression that she had already produced on him was now confirmed. If he could believe his senses, her face did certainly tell him that he was invisible and inaudible to the woman whom he had just addressed. She moved slowly away with a heavy sigh, like a person disappointed and distressed. Following her with his eyes, he saw the dog once more, a little smooth-coated terrier of the ordinary English breed. The dog showed none of the restless activity of his race. With his head down and his tail depressed, he crouched like a creature paralyzed by fear. His mistress roused him by a call. He followed her listlessly as she turned away. After walking a few paces only, she suddenly stood still. Mr. Raeburn heard her talking to herself. "Did I feel it again?" she said, as if perplexed by some doubt that awed or grieved her. After a while her arms rose slowly and opened with a gentle caressing action. An embrace strangely offered to the empty air. "No," she said to herself sadly after waiting a moment. "More perhaps when tomorrow comes. No more today." She looked up at the clear blue sky. "The beautiful sunlight, the merciful sunlight," she murmured. "I should have died if it had happened in the dark." Once more she called to the dog, and once more she walked slowly away. "Is she going home, Papa?" the child asked. "We will try and find out," the father answered. He was by this time convinced that the poor creature was in no condition to be permitted to go out without someone to take care of her. From motives of humanity, he was resolved on making the attempt to communicate with her friends. Chapter 3. The lady left the gardens by the nearest gate, stopping to lower her veil before she turned into the busy thoroughfare which leads to Kensington. Advancing a little way along the high street, she entered a house of respectable appearance, with a card in one of the windows which announced that apartments were to let. Mr. Raeburn waited a minute, then knocked at the door and asked if he could see the mistress of the house. The servant showed him into a room on the ground floor, neatly but scantily furnished. One little white object varied the grim brown monotony of the empty table. It was a visiting card. With a child's unceremonious curiosity, Lucy pounced on the card and spelled the name, letter by letter. "C-A-N-T, she repeated. "What does that mean?" Her father looked at the card as he took it away from her and put it back on the table. The name was printed, and the address was added in pencil. Mr. John Zant, Purley's Hotel. The mistress made her appearance. Mr. Raeburn heartily wished himself out of the house again the moment he saw her. The ways in which it is possible to cultivate the social virtues are more numerous and more varied than is generally supposed. This lady's way had apparently accustomed her to meet her fellow creatures on the hard ground of justice without mercy. Something in her eyes, when she looked at Lucy, said, "I wonder whether that child gets punished when she deserves it." "Do you wish to see the rooms which I have to let?" she began. Mr. Raeburn at once stated the object of his visit, as clearly, as civilly, and as concisely as a man could do it. He was conscious, he added, that he had been guilty perhaps of an act of intrusion. The manner of the mistress of the house showed that she entirely agreed with him. He suggested, however, that his motive might excuse him. The mistress's manner changed, and asserted a difference of opinion. "I only know the lady whom you mention," she said, "as a person of the highest respectability and delicate health. She has taken my first-floor apartments, with excellent references, and she gives remarkably little trouble. I have no claim to interfere with her proceedings, and no reason to doubt that she is capable of taking care of herself." Mr. Raeburn unwisely attempted to say a word in his own defense. "Allow me to remind you," he began. "Of what, sir?" "Of what I observed when I happened to see the lady in Kensington Gardens." "I am not responsible for what you have observed in Kensington Gardens. If your time is of any value, pray don't let me detain you." Dismissed in those terms, Mr. Raeburn took Lucy's hand and withdrew. He had just reached the door when it was opened from the outer side. The lady of Kensington Gardens stood before him. In the position which he and his daughter now occupied, their backs were toward the window. Would she remember having seen them for a moment in the gardens? "Excuse me for intruding on you," she said to the landlady. "Your servant tells me my brother-in-law called while I was out. He sometimes leaves a message on his card." She looked for the message and appeared to be disappointed. There was no writing on the card. Mr. Raeburn lingered a little in the doorway on the chance of hearing something more. The landlady's vigilant eyes discovered him. "Do you know this gentleman?" she said maliciously to her lodger. "Not that I remember." Replying in those words, the lady looked at Mr. Raeburn for the first time, and suddenly drew back from him. "Yes," she said, correcting herself. I think we met—" Her embarrassment overpowered her. She could say no more. Mr. Raeburn compassionately finished the sentence for her. "We met accidentally in Kensington Gardens," he said. She seemed to be incapable of appreciating the kindness of his motive. After hesitating a little, she addressed a proposal to him, which seemed to show distrust of the landlady. "Will you let me speak to you upstairs in my own rooms?" she asked. Without waiting for a reply, she led the way to the stairs. Mr. Raeburn and Lucy followed. They were just beginning the ascent to the first floor when the spiteful landlady left the lower room and called to her lodger over their heads. "Take care what you say to this man, Mrs. Zant. He thinks you're mad." Mrs. Zant turned round on the landing and looked at him. Not a word fell from her lips. She suffered, she feared, in silence. Something in the sad submission of her face touched the springs of innocent pity in Lucy's heart. The child burst out crying. That artless expression of sympathy drew Mrs. Zant down the few stairs which separated her from Lucy. "May I kiss your dear little girl?" she said to Mr. Raeburn. The landlady, standing on the mat below, expressed her opinion of the value of caresses, as compared with a sounder method of treating young persons in tears. "If that child was mine," she remarked, "I would give her something to cry for." In the meantime, Mrs. Zant led the way to her rooms. The first words she spoke showed that the landlady had succeeded but too well in prejudicing her against Mr. Raeburn. "Will you let me ask your child," she said to him, "why you think me mad?" He met this strange request with a firm answer. "You don't know yet what I really do think. Will you give me a minute's attention?" "No," she said positively. "The child pities me. I want to speak to the child. What did you see me do in the gardens, my dear, that surprised you?" Lucy turned uneasily to her father. Mrs. Zant persisted. "I first saw you by yourself, and then I saw you with your father," she went on. "When I came nearer to you, did I look very oddly, as if I didn't see you at all?" Lucy hesitated again, and Mr. Raeburn interfered. "You are confusing my little girl," he said. "Allow me to answer your questions, or excuse me if I leave you." There was something in his look, or in his tone, that mastered her. She put her hand to her head. "I don't think I'm fit for it," she answered vacantly. "My courage has been sorely tried already. If I can get a little rest and sleep, you may find me a different person. I am left a great deal by myself, and I have reasons for trying to compose my mind. Can I see you tomorrow, or write to you? Where do you live?" Mr. Raeburn laid his card on the table in silence. She had strongly excited his interest. He honestly desired to be of some service to this forlorn creature, abandoned so cruelly, as it seemed, to her own guidance. But he had no authority to exercise, no sort of claim to direct her actions, even if she consented to accept his advice. As a last resource, he ventured on an allusion to the relative of whom she had spoken downstairs. "When do you expect to see your brother-in-law again?" he said. "I don't know," she answered. "I should like to see him. He is so kind to me." She turned aside to take leave of Lucy. "Goodbye, my little friend. If you live to grow up, I hope you will never be such a miserable woman as I am." She suddenly looked round at Mr. Raeburn. "Have you got a wife at home?" she asked. "My wife is dead." "And you have a child to comfort you. Please leave me. You harden my heart. Oh, sir, don't you understand? You make me envy you." Mr. Raeburn was silent when he and his daughter were out in the street again. Lucy, as became a dutiful child, was silent too. But there are limits to human endurance, and Lucy's capacity for self-control gave way at last. "Are you thinking of the lady, Papa?" she said. He only answered by nodding his head. His daughter had interrupted him at that critical moment in a man's reflections, when he is on the point of making up his mind. Before they were at home again, Mr. Raeburn had arrived at a decision. Mrs. Zant's brother-in-law was evidently ignorant of any serious necessity for his interference, or he would have made arrangements for immediately repeating his visit. In this state of things, if any evil happened to Mrs. Zant, silence on Mr. Raeburn's part might indirectly be to blame for a serious misfortune. Arriving at that conclusion, he decided upon running the risk of being rudely received for the second time by another stranger. Leaving Lucy under the care of her governess, he went at once to the address that had been written on the visiting card left at the lodging-house, and sent his name. A courteous message was returned. Mr. John Zant was at home, and would be happy to see him. 4. Mr. Raeburn was shown into one of the private sitting rooms of the hotel. He observed that the customary position of the furniture in a room had been, in some respects, altered. An armchair, a side table, and a footstool had all been removed to one of the windows, and had been placed as close as possible to the light. On the table lay a large open roll of morocco leather, containing rows of elegant little instruments in steel and ivory. Waiting by the table stood Mr. John Zant. He said good morning in a bass voice, so profound and so melodious that those two commonplace words assumed a new importance coming from his lips. His personal appearance was in harmony with his magnificent voice. He was a tall, finely made man of dark complexion, with big, brilliant black eyes, and a noble curling beard which hid the whole lower part of his face. Having bowed with a happy mingling of dignity and politeness, the conventional side of this gentleman's character suddenly vanished, and a crazy side, to all appearance, took its place. He dropped on his knees in front of the footstool. Had he forgotten to say his prayers that morning? And was he in such a hurry to remedy the fault that he had no time to spare for consulting appearances? The doubt had hardly suggested itself before it was set at rest in a most unexpected manner. Mr. Zant looked at his visitor with a bland smile and said, "Please, let me see your feet." For the moment, Mr. Raeburn lost his presence of mind. He looked at the instruments on the side table. "Are you a corn cutter?" was all he could say. "Excuse me, sir," returned the polite operator. "The term you use is quite obsolete in our profession." He rose from his knees and added modestly, "I am a chiropodist." "I beg your pardon." "Don't mention it. You are not, I imagine, in want of my professional services. To what motive may I attribute the honor of your visit?" By this time Mr. Raeburn had recovered himself. "I have come here," he answered, "under circumstances which require apology as well as explanation." Mr. Zant's highly polished manner betrayed signs of alarm. His suspicions pointed to a formidable conclusion, a conclusion that shook him to the innermost recesses of the pocket in which he kept his money. "The numerous demands on me," he began. Mr. Raeburn smiled. "Make your mind easy," he replied. "I don't want money. My objective is to speak with you on the subject of a lady who is a relation of yours." "My sister-in-law!" Mr. Zant exclaimed. "Pray, take a seat." Doubting if he had chosen a convenient time for his visit, Mr. Raeburn hesitated. "Am I likely to be in the way of persons who wish to consult you?" he asked. "Certainly not. My morning hours of attendance on my clients are from 11 to 1. The clock on the mantelpiece struck the 1:15 as he spoke. "I hope you don't bring me bad news," he said very earnestly. "When I called on Mrs. Zant this morning, I heard that she had gone out for a walk. Is it indiscreet to ask how you became acquainted with her?" Mr. Raeburn at once mentioned what he had seen and heard in Kensington Gardens, not forgetting to add a few words which described his interview afterward with Mrs. Zant. The lady's brother-in-law listened with an interest and sympathy which offered the strongest possible contrast to the unprovoked rudeness of the mistress of the lodging-house. He declared that he could not only do justice to his sense of obligation by following Mr. Raeburn's example and expressing himself as frankly as if he had been speaking to an old friend. "The sad story of my sister-in-law's life," he said, "will, I think, explain certain things which must have naturally perplexed you. My brother was introduced to her at the house of an Australian gentleman on a visit to England. She was then employed as governess to his daughters. So sincere was the regard felt for her by the family that the parents had, at the entreaty of their children, asked her to accompany them when they returned to the colony. The governess thankfully accepted the proposal." "Had she no relations in England?" Mr. Rayburn asked. "She was literally alone in the world, sir. When I tell you she had been brought up in the Foundling Hospital, you will understand what I mean. Oh, there is no romance in my sister-in-law's story. She never has known or will know who her parents were or why they deserted her. The happiest moment in her life was the moment when she and my brother first met. It was an instance, on both sides, of love at first sight. Though not a rich man, my brother had earned a sufficient income in mercantile pursuits. His character spoke for itself. In a word, he altered all the poor girl's prospects, as we then hoped and believed for the better. Her employers deferred their return to Australia, so that she might be married from their house. After a happy life of a few weeks only—" His voice failed him. He paused and turned his face from the light. "Pardon me," he said. "I am not able, even yet, to speak composedly of my brother's death. Let me only say that the poor young wife was a widow before the happy days of the honeymoon were over. That dreadful calamity struck her down. Before my brother had been committed to the grave, her life was in danger from brain fever." Those words placed in a new light Mr. Rayburn's first fear that her intellect might be deranged. Looking at him attentively, Mr. Zant seemed to understand what was passing in the mind of his guest. "No," he said. "If the opinions of the medical men are to be trusted, the result of the illness is injury to her physical strength, not injury to her mind. I have observed in her, no doubt, a certain waywardness of temper since her illness, but that is a trifle. As an example of what I mean, I may tell you that I invited her on her recovery to pay me a visit. My house is not in London. The air doesn't agree with me. My place of residence is at St. Salin-on-Sea. I am not myself a married man, but my excellent housekeeper would have received Mrs. Zant with the utmost kindness. She was resolved, obstinately resolved, poor thing, to remain in London. It is needless to say that, in her melancholy position, I am attentive to her slightest wishes. I took a lodging for her, and, at her special request, I chose a house which was near Kensington Gardens." "Is there any association with the gardens which led Mrs. Zant to make that request?" "Some association, I believe, with the memory of her husband. By the way, I wish to be sure of finding her at home when I call tomorrow. Did you say, in the course of your interesting statement, that she intended, as you suppose, to return to Kensington Gardens tomorrow? Or has my memory deceived me?" "Your memory is perfectly accurate." "Thank you. I confess I am not only distressed by what you have told me of Mrs. Zant, I am at a loss to know how to act for the best. My only idea at present is to try change of air and scene. What do you think yourself?" "I think you're right." Mr. Zant still hesitated. "It would not be easy for me just now," he said, "to leave my patients and take her abroad." The obvious reply to this occurred to Mr. Rayburn. A man of larger worldly experience might have felt certain suspicions and might have remained silent. Mr. Rayburn spoke. "Why not renew your invitation and take her to your house at the seaside?" he said. In the perplexed state of Mr. Zant's mind, this plain course of action had apparently failed to present itself. His gloomy face brightened directly. "The very thing," he said. "I will certainly take your advice. If the air of St. Salin does nothing else, it will improve her health and help her to recover her good looks. Does she strike you as having been, in happier days, a pretty woman?" This was a strangely familiar question to ask, almost an indelicate question under the circumstances. A certain furtive expression in Mr. Zant's fine dark eyes seemed to imply that it had been put with a purpose. Was it possible that he suspected Mr. Rayburn's interest in his sister-in-law to be inspired by any motive which was not perfectly unselfish and perfectly pure? To arrive at such a conclusion as this might be to judge hastily and cruelly of a man who was perhaps only guilty of a want of delicacy of feeling. Mr. Rayburn honestly did his best to assume the charitable point of view. At the same time, it is not to be denied that his words, when he answered, were carefully guarded, and that he rose to take his leave. Mr. John Zant hospitably protested. "Why are you in such a hurry? Must you really go? I shall have the honor of returning your visit tomorrow, when I have made arrangements to profit by that excellent suggestion of yours. Goodbye. God bless you." He held out his hand, a hand with a smooth surface and a tawny color that fervently squeezed the fingers of a departing friend. "Is that man a scoundrel?" was Mr. Rayburn's first thought after he had left the hotel. His moral sense set all hesitation at rest and answered, You're a fool if you doubt it. Chapter 5. Disturbed by presentiments, Mr. Rayburn returned to his house on foot by way of trying what exercise would do toward composing his mind. The experiment failed. He went upstairs and played with Lucy. He drank an extra glass of wine at dinner. He took the child and her governess to a circus in the evening. He ate a little supper, fortified by another glass of wine, before he went to bed. And still those vague forebodings of evil persisted in torturing him. Looking back through his past life, he asked himself if any woman, his late wife of course excepted, had ever taken the predominant place in his thoughts which Mrs. Zant had assumed, without any discernible reason to account for it. If he had ventured to answer his own question, the reply would have been never. All the next day he waited at home, in expectation of Mr. John Zant's promised visit, and waited in vain. Toward evening the parlor maid appeared at the family tea-table, and presented to her master an unusually large envelope sealed with black wax, and addressed in a strange handwriting. The absence of stamp and postmark showed that it had been left at the house by a messenger. "Who brought this?" Mr. Rayburn asked.
"A lady, sir, in deep mourning."
"Did she leave any message?"
"No, sir."
Having drawn the inevitable conclusion, Mr. Rayburn shut himself up in his library. He was afraid of Lucy's curiosity and Lucy's questions if he read Mrs. Zant's letter in his daughter's presence. Looking at the open envelope after he had taken out the leaves of writing which it contained, he noticed these lines traced inside the cover.
"My one excuse for troubling you, when I might have consulted my brother-in-law, will be found in the pages which I enclose. To speak plainly, you have been led to fear that I am not in my right senses. For this very reason I now appeal to you. Your dreadful doubt of me, sir, is my doubt too. Read what I have written about myself, and then tell me, I entreat you, which I am. A person who has been the object of a supernatural revelation, or an unfortunate creature who is only fit for imprisonment in a madhouse."
Mr. Rayburn opened the manuscript. With steady attention, which soon quickened to breathless interest, he read what follows. Chapter 6. The Lady's Manuscript.
"Yesterday morning the sun shone in a clear blue sky, after a succession of cloudy days, counting from the first of the month. The radiant light had its animating effect on my poor spirits. I passed the night more peacefully than usual, undisturbed by the dream, so cruelly familiar to me, that my lost husband is still living, the dream from which I always wake in tears. Never since the dark days of my sorrow have I been so little troubled by the self-tormenting fancies and fears which beset miserable women, as when I left the house and turned my steps toward Kensington Gardens, for the first time since my husband's death. Attended by my only companion, the little dog who had been his favorite as well as mine, I went to the quiet corner of the gardens, which is nearest to Kensington. On that soft grass, under the shade of those grand trees, we had loitered together in the days of our betrothal. It was his favorite walk, and he had taken me to see it in the early days of our acquaintance. There he had first asked me to be his wife. There we had felt the rapture of our first kiss. It was surely natural that I should wish to see once more a place sacred to such memories as these. I am only 23 years old. I have no child to comfort me, no companion of my own age, nothing to love but the dumb creature who is so faithfully fond of me. I went to the tree under which we stood, when my dear one's eyes told his love before he could utter it in words. The sun of that vanished day shone on me again. It was the same noontide hour. The same solitude was around me. I had feared the first effect of the dreadful contrast between past and present. No, I was quiet and resigned. My thoughts, rising higher than earth, dwelt on the better life beyond the grave. Some tears came into my eyes, but I was not happy. My memory of all that happened may be trusted, even in trifles which relate only to myself. I was not unhappy. The first object that I saw when my eyes were clear again was the dog. He crouched a few paces away from me, trembling pitiably, but uttering no cry. What had caused the fear that overpowered him? I was soon to know. I called to the dog. He remained immovable, conscious of some mysterious coming thing that held him spellbound. I tried to go to the poor creature and fondle and comfort him. At the first step forward that I took, something stopped me. It was not to be seen, and not to be heard. It stopped me. The still figure of the dog disappeared from my view. The lonely scene round me disappeared. Excepting the light from heaven, the tree that sheltered me, and the grass in front of me. A sense of unutterable expectation kept my eyes riveted on the grass. Suddenly I saw its myriad blades rise erect and shivering. The fear came to me of something passing over them with the invisible swiftness of the wind. The shivering advanced. It was all around me. It crept into the leaves of the tree over my head. They shuddered, without a sound to tell of their agitation. Their pleasant, natural rustling was struck dumb. The song of the birds had ceased. The cries of the waterfowl on the pond were heard no more. There was a dreadful silence. But the lovely sunshine poured down on me, as bright as ever. In the dazzling light, in that fearful silence, I felt an invisible presence near me. It touched me gently. At the touch, my heart throbbed with an overwhelming joy. Exquisite pleasure thrilled through every nerve in my body. I knew him. From the unseen world, himself unseen, he had returned to me. Oh, I knew him. And yet, my helpless mortality longed for a sign that might give me assurance of the truth. The yearning in me shaped itself into words. I tried to utter the words. I would have said, if I could have spoken, "Oh, my angel, give me a token that it is you." But I was like a person struck dumb. I could only think it. The invisible presence read my thought. I felt my lips touched, as my husband's lips used to touch them when he kissed me. And that was my answer. A thought came to me again. I would have said, if I could have spoken, "Are you here to take me to the better world?" I waited. Nothing that I could feel touched me. I was conscious of thinking once more. I would have said, if I could have spoken, "Are you here to protect me?" I felt myself held in a gentle embrace, as my husband's arms used to hold me when he pressed me to his breast. And that was my answer. The touch that was like the touch of his lips lingered and was lost. The clasp that was like the clasp of his arms pressed me and fell away. The garden scene resumed its natural aspect. I saw a human creature near, a lovely little girl looking at me. At that moment, when I was my own lonely self again, the sight of the child soothed and attracted me. I advanced, intending to speak to her. To my horror, I suddenly ceased to see her. She disappeared as if I had been stricken blind. And yet I could see the landscape round me. I could see the heaven above me. A time passed, only a few minutes, as I thought, and the child became visible to me again, walking hand in hand with her father. I approached them. I was close enough to see that they were looking at me with pity and surprise. My impulse was to ask if they saw anything strange in my face or my manner. Before I could speak, the horrible wonder happened again. They vanished from my view. Was the invisible presence still near? Was it passing between me and my fellow mortals, forbidding communication in that place and that time? It must have been so. When I turned away in my ignorance with a heavy heart, the dreadful blankness which had twice shut out from me the beings of my own race was not between me and my dog. The poor little creature filled me with pity. I called him to me. He moved at the sound of my voice, and followed me languidly, not quite awakened yet from the trance of terror that had possessed him. Before I had retired by more than a few steps, I thought I was conscious of the presence again. I held out my longing arms to it. I waited in the hope of a touch to tell me that I might return. Perhaps I was answered by indirect means. I only know that a resolution to return to the same place at the same hour came to me, and quieted my mind. The morning of the next day was dull and cloudy, but the rain held off. I set forth again to the gardens. My dog ran on before me into the street, and stopped, waiting to see in which direction I might lead the way. When I turned toward the gardens, he dropped behind me. In a little while I looked back. He was following me no longer. He stood irresolute. I called to him. He advanced a few steps, hesitated, and ran back to the house. I went on by myself. Shall I confess my superstition? I thought the dog's desertion of me a bad omen. Arrived at the tree, I placed myself under it. The minutes followed each other uneventfully. The cloudy sky darkened. The dull surface of the grass showed no shuddering consciousness of an unearthly creature passing over it. I still waited, with an obstinacy which was fast becoming the obstinacy of despair. How long an interval elapsed while I kept watch on the ground before me, I am not able to say. I only know that a change came. Under the dull gray light I saw the grass move, but not as it had moved on the day before. It shriveled as if a flame had scorched it, No flame appeared. The brown underlying earth showed itself winding onward in a thin strip, which might have been a footpath traced in fire. It frightened me. I longed for the protection of the invisible presence. I prayed for a warning of it, if danger was near. A touch answered me. It was as if a hand unseen had taken my hand, had raised it little by little, had left it, pointing to the thin brown path that wound toward me under the shriveled blades of grass. I looked to the far end of the path. The unseen hand closed on my hand with a warning pressure. The revelation of the coming danger was near me. I waited for it. I saw it. The figure of a man appeared, advancing toward me along the thin brown path. I looked in his face as he came nearer. It showed me dimly the face of my husband's brother, John Zant. The consciousness of myself as a living creature left me. I knew nothing, I felt nothing, I was dead. When the torture of revival made me open my eyes, I found myself on the grass. Gentle hands raised my head, at the moment when I recovered my senses. Who had brought me to life again? Who was taking care of me? I looked upward and saw, bending over me, John Zant.
Seven through 14. 7. There the manuscript ended. Some lines had been added on the last page, but they had been so carefully erased as to be illegible. These words of explanation appeared below the cancelled sentences.
I had begun to write the little that remains to be told when it struck me that I might unintentionally be exercising an unfair influence on your opinion. Let me only remind you that I believe absolutely in the supernatural revelation which I have endeavored to describe. Remember this, and decide for me what I dare not decide for myself.
There was no serious obstacle in the way of compliance with this request. Judged from the point of view of the materialist, Mrs. Zant might no doubt be the victim of illusions, produced by a diseased state of the nervous system, which have been known to exist, as in the celebrated case of the bookseller Nikolai of Berlin, without being accompanied by derangement of the intellectual powers. But Mr. Raeburn was not asked to solve any such intricate problem as this. He had been merely instructed to read the manuscript and to say what impression it had left on him of the mental condition of the writer, whose doubt of herself had been, in all probability, first suggested by remembrance of the illness from which she had suffered, brain fever. Under these circumstances there could be little difficulty in forming an opinion. The memory which had recalled, and the judgment which had arranged, the succession of events related in the narrative, revealed a mind in full possession of its resources. Having satisfied himself so far, Mr. Raeburn abstained from considering the more serious question suggested by what he had read. At any time, his habits of life and his ways of thinking would have rendered him unfit to weigh the arguments, which assert or deny supernatural revelation among the creatures of earth. But his mind was now so disturbed by the startling record of experience which he had just read, that he was only conscious of feeling certain impressions, without possessing the capacity to reflect on them. That his anxiety on Mrs. Zant's account had been increased, and that his doubts of Mr. John Zant had been encouraged, were the only practical results of the confidence placed in him of which he was thus far aware. In the ordinary exigencies of life, a man of hesitating disposition, his interest in Mrs. Zant's welfare and his desire to discover what had passed between her brother-in-law and himself after their meeting in the gardens urged him into instant action. In half an hour more he had arrived at her lodgings. He was at once admitted. 8. Mrs. Zant was alone in an imperfectly lighted room.
"I hope you will excuse the bad light," she said. "My head has been burning as if the fever had come back again. Oh, don't go away. After what I have suffered, you don't know how dreadful it is to be alone."
The tone of her voice told him that she had been crying. He had once tried the best means of setting the poor lady at ease by telling her of the conclusion at which he had arrived after reading her manuscript. The happy result showed itself instantly. Her face brightened, her manner changed. She was eager to hear more.
"Have I produced any other impression on you?" she asked.
He understood the allusion. Expressing sincere respect for her own convictions, he told her honestly that he was not prepared to enter on the obscure and terrible question of supernatural interposition. Grateful for the tone in which he had answered her, she wisely and delicately changed the subject.
"I must speak to you of my brother-in-law," she said. "He has told me of your visit, and I am anxious to know what you think of him. Do you like Mr. John Zant?"
Mr. Raeburn hesitated.
The careworn look appeared again in her face. "If you had felt as kindly toward him as he feels toward you," she said, "I might have gone to St. Salain with a lighter heart." Mr. Raeburn thought of the supernatural appearances described at the close of her narrative. "You believe in that terrible warning," he remonstrated, "and yet you go to your brother-in-law's house?" "I believe," she answered, "in the spirit of the man who loved me in the days of his earthly bondage. I am under his protection. What have I to do but to cast away my fears and to wait in faith and hope? It might have helped my resolution if a friend had been near to encourage me." She paused and smiled sadly. "I must remember," she resumed, "that your way of understanding my position is not my way. I ought to have told you that Mr. John Zant feels needless anxiety about my health. He declares that he will not lose sight of me until his mind is at ease. It is useless to attempt to alter his opinion. He says my nerves are shattered, and who that sees me can doubt it? He tells me that my only chance of getting better is to try the change of air and perfect repose. How can I contradict him? He reminds me that I have no relation but himself, and no house open to me but his own, and God knows he is right." She said those last words in accents of melancholy resignation, which grieved the good man whose one merciful purpose was to serve and console her. He spoke impulsively with the freedom of an old friend. "I want to know more of you and Mr. John Zant than I know now," he said. "My motive is a better one than mere curiosity. Do you believe that I feel a sincere interest in you?" "With my whole heart." That reply encouraged him to proceed with what he had to say. "When you recovered from your fainting fit," he began, "Mr. John Zant asked questions, of course?" "He asked what could possibly have happened in such a quiet place as Kensington Gardens to make me faint." "And how did you answer?" "Answer? I couldn't even look at him." "You said nothing?" "Nothing. I don't know what he thought of me. He might have been surprised, or he might have been offended." "Is he easily offended?" Mr. Raeburn asked. "Not in my experience of him." "Do you mean your experience of him before your illness?" "Yes. Since my recovery, his engagements with country patients have kept him away from London. I've not seen him since he took these lodgings for me. But he is always considerate. He has written more than once to beg that I will not think him neglectful, and to tell me, what I knew already through my poor husband, that he has no money of his own and must live by his profession." "In your husband's lifetime, were the two brothers on good terms?" "Always. The one complaint I ever heard my husband make of John Zant was that he didn't come to see us often enough after our marriage. Is there some wickedness in him which we have never suspected? It may be, but how can it be? I have every reason to be grateful to the man against whom I have been supernaturally warned. His conduct to me has always been perfect. I can't tell you what I owe to his influence in quieting my mind when a dreadful doubt arose about my husband's death." "Do you mean doubt if he died a natural death?" "Oh, no. He was dying of rapid consumption, but his sudden death took the doctors by surprise. One of them thought that he might have taken an overdose of his sleeping drops by mistake. The other disputed this conclusion, or there might have been an inquest in the house. Oh, don't speak of it any more. Let us talk of something else. Tell me when I shall see you again." "I hardly know. When do you and your brother-in-law leave London?" "Tomorrow." She looked at Mr. Raeburn with a piteous entreaty in her eyes. She said timidly, "Do you ever go to the seaside and take your dear little girl with you?" The request, at which she had only dared to hint, touched on the idea which was at that moment in Mr. Raeburn's mind. Interpreted by his strong prejudice against John Zant, what she had said of her brother-in-law filled him with forebodings of peril to herself, all the more powerful in their influence for this reason, that he shrank from distinctly realizing them. If another person had been present at the interview, and had said to him afterward, "That man's reluctance to visit his sister-in-law while her husband was living is associated with a secret sense of guilt which her innocence cannot even imagine. He, and he alone, knows the cause of her husband's sudden death. His feigned anxiety about her health is adopted as the safest means of enticing her into this house." If those formidable conclusions had been urged on Mr. Raeburn, he would have felt it his duty to reject them, as unjustifiable aspersions on an absent man. And yet, when he took leave that evening of Mrs. Zant, he had pledged himself to give Lucy a holiday at the seaside, and he had said, without blushing, that the child really deserved it, as a reward for general good conduct and attention to her lessons.
9. 3 days later, the father and daughter arrived toward evening at St. Salin-on-Sea. They found Mrs. Zant at the station. The poor woman's joy on seeing them expressed itself like the joy of a child.
"Oh, I am so glad, so glad,"
was all she could say when they met. Lucy was half smothered with kisses and was made supremely happy by a present of the finest doll she had ever possessed. Mrs. Zant accompanied her friends to the rooms which had been secured at the hotel. She was able to speak confidentially to Mr. Raeburn while Lucy was in the balcony hugging her doll and looking at the sea. The one event that had happened during Mrs. Zant's short residence at St. Salin was the departure of her brother-in-law that morning for London. He had been called away to operate on the feet of a wealthy patient who knew the value of his time. His housekeeper expected that he would return to dinner. As to his conduct toward Mrs. Zant, he was not only as attentive as ever, he was almost oppressively affectionate in his language and manner. There was no service that a man could render which he had not eagerly offered to her. He declared that he had already perceived an improvement in her health. He congratulated her on having decided to stay in his house, and, as a proof perhaps of his sincerity, he had repeatedly pressed her hand.
"Have you any idea what all this means?"
she said simply. Mr. Raeburn kept his idea to himself. He professed ignorance and asked next what sort of person the housekeeper was. Mrs. Zant shook her head ominously.
"Oh, such a strange creature," she said, "and in the habit of taking such liberties that I begin to be afraid she is a little crazy."
"Is she an old woman?"
"No, only middle-aged. This morning, after her master had left the house, she actually asked me what I had thought of my brother-in-law. I told her as coldly as possible that I thought he was very kind. She was quite insensible to the tone in which I had spoken. She went on from bad to worse.
'Do you call him the sort of man who would take the fancy of a young woman?'
was her next question. She actually looked at me. I might have been wrong, and I hope I was, as if the young woman she had in her mind was myself. I said, I don't think of such things, and I don't talk about them. Still, she was not in the least discouraged. She made a personal remark next. 'Excuse me, but you do look wretchedly pale.' I thought she seemed to enjoy the defect in my complexion. I really believe it raised me in her estimation. 'We shall get on better in time,' she said. 'I am beginning to like you.' She walked out humming a tune. Don't you agree with me? Don't you think she's crazy?"
"I can hardly give an opinion until I have seen her. Does she look as if she might have been a pretty woman at one time of her life?"
"Not the sort of pretty woman whom I admire."
Mr. Raeburn smiled. "I was thinking," he resumed, "that this person's odd conduct may perhaps be accounted for. She is probably jealous of any young lady who is invited to her master's house, and, till she noticed your complexion, she began by being jealous of you." Innocently at a loss to understand how she could become an object of the housekeeper's jealousy, Mrs. Zant looked at Mr. Raeburn in astonishment. Before she could give expression to her feeling of surprise, there was an interruption, a welcome interruption. A waiter entered the room and announced a visitor, described as a gentleman. Mrs. Zant at once rose to retire. "Who is the gentleman?" Mr. Raeburn asked, detaining Mrs. Zant as he spoke. A voice which they both recognized answered gaily from the outer side of the door. "A friend from London." 10. "Welcome to St. Salin," cried Mr. John Zant. "I knew that you were expected, my dear sir, and I took my chance at finding you at the hotel." He turned to his sister-in-law and kissed her hand with an elaborate gallantry worthy of Sir Charles Grandison himself. "When I reached home, my dear, and heard that you had gone out, I guessed that your object was to receive our excellent friend. You have not felt lonely while I have been away? That's right, that's right." He looked toward the balcony and discovered Lucy at the open window, staring at the magnificent stranger. "Your little daughter, Mr. Raeburn? Dear child, come and kiss me." Lucy answered in one positive word. "No." Mr. John Zant was not easily discouraged. "Show me your doll, darling," he said. "Sit on my knee." Lucy answered in two positive words. "I won't." Her father approached the window to administer the necessary reproof. Mr. John Zant interfered in the cause of mercy with his best grace. He held up his hands in cordial entreaty. "Dear Mr. Raeburn, the fairies are sometimes shy, and this little fairy doesn't take to strangers at first sight. Dear child, all in good time. And what say do you make it St. Salin? May we hope that our poor attractions will tempt you to prolong your visit?" He put his flattering little question with an ease of manner which was rather too plainly assumed.
and he looked at Mr. Raeburn with a watchfulness which appeared to attach undue importance to the reply. When he said, "What say do you make at St. Salin?" did he really mean, "How soon do you leave us?" Inclining to adopt this conclusion, Mr. Raeburn answered cautiously that his stay at the seaside would depend on circumstances. Mr. John Zant looked at his sister-in-law, sitting silent in a corner with Lucy on her lap. "Exert your attractions," he said. "Make the circumstances agreeable to our good friend. Will you dine with us today, my dear sir, and bring your little fairy with you?" Lucy was far from receiving this complimentary allusion in the spirit in which it had been offered. "I'm not a fairy," she declared. "I'm a child." "And a naughty child," her father added with all the severity that he could assume. "I can't help it, Papa. The man with the big beard puts me out." The man with the big beard was amused, amiably, paternally amused, by Lucy's plain speaking. He repeated his invitation to dinner, and he did his best to look disappointed when Mr. Raeburn made the necessary excuses. "Another day," he said, without, however, fixing the day. "I think you will find my house comfortable. My housekeeper may perhaps be eccentric, but in all essentials a woman in 1,000. Do you feel the change from London already? Our air at St. Salin is really worthy of its reputation. Invalids who come here are cured as if by magic. What do you think of Mrs. Zant? How does she look?" Mr. Raeburn was evidently expected to say that she looked better. He said it. Mr. John Zant seemed to have anticipated a stronger expression of opinion. "Surprisingly better," he announced. "Infinitely better. We ought both to be grateful. Pray believe that we are grateful." "If you mean grateful to me," Mr. Raeburn remarked, "I don't quite understand." "You don't quite understand? Is it possible that you have forgotten our conversation when I first had the honor of receiving you? Look at Mrs. Zant again." Mr. Raeburn looked, and Mrs. Zant's brother-in-law explained himself. "You notice the return of her color, the healthy brightness of her eyes. No, my dear, I am not paying you idle compliments. I am stating plain facts. For that happy result, Mr. Raeburn, we are indebted to you." "Surely not." "Surely yes, it was at your valuable suggestion that I thought of inviting my sister-in-law to visit me at St. Salin. Ah, you remember it now. Forgive me if I look at my watch. The dinner hour is on my mind. Not as your dear little daughter there seems to think because I am greedy, but because I am always punctual, in justice to the cook. Shall we see you tomorrow? Call early and you will find us at home." He gave Mrs. Zant his arm, and bowed and smiled and kissed his hand to Lucy and left the room. Recalling their interview at the hotel in London, Mr. Raeburn now understood John Zant's object, on that occasion, in assuming the character of a helpless man in need of a sensible suggestion. If Mrs. Zant's residence under his roof became associated with evil consequences, he could declare that she would never have entered the house but for Mr. Raeburn's advice. With the next day came the hateful necessity of returning this man's visit. Mr. Raeburn was placed between two alternatives. In Mrs. Zant's interests he must remain, no matter at what sacrifice of his own inclinations, on good terms with her brother-in-law, or he must return to London and leave the poor woman to her fate. His choice, it is needless to say, was never a matter of doubt. He called at the house and did his innocent best, without in the least deceiving Mr. John Zant, to make himself agreeable during the short duration of his visit. Descending the stairs on his way out, accompanied by Mrs. Zant, he was surprised to see a middle-aged woman in the hall, who looked as if she was waiting there expressly to attract notice. "The housekeeper," Mrs. Zant whispered. "She is impudent enough to try to make acquaintance with you." This was exactly what the housekeeper was waiting in the hall to do. "I hope you like our watering place, sir," she began. "If I can be of service to you, pray command me. Any friend of this lady's has a claim on me, and you are an old friend, no doubt. I am only the housekeeper, but I presume to take a sincere interest in Mrs. Zant, and I am indeed glad to see you here. We none of us know, do we, how soon we may want a friend? No offense, I hope. Thank you, sir. Good morning." There was nothing in the woman's eyes which indicated an unsettled mind, nothing in the appearance of her lips which suggested habits of intoxication. That her strange outburst of familiarity proceeded from some strong motive seemed to be more than probable. Putting together what Mrs. Zant had already told him, and what he had himself observed, Mr. Raeburn suspected that the motive might be found in the housekeeper's jealousy of her master. 11. Reflecting in the solitude of his own room, Mr. Raeburn felt that the one prudent course to take would be to persuade Mrs. Zant to leave St. Salin. He tried to prepare her for this strong proceeding when she came the next day to take Lucy out for a walk.
If you still regret having forced yourself to accept your brother-in-law's invitation, was all he ventured to say, don't forget that you are perfect mistress of your own actions. You have only to come with me at the hotel, and I will take you back to London by the next train. She positively refused to entertain the idea.
I should be a thankless creature indeed, she said, if I accepted your proposal. Do you think I am ungrateful enough to involve you in a personal quarrel with John Zant? No. If I find myself forced to leave the house, I will go away alone.
There was no moving her from this resolution. When she and Lucy had gone out together, Mr. Raeburn remained at the hotel with a mind ill at ease. A man of readier mental resources might have felt at a loss how to act for the best in the emergency that now confronted him. While he was still as far as ever from arriving at a decision, some person knocked at the door. Had Mrs. Zant returned? He looked up as the door was opened and saw to his astonishment Mr. John Zant's housekeeper. "Don't let me alarm you, sir," the woman said. "Mrs. Zant has been taken a little faint at the door of our house. My master is attending to her." "Where is the child?" Mr. Raeburn asked. "I was bringing her back to you, sir, when we met a lady and her little girl at the door of the hotel. They were on their way to the beach, and Miss Lucy begged hard to be allowed to go with them. The lady said the two children were playfellows, and she was sure you would not object." The lady is quite right. Mrs. Zant's illness is not serious, I hope?" "I think not, sir, but I should like to say something in her interests. May I? Thank you." She advanced a step nearer to him, and spoke her next words in a whisper. "Take Mrs. Zant away from this place, and lose no time in doing it." Mr. Raeburn was on his guard. He merely asked, "Why?" The housekeeper answered in a curiously indirect manner, partly in jest as it seemed, and partly in earnest. "When a man has lost his wife," she said, "there's some difference of opinion in Parliament, as I hear, whether he does right or wrong if he marries his wife's sister. Wait a bit. I'm coming to the point. My master is one who has a long head on his shoulders. He sees consequences which escape the notice of people like me. In his way of thinking, if one man may marry his wife's sister and no harm done, whereas the object of another man pays a compliment to the family and marries his brother's widow. My master, if you please, is that other man. Take the widow away before she marries him." This was beyond endurance. "You insult Mrs. Zant," Mr. Raeburn answered, "if you suppose that such a thing is possible." "Oh, I insult her, do I? Listen to me. One of three things will happen. She will be entrapped into consenting to it, or frightened into consenting to it, or drugged into consenting to it." Mr. Raeburn was too indignant to let her go on. "You are talking nonsense," he said. "There can be no marriage. The law forbids it." "Are you one of the people who sees no further than their noses?" she asked insolently. "Won't the law take his money? Is he obliged to mention that he is related to her by marriage when he buys the license?" She paused. Her humor changed. She stamped furiously on the floor. The true motive that animated her showed itself in her next words, and warned Mr. Raeburn to grant a more favorable hearing than he had accorded to her yet. "If you won't stop it," she burst out, "I will. If he marries anybody, he is bound to marry me. Will you take her away? I ask you for the last time. Will you take her away?" The tone in which she made that final appeal to him had its effect. "I will go back with you to John Zant's house," he said, "and judge for myself." She laid her hand on his arm. "I must go first, or you may not be let in. Follow me in 5 minutes, and don't knock at the street door." On the point of leaving him, she abruptly returned. "We have forgotten something," she said. "Suppose my master refuses to see you. His temper might get the better of him. He might make it so unpleasant for you that you would be obliged to go." "My temper might get the better of me," Mr. Raeburn replied, "and if I thought it was in Mrs. Zant's interests, I might refuse to leave the house unless she accompanied me." "That will never do, sir." "Why?" "Because I should be the person to suffer." "In what way?" "In this way. If you pick a quarrel with my master, I should be blamed for it because I showed you upstairs. Besides, think of the lady. You might frighten her out of her senses. If it came to a struggle between you two men." The language was exaggerated, but there was a force in this last objection, which Mr. Raeburn was obliged to acknowledge. "And after all," the housekeeper continued, "he has more right over her than you have. He is related to her, and you are only her friend." Mr. Raeburn declined to let himself be influenced by this consideration. "Mr. John Zant is only related to her by marriage," he said. "If she prefers trusting in me, come what may of it, I will be worthy of her confidence.
The housekeeper shook her head. "That only means another quarrel," she answered. "The wise way with a man like my master is the peaceable way. We must manage to deceive him." "I don't like deceit." "In that case, sir, I'll wish you good-bye. We will leave Mrs. Zant to do the best she can for herself." Mr. Raeburn was unreasonable. He positively refused to adopt this alternative. "Will you hear what I have got to say?" the housekeeper asked. "There can be no harm in that," he admitted. "Go on." She took him at his word. "When you called at our house," she began, "did you notice the doors in the passage on the first floor? Very well. One of them is the door of the drawing-room, and the other is the door of the library. Do you remember the drawing-room, sir?" "I thought it a large, well-lighted room," Mr. Raeburn answered, "and I noticed a doorway in the wall with a handsome curtain hanging over it." "That's enough for our purpose," the housekeeper resumed. "On the other side of the curtain, if you had looked in, you would have found the library. Suppose my master is polite as usual, and begs to be excused for not receiving you because it is an inconvenient time. And suppose you are polite on your side, and take yourself off by the drawing-room door. You will find me waiting downstairs on the first landing. Do you see it now?" "I can't say I do." "You surprise me, sir. What is to prevent us from getting back softly into the library by the door in the passage? And why shouldn't we use that second way into the library as a means of discovering what may be going on in the drawing-room? Safe behind the curtain you will see him if he behaves uncivilly to Mrs. Zant, or you will hear her if she calls for help. In either case you may be as rough and ready with my master as you find needful. It will be he who has frightened her, not you. And who can blame the poor housekeeper because Mr. Raeburn did his duty and protected a helpless woman? There is my plan, sir. Is it worth trying?" He answered, sharply enough, "I don't like it." The housekeeper opened the door again and wished him good-bye. If Mr. Raeburn had felt no more than an ordinary interest in Mrs. Zant, he would have let the woman go. As it was, he stopped her, and after some further protest, which proved to be useless, he ended in giving way. "You promise to follow my directions?" she stipulated. He gave the promise. She smiled, nodded, and left him. True to his instructions, Mr. Raeburn reckoned 5 minutes by his watch before he followed her. 12. The housekeeper was waiting for him, with the street door ajar. "They are both in the drawing-room," she whispered, leading the way upstairs. "Step softly and take him by surprise." A table of oblong shape stood midway between the drawing-room walls. At the end of it, which was nearest to the window, Mrs. Zant was pacing to and fro across the breadth of the room. At the opposite end of the table, John Zant was seated. Taken completely by surprise, he showed himself in his true character. He started to his feet and protested with an oath against the intrusion which had been committed on him. Heedless of his actions and his language, Mr. Raeburn could look at nothing, could think of nothing but Mrs. Zant. She was still walking slowly to and fro, unconscious of the words of sympathy which he addressed to her, insensible even as it seemed to the presence of other persons in the room. John Zant's voice broke the silence. His temper was under control again. He had his reasons for still remaining on friendly terms with Mr. Raeburn. "I am sorry I forgot myself just now," he said. Mr. Raeburn's interest was concentrated on Mrs. Zant. He took no notice of the apology. "When did this happen?" he asked. "About a quarter of an hour ago. I was fortunately at home. Without speaking to me, without noticing me, she walked upstairs like a person in a dream." Mr. Raeburn suddenly pointed to Mrs. Zant. "Look at her," he said. "There's a change." All restlessness in her movements had come to an end. She was standing at the further end of the table, which was nearest to the window, in the full flow of sunlight pouring at that moment over her face. Her eyes looked out straight before her, void of all expression. Her lips were a little parted. Her head drooped slightly toward her shoulder, in an attitude which suggested listening for something or waiting for something. In the warm, brilliant light she stood before the two men, a living creature self-isolated in a stillness like the stillness of death. John Zant was ready with the expression of his opinion. "A nervous seizure," he said. "Something resembling catalepsy, as you see." "Have you sent for a doctor?" "A doctor is not wanted." "I beg your pardon. It seems to me that medical help is absolutely necessary." "Be so good as to remember," Mr. John Zant answered, "that the decision rests with me, as the lady's relative. I am sensible of the honor which your visit confers on me, but the time has been unhappily chosen. Forgive me if I suggest that you will do well to retire." Mr. Raeburn had not forgotten the housekeeper's advice, or the promise which she had exacted from him.
but the expression in John Zant's face was a serious trial to his self-control. He hesitated and looked back at Mrs. Zant. If he provoked a quarrel by remaining in the room, the one alternative would be the removal of her by force. Fear of the consequences to herself if she was suddenly and roughly roused from her trance was the one consideration which reconciled him to submission. He withdrew. The housekeeper was waiting for him below on the first landing. When the door of the drawing-room had been closed again, she signed to him to follow her and returned up the stairs. After another struggle with himself, he obeyed. They entered the library from the corridor and placed themselves behind the closed curtain which hung over the doorway. It was easy so to arrange the edge of the drapery as to observe, without exciting suspicion, whatever was going on in the next room. Mrs. Zant's brother-in-law was approaching her at the time when Mr. Raeburn saw him again. In the instant afterward she moved, before he had completely passed over the space between them. Her still figure began to tremble. She lifted her drooping head. For a moment there was a shrinking in her, as if she had been touched by something. She seemed to recognize the touch. She was still again. John Zant watched the change. It suggested to him that she was beginning to recover her senses. He tried the experiment of speaking to her. "My love, my sweet angel, come to the heart that adores you." He advanced again. He passed into the flood of sunlight pouring over her. "Rouse yourself," he said. She still remained in the same position, apparently at his mercy, neither hearing him nor seeing him. "Rouse yourself," he repeated. "My darling, come to me." At the instant when he attempted to embrace her, at the instant when Mr. Raeburn rushed into the room, John Zant's arms, suddenly turned rigid, remained outstretched. With a shriek of horror he struggled to draw them back, struggled in the empty brightness of the sunshine, as if some invisible grip had seized him. "What has got me?" the wretch screamed. "Who is holding my hands? Oh, the cold of it! The cold of it!" His features became convulsed. His eyes turned upward until only the white eyeballs were visible. He fell prostrate with a crash that shook the room. The housekeeper ran in. She knelt by her master's body. With one hand she loosened his cravat. With the other she pointed to the end of the table. Mrs. Zant still kept her place, but there was another change. Little by little her eyes recovered their natural living expression, then slowly closed. She tottered backward from the table and lifted her hands wildly as if to grasp at something which might support her. Mr. Raeburn hurried to her before she fell, lifted her in his arms, and carried her out of the room. One of the servants met them in the hall. He sent her for a carriage. In a quarter of an hour more, Mrs. Zant was safe under his care at the hotel. 13. That night, a note, written by the housekeeper, was delivered to Mrs. Zant. "The doctors give little hope. The paralytic stroke is spreading upward to his face. If death spares him, he will live a helpless man. I shall take care of him to the last. As for you, forget him." Mrs. Zant gave the note to Mr. Raeburn. "Read it and destroy it," she said. "It is written in ignorance of the terrible truth." He obeyed and looked at her in silence, waiting to hear more. She hid her face. The few words she had addressed to him after a struggle with herself fell slowly and reluctantly from her lips. She said, "No mortal hand held the hands of John Zant. The guardian spirit was with me. The promised protection was with me. I know it. I wish to know no more." Having spoken, she rose to retire. He opened the door for her, seeing that she needed rest in her own room. Left by himself, he began to consider the prospect that was before him in the future. How was he to regard the woman who had just left him? As a poor creature weakened by disease, the victim of her own nervous delusion? Or as the chosen object of a supernatural revelation, unparalleled by any similar revelation that he had heard of, or had found recorded in books? His first discovery of the place that she really held in his estimation dawned on his mind, when he felt himself recoiling from the conclusion which presented her to his pity, and yielding to the nobler conviction which felt with her faith and raised her to a place apart among other women. 14. They left St. Salen the next day. Arrived at the end of the journey, Lucy held fast by Mrs. Zant's hand. Tears were rising in the child's eyes. "Are we to bid her good-bye?" she said sadly to her father. He seemed to be unwilling to trust himself to speak. He only said, "My dear, ask her yourself." But the result justified him. Lucy was happy again.
Read by Christine Rottger. Miss Morris and the Stranger, Chapter 1 through 4. 1. When I first saw him, he was lost in one of the dead cities of England, situated on the south coast and called Sandwich. Shall I describe Sandwich? I think not. Let us own the truth. Descriptions of places, however nicely they may be written, are always more or less dull. Being a woman, I naturally hate dullness. Perhaps some description of Sandwich may drop out, as it were, from my report of our conversation when we first met as strangers in the street. He began irritably. "I've lost myself," he said. "People who don't know the town often do that," I remarked. He went on. "Which is my way to Fleur de Lis Inn." His way was, in the first place, to retrace his steps, then to turn to the left, then to go on until he found two streets meeting, then to take the street on the right, then to look out for the second turning on the left, then to follow the turning until he smelled stables, and there was the inn. I put it in the clearest manner, and never stumbled over a word. "How the devil am I to remember all that?" he said. This was rude. We are naturally and properly indignant with any man who is rude to us. But whether we turn our backs on him in contempt, or whether we are merciful and give him a lesson in politeness, depends entirely on the man. He may be a bear, but he may also have his redeeming qualities. This man had redeeming qualities. I cannot positively say that he was either handsome or ugly, young or old, well or ill-dressed. But I can speak with certainty to the personal attractions which recommended him to notice. For instance, the tone of his voice was persuasive. Did you ever read a story written by one of us, in which we failed to dwell on our hero's voice? Then again, his hair was reasonably long. Are you acquainted with any woman who can endure a man with a cropped head? Moreover, he was of a good height. It must be a very tall woman who can feel favorably inclined toward a short man. Lastly, although his eyes were not more than fairly presentable in form and color, the wretch had in some unaccountable manner become possessed of beautiful eyelashes. They were even better eyelashes than mine. I write quite seriously. There is one woman who is above the common weakness of vanity, and she holds the present pen. So I gave my lost stranger a lesson in politeness. The lesson took the form of a trap. I asked him if he would like me to show him the way to the inn. He was still annoyed at losing himself. As I had anticipated, he bluntly answered, "Yes." "When you were a boy and you wanted something," I said, "did your mother teach you to say please?" He positively blushed. "She did," he admitted. "And she taught me to say, 'Beg your pardon,' when I was rude. I'll say it now. 'Beg your pardon.'" This curious apology increased my belief in his redeeming qualities. I led the way to the inn. He followed me in silence. No woman who respects herself can endure silence when she is in the company of a man. I made him talk. "Do you come to us from Ramsgate?" I began. He only nodded his head. "We don't think much of Ramsgate here," I went on. "There is not an old building in the place, and their first mayor was only elected the other day." This point of view seemed to be new to him. He made no attempt to dispute it. He only looked around him and said, "Sandwich is a melancholy place, miss." He was so rapidly improving in politeness that I encouraged him by a smile. As a citizen of Sandwich, I may say that we take it as a compliment when we are told that our town is a melancholy place. And why not? Melancholy is connected with dignity, and dignity is associated with age, and we are old. I teach my pupils logic among other things. There is a specimen. Whatever may be said to the contrary, women can reason. They can also wander. And I must admit that I am wandering. Did I mention at starting that I was a governess? If not, that allusion to pupils must have come in rather abruptly. Let me make my excuses and return to my lost stranger. "Is there any such thing as a straight street in all Sandwich?" he asked. "Not one straight street in the whole town." "Any trade, miss?" "As little as possible, and that is expiring." "A decayed place, in short?" "Thoroughly decayed." My tone seemed to astonish him. "You speak as if you were proud of its being a decayed place," he said. I quite respected him. This was such an intelligent remark to make. We do enjoy our decay. It is our chief distinction. Progress and prosperity everywhere else. Decay and dissolution here. As a necessary consequence, we produce our own impression, and we like to be original. The sea deserted us long ago. It once washed our walls. It is now 2 miles away from us. We don't regret the sea. We had sometimes 95 ships in our harbor. Heaven only knows how many centuries ago. We now have 1 or 2 small coasting vessels, half their time aground in the muddy little river. We don't regret our harbor. But one house in the town is daring enough to anticipate the arrival of resident visitors, and announces furnished apartments to let. What a becoming contrast to our modern neighbor, Ramsgate. Our noble marketplace exhibits the laws made by the corporation, and every week there are fewer and fewer people to obey the laws. How convenient! Look at our one warehouse by the riverside, with the crane generally idle, and the windows mostly boarded up, and perhaps one man at the door looking out for the job which his better sense tells him cannot possibly come. What a wholesome protest against the devastating hurry and overwork elsewhere, which has shattered the nerves of the nation. Far from me and far from my friends, to borrow the eloquent language of Dr. Johnson, be such frigid enthusiasm as shall conduct us indifferent and unmoved over the bridge by which you enter Sandwich, and pay a toll if you do it in a carriage. That man is little to be envied, Dr. Johnson again, who can lose himself in our labyrinthian streets and not feel that he has reached the welcome limits of progress and found a haven, a rest, in an age of hurry. I am wandering again. Bear with the unpremeditated enthusiasm of a citizen who only attained years of discretion at her last birthday. We shall soon have done with Sandwich. We are close to the door of the inn. "You can't mistake it now, sir," I said. "Good morning." He looked down at me from under his beautiful eyelashes. I have mentioned that I am a little woman. And he asked in his persuasive tones, "Must we say good-bye?" I made him a bow. "Would you allow me to see you safe home?" he suggested. Any other man would have offended me. This man blushed like a boy, and looked at the pavement instead of looking at me. By this time I had made up my mind about him. He was not only a gentleman, beyond all doubt, but a shy gentleman as well. His bluntness and his odd remarks were, as I thought, partly efforts to disguise his shyness, and partly refuges in which he tried to forget his own sense of it. I answered his audacious proposal amiably and pleasantly. "You would only lose your way again," I said, "and I should have to take you back to the inn for the second time." Wasted words. My obstinate stranger only made another proposal. "I have ordered lunch here," he said, "and I am quite alone." He stopped in confusion and looked as if he rather expected me to box his ears. "I shall be 40 next birthday," he went on. "I am old enough to be your father." I all but burst out laughing and stepped across the street on my way home. He followed me. "We might invite the landlady to join us," he said, looking the picture of a headlong man, dismayed by the consciousness of his own imprudence. "Couldn't you honor me by lunching with me if we had the landlady?" he asked. This was a little too much. "Quite out of the question, sir, and you ought to know it," I said with severity. He half put out his hand. "Won't you even shake hands with me?" he inquired piteously. When we have most properly administered a reproof to a man, what is the perversity which makes us weakly pity him the minute afterward? I was fool enough to shake hands with this perfect stranger, and having done it, I completed the total loss of my dignity by running away. Our dear crooked little streets hid me from him directly. As I rang at the doorbell of my employer's house, a thought occurred to me which might have been alarming to a better regulated mind than mine. Suppose he should come back to Sandwich? 2. Before many more days passed, I had troubles of my own to contend with, which put the eccentric stranger out of my head for the time. Unfortunately, my troubles are part of my story, and my early life mixes itself up with them. In consideration of what is to follow, may I say 2 words relating to the period before I was a governess. I am the orphan daughter of a shopkeeper of Sandwich. My father died, leaving to his widow and child an honest name and a little income of £80 a year. We kept on the shop, neither gaining nor losing by it. The truth is, nobody would buy our poor little business. I was 13 years old at the time, and I was able to help my mother, whose health was then beginning to fail. Never shall I forget a certain bright summer's day when I saw a new customer enter our shop. He was an elderly gentleman, and he seemed surprised to find so young a girl as myself in charge of the business, and, what is more, competent to support the charge. I answered his questions in a manner which seemed to please him. He soon discovered that my education, excepting my knowledge of the business, had been sadly neglected, and he inquired if he could see my mother. She was resting on the sofa in the back parlor, and she received him there. When he came out, he patted me on the cheek. "I have taken a fancy to you," he said, "and perhaps I shall come back again." He did come back again. My mother had referred him to the rector for our characters in the town, and he had heard what our clergyman could say for us. Our only relations had emigrated to Australia and were not doing well there. My mother's death would leave me, so far as relatives were concerned, literally alone in the world. "Give this girl a first-rate education," said our elderly customer, sitting at our tea-table in the back parlor, "and she will do. If you will send her to school, Mom, I'll pay for her education." My poor mother began to cry at the prospect of parting with me. The old gentleman said, "Think of it," and got up to go. He gave me his card as I opened the shop door for him. "If you find yourself in trouble," he whispered, so that my mother could not hear him, "be a wise child and write and tell me of it." I looked at the card. Our kind-hearted customer was no less a person than Sir Gervase Damien of Garum Park, Sussex, with landed property in our country as well. He had made himself, through the rector no doubt, far better acquainted than I was with the true state of my mother's health. In 4 months from the memorable day when the great man had taken tea with us, my time had come to be alone in the world. I have no courage to dwell on it. My spirits sink, even at this distance of time, when I think of myself in those days. The good rector helped me with his advice. I wrote to Sir Gervase Damien. A change had come over his life as well as mine in the interval since we had met. Sir Gervase had married for the 2nd time, and what was more foolish still, perhaps, at his age, had married a young woman. She was said to be consumptive, and a jealous temperer as well. Her husband's only child by his first wife, a son and heir, was so angry at his father's 2nd marriage that he left the house. The landed property being entailed, Sir Gervase could only express his sense of his son's conduct by making a new will, which left all his property in money to his young wife. These particulars I gathered from the steward, who was expressly sent to visit me in Sandwich. "Sir Gervase never makes a promise without keeping it," this gentleman informed me. "I am directed to take you to a first-rate ladies' school in the neighborhood of London, and to make all the necessary arrangements for your remaining there until you are 18 years of age. Any written communications in the future are to pass, if you please, through the hands of the rector of Sandwich. The delicate health of the new Lady Damien makes it only too likely that the lives of her husband and herself will be passed, for the most part, in a milder climate than the climate of England. I am instructed to say this, and to convey to you, Sir Gervase, best wishes." By the rector's advice, I accepted the position offered to me in this unpleasantly formal manner, concluding, quite correctly as I afterward discovered, that I was indebted to Lady Damien for the arrangement which personally separated me from my benefactor. Her husband's kindness and my gratitude, meeting on the neutral ground of Garum Park, were objects of conjugal distrust to this lady. Shocking! Shocking! I left a sincerely grateful letter to be forwarded to Sir Gervase, and escorted by the steward I went to school, being then just 14 years old. I know I am a fool. Never mind. There is some pride in me. Though I am only a small shopkeeper's daughter, my new life had its trials. My pride held me up. For the 4 years during which I remained at the school, my poor welfare might be a subject of inquiry to the rector, and sometimes even the steward, never to Sir Gervase himself. His winters were no doubt passed abroad, but in the summer-time he and Lady Damien were at home again. Not even for a day or two in the holiday time was there pity enough felt for my lonely position to ask me to be the guest of the housekeeper. I expected nothing more at Garum Park. But for my pride, I might have felt it bitterly. My pride said to me, "Do justice to yourself." I worked so hard, I behaved so well, that the mistress of the school wrote to Sir Gervase to tell him how thoroughly I had deserved the kindness that he had shown me. No answer was received. Oh, Lady Damien! No change varied the monotony of my life, except when one of my schoolgirl friends sometimes took me home with her for a few days at vacation time. Never mind. My pride held me up. As the last half-year of my time at school approached, I began to consider the serious question of my future life. Of course, I could have lived on my £80 a year, but what a lonely, barren existence it promised to be. Unless somebody married me, and where, if you please, was I to find him? My education had thoroughly fitted me to be a governess. Why not try my fortune, and see a little of the world in that way? Even if I fell among ill-conditioned people, I could be independent of them and retire on my income. The rector visiting London came to see me. He not only approved of my idea, he offered me a means of carrying it out. A worthy family, recently settled at Sandwich, were in want of a governess. The head of the household was a partner in a business, the exact nature of which it is needless to mention, having branches out of London. He had become superintendent of a new branch, tried as a commercial experiment under special circumstances at Sandwich. The idea of returning to my native place pleased me. Dull as the place was to others, I accepted the situation. When the steward's usual half-yearly letter arrived soon afterward, inquiring what plans I had formed on leaving the school, and what he could do to help them, acting on behalf of Sir Gervase, a delicious tingling filled me from head to foot when I thought of my own independence. It was not ingratitude toward my benefactor. It was only my little private triumph over Lady Damien. Oh, my sisters of the sex, can you not understand and forgive me? So to Sandwich I returned, and there for 3 years I remained with the kindest people who ever breathed the breath of life. Under their roof I was still living when I met with my lost gentleman in the street. Ah me, the end of that quiet, pleasant life was near. When I lightly spoke to the odd stranger of the expiring trade of the town, I never expected that my employer's trade was expiring too. The speculation had turned out to be a losing one, and all his savings had been embarked in it. He could no longer remain at Sandwich or afford to keep a governess. His wife broke the sad news to me. I was so fond of the children, I proposed to her to give up my salary. Her husband refused even to consider the proposal. It was the old story of poor humanity over again. We cried, we kissed, we parted. What was I to do next? Write to Sir Gervase? I had already written soon after my return to Sandwich, breaking through the regulations by directly addressing Sir Gervase. I expressed my grateful sense of his generosity to a poor girl who had no family claim on him, and I promised to make the one return in my power by trying to be worthy of the interest he had taken in me. The letter was written without any alloy of mental reserve. My new life as a governess was such a happy one that I had forgotten my paltry bitterness of feeling against Lady Damien. It was a relief to think of this change for the better when the secretary at Garum Park informed me that he had forwarded my letter to Sir Gervase, then at Madeira with his sick wife. She was slowly and steadily wasting away in the decline. Before another year had passed, Sir Gervase was left a widower for the second time, with no child to console him under his loss. No answer came to my grateful letter. I should have been unreasonable indeed if I had expected the bereaved husband to remember me in his grief and loneliness. Could I write to him again in my own trumpery little interests under these circumstances? I thought, and still think, that the commonest feeling of delicacy forbade it. The only other alternative was to appeal to the ever-ready friends of the obscure and helpless public. I advertised in the newspapers. The tone of one of the answers which I received impressed me so favorably that I forwarded my references. The next post brought my written engagement and the offer of a salary which doubled my income. The story of the past is told, and now we may travel on again with no more stoppages by the way. 3. The residence of my present employer was in the north of England. Having to pass through London, I arranged to stay in town for a few days to make some necessary additions to my wardrobe. An old servant of the rector, who kept a lodging-house in the suburbs, received me kindly and guided my choice in the serious matter of a dressmaker. On the second morning after my arrival, an event happened. The post brought me a letter forwarded from the rectory. Imagine my astonishment when my correspondent proved to be Sir Gervase Damien himself. The letter was dated from his house in London. It briefly invited me to call and see him for a reason which I should hear from his own lips. He naturally supposed that I was still at Sandwich, and requested me in a postscript to consider my journey as made at his expense. I went to the house the same day. While I was giving my name, a gentleman came out into the hall. He spoke to me without ceremony. Sir Gervase, he said, believes he is going to die. Don't encourage him in that idea. He may live for another year or more if his friends will only persuade him to be hopeful about himself. With that, the gentleman left me. The servant said it was the doctor. The change in my benefactor since I had seen him last startled and distressed me. He lay back in a large armchair, wearing a grim black dressing-gown and looking pitiably thin and pinched and worn. I do not think I should have known him again if we had met by accident. He signed to me to be seated on a little chair by his side. "I wanted to see you," he said quietly, "before I die. You must have thought me neglectful and unkind with good reason. My child, you have not been forgotten. If years have passed without a meeting between us, it has not been altogether my fault." He stopped. A pained expression passed over his poor, worn face. He was evidently thinking of the young wife whom he had lost. I repeated, fervently and sincerely repeated, what I had already said to him in writing. "I owe everything, sir, to your fatherly kindness." Saying this, I ventured a little further. I took his wan, white hand, hanging over the arm of the chair, and respectfully put it to my lips. He gently drew his hand away from me and sighed as he did it. Perhaps she had sometimes kissed his hand. "Now tell me about yourself," he said. I told him of my new situation and how I had got it. He listened with evident interest. "I was not self-deceived," he said. "When I first took a fancy to you in the shop, I admire your independent feeling. It's the right kind of courage in a girl like you. But you must let me do something more for you, some little service to remember me by when the end has come. What shall it be?" "Try to get better, sir, and let me write to you now and then," I answered. Indeed, I want nothing more." "You will accept a little present at least." With those words he took from the breast pocket of his dressing gown an enameled cross attached to a golden chain. "Think of me sometimes," he said as he put the chain round my neck. He drew me to him gently and kissed my forehead. It was too much for me. "Don't cry, my dear," he said. "Don't remind me of another sad young face." Once more he stopped. Once more he was thinking of the lost wife. I pulled down my veil and ran out of the room. 4. The next day I was on my way to the north. My narrative brightens again, but let us not forget Sir Gervais Damien. I asked permission to introduce some persons of distinction. Mrs. Fosdyke of Carsham Hall, widow of General Fosdyke, also Master Frederick, Miss Ellen, and Miss Eva, the pupils of the new governess. Also 2 ladies and 3 gentlemen guests staying at the house. Discreet and dignified, handsome and well-bred, such was my impression of Mrs. Fosdyke, while she harangued me on the subject of her children, and communicated her views on education. Having heard the views before from others, I assumed a listening position, and privately formed my opinion of the schoolroom. It was large, lofty, perfectly furnished for the purpose. It had a big window and a balcony looking out over the garden terrace and the park beyond. A wonderful schoolroom in my limited experience. One of the 2 doors which it possessed was left open, and showed me a sweet little bedroom, with amber draperies and maplewood furniture, devoted to myself. Here were wealth and liberality, in the harmonious combination so seldom discovered by the spectator of small means. I controlled my first feeling of bewilderment just in time to answer Mrs. Fosdyke on the subject of reading and recitation, viewed as minor accomplishments which a good governess might be expected to teach. "While the organs are young and pliable," the lady remarked, "I regard it as of great importance to practice children in the art of reading aloud, with an agreeable variety of tone and correctness of emphasis. Trained in this way, they will produce a favorable impression on others, even in ordinary conversation when they grow up. Poetry committed to memory and recited is a valuable means towards this end. May I hope that your studies have enabled you to carry out my views?" Formal enough in language, but courteous and kind in manner, I relieved Mrs. Fosdyke from anxiety by informing her that we had a professor of elocution at school, and then I was left to improve my acquaintance with my 3 pupils. They were fairly intelligent children, the boy as usual being slower than the girls. I did my best, with many a sad remembrance of the far dearer pupils whom I had left, to make them like me and trust me, and I succeeded in winning their confidence. In a week from the time of my arrival at Carsham Hall, we began to understand each other. The first day in the week was one of our days for reciting poetry in obedience to the instructions with which I had been favored by Mrs. Fosdyke. I had done with the girls, and had just opened, perhaps I ought to say profaned, Shakespeare's Julius Caesar in the elocutionary interests of Master Freddy. Half of Mark Antony's first glorious speech over Caesar's dead body he had learned by heart, and it was now my duty to teach him, to the best of my small ability, how to speak it. The morning was warm. We had our big windows open. The delicious perfume of flowers in the garden beneath filled the room. I recited the first 8 lines and stopped there, feeling I must not exact too much from the boy at first. "Now, Freddie," I said, "try if you can speak the poetry as I have spoken it." "Don't do anything of the kind, Freddie," said a voice from the garden. "It's all spoken wrong." Who was this insolent person? A man unquestionably, and, strange to say, there was something not entirely unfamiliar to me in his voice. The girls began to giggle. Their brother was more explicit. "Oh," says Freddie, "it's only Mr. Sachs." The one becoming course to pursue was to take no notice of the interruption. "Go on," I said. Freddie recited the lines, like a dear good boy, with as near an imitation of my style of elocution as could be expected from him. "Poor devil!" cried the voice from the garden, insolently pitying my attentive pupil. I imposed silence on the girls by a look, and then, without stirring from my chair, expressed my sense of the insolence of Mr. Sachs in clear and commanding tones. I shall be obliged to close the window if this is repeated. Having spoken to that effect, I waited in expectation of an apology. Silence was the only apology. It was enough for me that I had produced the right impression. I went on with my recitation. "Here, under leave of Brutus and the rest, for Brutus is an honorable man, so are they all honorable men. Come, I speak in Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me." "Oh, good heavens, I can't stand that. Why don't you speak the last line properly? Listen to me." Dignity is a valuable quality, especially in a governess, but there are limits to the most highly trained endurance. I bounced out into the balcony, and there on the terrace, smoking a cigar, was my lost stranger in the streets of Sandwich. He recognized me on his side the instant I appeared. "Oh, Lord!" he cried in tones of horror, and ran round the corner of the terrace as if my eyes had been mad bulls in a close pursuit of him. By this time it is, I fear, useless for me to set myself up as a discreet person in emergencies. Another woman might have controlled herself. I burst into fits of laughter. Freddie and the girls joined me. For the time it was plainly useless to pursue the business of education. I shut up Shakespeare and allowed, no, let me tell the truth, encouraged the children to talk about Mr. Sachs. They only seemed to know what Mr. Sachs himself had told them. His father and mother and brothers and sisters had all died in course of time. He was the 6th and last of the children, and he had been christened Sextus in consequence, which is Latin, here Freddie interposed, for 6th. Also christened Cyril, here the girls recovered the lead, by his mother's request, Sextus being such a hideous name. And which of his Christian names does he use? You wouldn't ask if you knew him. Sextus, of course, because it is the ugliest. Sextus Sax? Not the romantic sort of name that one likes when one is a woman. But I have no right to be particular. My own name Is it possible that I have not mentioned it in these pages yet? Is only Nancy Morris. Do not despise me, and let us return to Mr. Sachs. Is he married? The eldest girl thought not. She had heard Mamma say to a lady, "An old German family, my dear, and in spite of his oddities, an excellent man, but so poor, barely enough to live on, and blurts out the truth if people ask his opinion as if he had 20,000 a year. Your mamma knows him well, of course." "I should think so, and so do we. He often comes here. They say he's not good company among grown-up people. We think him jolly. He understands dolls, and he's the best back at leapfrog in the whole of England." Thus far we advanced in the praise of Sextus Sachs, when one of the maids came in with a note for me. She smiled mysteriously and said, "I'm to wait for an answer, miss." I opened the note and read these lines. "I am so ashamed of myself. I daren't attempt to make my apologies personally. Will you accept my written excuses? Upon my honor, nobody told me when I got here yesterday that you were in the house. I heard the recitation, and, can you excuse my stupidity? I thought it was a stage-struck housemaid amusing herself with the children. May I accompany you when you go out with the young ones for your daily walk? One word will do, yes or no. Penitently yours, S.S." In my position, there was but one possible answer to this. Governesses must not make appointments with strange gentlemen, even when the children are present in the capacity of witnesses. I said no. Am I claiming too much for my readiness to forgive injuries when I add that I should have preferred saying yes? We had our early dinner and then got ready to go out walking as usual. These pages contain a true confession. Let me own that I hoped Mr. Sachs would understand my refusal and ask Mrs. Fosdyke's leave to accompany us. Lingering a little as we went downstairs, I heard him in the hall, actually speaking to Mrs. Fosdyke. What was he saying? That darling boy Freddie got into a difficulty with one of his bootlaces exactly at the right moment. I could help him and listen, and be sadly disappointed by the result. Mr. Sachs was offended with me. "You needn't introduce me to the new governess," I heard him say. "We have met on a former occasion, and I produced a disagreeable impression on her. I beg you will not speak of me to Miss Morris." Before Mrs. Fosdyke could say a word in reply, Master Freddie changed suddenly from a darling boy into a detestable imp. "I say, Mr. Sachs," he called out, "Miss Morris doesn't mind you a bit. She only laughs at you." The answer to this was the sudden closing of a door. Mr. Sachs had taken refuge from me in one of the ground-floor rooms. I was so mortified I could almost have cried. Getting down into the hall, we found Mrs. Fosdyke with her garden hat on, and one of the two ladies who were staying in the house, the unmarried one, whispering to her at the door of the morning-room. The lady, Miss Melbury, looked at me with a certain appearance of curiosity which I was quite at a loss to understand, and suddenly turned away toward the further end of the hall. "I will walk with you and the children," Mrs. Fosdyke said to me. "Freddie, you can ride your tricycle if you like." She turned to the girls. "My dears, it's cool under the trees. You may take your skipping ropes." She had evidently something special to say to me, and she had adopted the necessary measures for keeping the children in front of us, well out of hearing. Freddie led the way on his horse on 3 wheels. The girls followed, skipping merrily. Mrs. Fosdyke opened the business by the most embarrassing remark that she could possibly have made under the circumstances. "I find you are acquainted with Mr. Sachs," she began, "and I am surprised to hear that you dislike him." She smiled pleasantly, as if my supposed dislike of Mr. Sachs rather amused her. What the ruling passion may be among men I cannot presume to consider. My own sex, however, I may claim to understand. The ruling passion among women is conceit. My ridiculous notion of my own consequence was wounded in some way. I assumed a position of the loftiest indifference. "Really, ma'am," I said, "I can't undertake to answer for any impression that Mr. Sachs may have formed. We met by the merest accident. I know nothing about him." Mrs. Fosdyke eyed me slyly, and appeared to be more amused than ever. "He is a very odd man," she admitted, "but I can tell you there is a fine nature under that strange surface of his. However," she went on, "I am forgetting that he forbids me to talk about him in your presence. When the opportunity offers, I shall take my own way of teaching you two to understand each other. You will both be grateful to me when I have succeeded. In the meantime, there is a third person who will be sadly disappointed to hear you know nothing about Mr. Sachs." "May I ask, ma'am, who the person is?" "Can you keep a secret, Miss Morris?" "Of course you can. The person is Miss Melbury." Miss Melbury was a dark woman. I cannot be, because I am a fair woman myself. I hope I am above such narrow prejudices as that, but it is certainly true that I don't admire dark women. "She heard Mr. Sachs telling me that you particularly disliked him," Mrs. Fosdyke proceeded. "And just as you appeared in the hall, she was asking me to find out what your reason was. My own opinion of Mr. Sachs, I ought to tell you, doesn't satisfy her. I am his old friend, and I present him, of course, from my own favorable point of view. Miss Melbury is anxious to be made acquainted with his faults, and she expected you to be a valuable witness against him." Thus far we had been walking on. We now stopped, as if by common consent, and looked at one another. In my previous experience of Mrs. Fosdyke, I had only seen the more constrained and formal side of her character. Without being aware of my own success, I had won the mother's heart in winning the goodwill of her children. Constraint now seized its first opportunity of melting away. The latent sense of humor in the great lady showed itself, while I was inwardly wondering what the nature of Miss Melbury's extraordinary interest in Mr. Sachs might be. Easily penetrating my thoughts, she satisfied my curiosity without committing herself to a reply in words. Her large gray eyes sparkled as they rested on my face, and she hummed the tune of the old French song, "C'est l'amour, l'amour, l'amour." There is no disguising it. Something in this disclosure made me excessively angry. Was I angry with Miss Melbury, or with Mr. Sachs, or with myself? I think it must have been with myself. Finding that I had nothing to say on my side, Mrs. Fosdyke looked at her watch, and remembered her domestic duties. To my relief, our interview came to an end. "I have a dinner party today," she said, "and I have not seen the housekeeper yet. Make yourself beautiful, Miss Morris, and join us in the drawing-room after dinner." I wore my best dress, and in all my life before, I never took such pains with my hair. Nobody will be foolish enough, I hope, to suppose that I did this on Mr. Sachs's account. How could I possibly care about a man who was little better than a stranger to me? No, the person I dressed at was Miss Melbury. She gave me a look as I modestly placed myself in a corner, which amply rewarded me for the time spent on my toilet. The gentlemen came in. I looked at Mr. Sachs, mere curiosity, under the shelter of my fan. His appearance was greatly improved by evening dress. He discovered me in my corner and seemed doubtful whether to approach me or not. I was reminded of our first odd meeting, and I could not help smiling as I called it to mind. Did he presume to think that I was encouraging him? Before I could decide that question, he took the vacant place on the sofa. In any other man, after what had passed in the morning, This would have been an audacious proceeding. He looked so painfully embarrassed that it became a species of Christian duty to pity him. "Won't you shake hands?" he said, just as he had said it at Sandwich. I peeped round the corner of my fan at Miss Mulberry. She was looking at us. I shook hands with Mr. Sachs. "What sort of sensation is it," he asked, "when you shake hands with a man whom you hate?" "I really can't tell you," I answered innocently. "I have never done such a thing." "You would not lunch with me at Sandwich," he protested. "And after the humblest apology on my part, you won't forgive me for what I did this morning. Do you expect me to believe that I am not the special object of your antipathy? I wish I had never met with you. At my age, a man gets angry when he is treated cruelly and doesn't deserve it. You don't understand that, I dare say." "Oh, yes, I do. I heard what you said about me to Mrs. Fosdyke, and I heard you bang the door when you got out of my way." He received this reply with every appearance of satisfaction. "So you listened, did you? I'm glad to hear that." "Why?" "It shows you take some interest in me after all." Throughout this frivolous talk, I only ventured to report it because it shows that I bore no malice on my side. Miss Melbury was looking at us like the basilisk of the ancients. She owned to being on the wrong side of 30, and she had a little money. But these were surely no reasons why she should glare at a poor governess. Had some secret understanding of the tender sort been already established between Mr. Sachs and herself? She provoked me into trying to find out, especially as the last words he had said offered me the opportunity. "I can prove that I feel a sincere interest in you," I resumed. "I can resign you to a lady who has a far better claim to your attention than mine. You are neglecting her shamefully." He stared at me with an appearance of bewilderment, which seemed to imply that the attachment was on the lady's side so far. It was of course impossible to mention names. I merely turned my eyes in the right direction. He looked where I looked, and his shyness revealed itself in spite of his resolution to conceal it. His face flushed. He looked mortified and surprised. Miss Melbury could endure it no longer. She rose, took a song from the music stand, and approached us. "I am going to sing," she said, handing the music to him. "Please turn over for me, Mr. Sachs." I think he hesitated, but I cannot feel sure that I observed him correctly. It matters little. With or without hesitation, he followed her to the piano. Miss Mulberry sang, with perfect self-possession and an immense compass of voice. A gentleman near me said she ought to be on the stage. I thought so too. Big as it was, our drawing-room was not large enough for her. The gentleman sang next. No voice at all, but so sweet, such true feeling. I turned over the leaves for him. A dear old lady sitting near the piano entered into conversation with me. She spoke of the great singers at the beginning of the present century. Mr. Sachs hovered about, with Miss Melbury's eye on him. I was so entranced by the anecdotes of my venerable friend that I could take no notice of Mr. Sachs. Later, when the dinner party was over and we were retiring for the night, he still hovered about, and ended in offering me a bedroom candle. I immediately handed it to Miss Mulberry. Really a most enjoyable evening. 6. The next morning we were startled by an extraordinary proceeding on the part of one of the guests. Mr. Sachs had left Carsham Hall by the first train. Nobody knew why. Nature has laid, so at least philosophers say, some heavy burdens upon women. Do those learned persons include in their list the burden of hysterics? If so, I cordially agree with them. It is hardly worth speaking of in my case. A constitutional outbreak in the solitude of my own room, treated with eau de cologne and water, and quite forgotten afterward in the absorbing employment of education. My favorite pupil, Freddie, had been up earlier than the rest of us. breathing the morning air in the fruit garden. He had seen Mr. Sachs and had asked him when he was coming back again, and Mr. Sachs had said, "I shall be back again next month." Dear little Freddie! In the meanwhile, we, in the schoolroom, had the prospect before us of a dull time in an empty house. The remaining guests were to go away at the end of the week, their hostess being engaged to pay a visit to some old friends in Scotland. During the next 3 or 4 days, though I was often alone with Mrs. Fosdyke, she never said one word on the subject of Mr. Sachs. Once or twice I caught her looking at me with that unendurably significant smile of hers. Miss Melbury was equally unpleasant in another way. When we accidentally met on the stairs, her black eyes shot at me passing glances of hatred and scorn. Did these 2 ladies presume to think? No, I abstained from completing that inquiry at the time, and I abstained from completing it here. The end of the week came, and I and the children were left alone at Carsham Hall. I took advantage of the leisure hours at my disposal to write to Sir Gervase, respectfully inquiring after his health, and informing him that I had been again most fortunate in my engagement as a governess. By return of post, an answer arrived. I eagerly opened it. The first lines informed me of Sir Gervase Damien's death. The letter dropped from my hand. I looked at my little enameled cross. It is not for me to say what I felt. Think of all that I owed to him, and remember how lonely my lot was in the world. I gave the children a holiday. It was only the truth to tell them that I was not well. How long an interval passed before I could call to mind that I had only read the first lines of the letter I am not able to say. When I did take it up, I was surprised to see that the writing covered 2 pages. Beginning again where I had left off, my head in a moment more began to swim. A horrid fear empowered me that I might not be in my right mind after I had read the first 3 sentences. Here they are, to answer for me that I exaggerate nothing. The will of our deceased client is not yet proved, but with the sanction of the executors, I inform you confidentially that you are the person chiefly interested in it. Sir Gervase Damien bequeaths to you absolutely the whole of his personal property, amounting to the sum of £70,000. If the letter had ended there, I really cannot imagine what extravagances I might not have committed. But the writer, head partner in the firm of Sir Gervase's lawyers, had something more to say on his own behalf. The manner in which he said it strung up my nerves in an instant. I cannot and will not copy the words here. It is quite revolting enough to give the substance of them. The man's object was evidently to let me perceive that he disapproved of the will. So far I do not complain of him. He had no doubt good reason for the view he took, but in expressing his surprise at this extraordinary proof of the testator's interest in a perfect stranger to the family, he hinted his suspicion of an influence on my part exercised over Sir Gervase, so utterly shameful that I cannot dwell on the subject. The language, I should add, was cunningly guarded. Even I could see that it would bear more than one interpretation, and would thus put me in the wrong if I openly resented it. But the meaning was plain, and part at least of the motive came out in the following sentences. The present Sir Gervase, as you are doubtless aware, is not seriously affected by his father's will. He is already more liberally provided for, as heir under the entail to the whole of the landed property. But to say nothing of old friends who are forgotten, there is a surviving relative of the late Gervase passed over, who is nearly akin to him by blood. In the event of this person disputing the will, you will, of course, hear from us again, and refer us to your legal adviser. The letter ended with an apology for delay in writing me, caused by difficulty in discovering my address. And what did I do? Write to the rector or to Mrs. Fosdyke for advice? Not I. At first I was too indignant to be able to think of what I ought to do. Our post time was late, and my head ached as if it were burst into pieces. I had plenty of leisure to rest and compose myself. When I got cool again, I felt able to take my own part without asking anyone to help me. Even if I had been treated kindly, I should certainly not have taken the money when there was a relative living with a claim to it. What did I want with a large fortune? To buy a husband with it, perhaps? No, no. From all that I have heard, the great Lord Chancellor was quite right when he said that a woman with money at her own disposal was either kissed out of it or kicked out of it 6 weeks after her marriage. The one difficulty before me was not to give up my legacy, but to express my reply with sufficient severity, and at the same time with due regard to my own self-respect. Here is what I wrote. Sir, I will not trouble you by attempting to express my sorrow on hearing of Sir Gervase Damien's death. You would probably form your own opinion on that subject also, and I have no wish to be judged by your enviable experience of humanity for the second time. With regard to the legacy, feeling the sincerest gratitude to my generous benefactor, I nevertheless refuse to receive the money. Be pleased to send me the necessary document to sign for transferring my fortune to that relative of Sir Gervase mentioned in your letter. The one condition on which I insist is that no expression of thanks shall be addressed to me by the person in whose favor I resign the money. I do not desire, even supposing that justice is done to my motives on this occasion, to be made the object of expressions of gratitude for only doing my duty. So it ended. I may be wrong, but I call that strong writing. In due course of post, a formal acknowledgment arrived. I was requested to wait for the document until the will had been proved, and was informed that my name should be kept strictly secret in the interval. On this occasion, the executors were almost as insolent as the lawyer. They felt it their duty to give me time to reconsider a decision which had been evidently formed on impulse. Ah, how hard men are, at least some of them. I locked up the acknowledgment in disgust, resolved to think no more of it until the time came for getting rid of my legacy. I kissed poor Sir Gervase's little keepsake. While I was still looking at it, the good children came in of their own accord to ask how I was. I was obliged to draw down the blind in my room, or they would have seen the tears in my eyes. For the first time since my mother's death, I felt the heartache. Perhaps the children made me think of the happier time when I was a child myself. 7. The will had been proved, and I was informed that the document was in course of preparation when Mrs. Fosdyke returned from her visit to Scotland. She thought me looking pale and worn. "The time seems to me to have come," she said, "when I had better make you and Mr. Sachs understand each other. Have you been thinking penitently of your own bad behavior?" I felt myself blushing. I had been thinking of my conduct to Mr. Sachs, and I was heartily ashamed of it, too. Mrs. Fosdyke went on, half in jest, half in earnest. "Consult your own sense of propriety," she said. "Was the poor man to blame for not being rude enough to say no when a lady asked him to turn over her music? Could he help it if the same lady persisted in flirting with him? He ran away from her the next morning. Did you deserve to be told why he left us? Certainly not, after the vexenish manner in which you handed the bedroom candle to Miss Milbury. You foolish girl. Do you think I couldn't see that you were in love with him? Thank heaven he's too poor to marry you and take you away from my children for some time to come. There will be a long marriage engagement, even if he is magnanimous enough to forgive you. Shall I ask Miss Milbury to come back with him?" She took pity on me at last, and sat down to write Mr. Sachs. His reply, dated from a country house some 20 miles distant, announced that he would be at Carsham Hall in 3 days' time. On that third day, the legal paper that I was to sign arrived by post. It was Sunday morning. I was alone in the schoolroom. In writing to me, the lawyer had only alluded to a surviving relative of Sir Gervase, nearly akin to him by blood. The document was more explicit. It described the relative as being a nephew of Sir Gervase, the son of his sister. The name followed. It was Sextus Cyril Sax. I have tried on 3 different sheets of paper to describe the effect which this discovery produced on me, and I have torn them up one after another. When I only think of it, my mind seems to fall back into helpless surprise and confusion of that time. After all that had passed between us, the man himself being then on his way to the house, what would he think of me when he saw my name at the bottom of the document? What in heaven's name was I to do? How long I sat petrified, with the document on my lap, I never knew. Somebody knocked at the schoolroom door and looked in and said something and went out again. Then there was an interval. Then the door was opened again. A hand was laid kindly on my shoulder. I looked up, and there was Mrs. Fosdyke asking in greatest alarm what was the matter with me. The tone of her voice roused me into speaking. I could think of nothing but Mr. Sax. I could only say, "Has he come?" "Yes, and waiting to see you." Answering in those terms, she glanced at the paper in my lap. In the extremity of my helplessness, I acted like a sensible creature at last. I told Mrs. Fosdyke all that I have told here. She neither moved nor spoke till I had done. Her first proceeding after that was to take me in her arms and give me a kiss. Having so far encouraged me, she next spoke of poor Sir Gervase. "We all acted like fools," she announced, "in needlessly offending him by protesting against his second marriage. I don't mean you. I mean his son, his nephew, and myself. If his second marriage made him happy, what business had we with the disparity of years between husband and wife? I can tell you this. Sextus was the first of us to regret what he had done, but for his stupid fear of being suspected of an interested motive, Sir Gervase might have known there was that much good in his sister's son." She snatched up a copy of the will, which I had not even noticed thus far. "See what the kind old man says of you," she went on, pointing to the words. I could not see them. She was obliged to read them for me. "I leave my money to the one person living who has been more than worthy of the little I have done for her, and whose simple, unselfish nature I know that I can trust." I pressed Mrs. Fosdyke's hand. I was not able to speak. She took up the legal paper next. "Do justice to yourself and be above contemptible scruples," she said. "Sextus has found enough of you to be almost worthy of the sacrifice that you are making. Sign, and I will sign next as the witness." I hesitated. "What will he think of me?" I said. "Sign," she repeated, "and we will see to that." I obeyed. She asked for the lawyer's letter. I gave it to her, with the lines which contained the man's vile insinuation folded down, so that only the words above were visible, which proved that I had renounced my legacy, not even knowing whether the person to be benefited was a man or a woman. She took this, with the rough draft of my own letter, and signed the renunciation, and opened the door. "Pray come back and tell me about it," I pleaded. She smiled, nodded, and went out. Oh, what a long time passed before I heard the long-expected knock at the door. "Come in," I cried impatiently. Mrs. Fosdyke had deceived me. Mr. Sax had returned in her place. He closed the door. We two were alone. He was deadly pale. His eyes, as they rested on me, had a wild, startled look. With icy cold fingers he took my hand and lifted it in silence to his lips. The sight of his agitation encouraged me. I don't to this day know why, unless it appealed in some way to my compassion. I was bold enough to look at him, still silent. He placed the letters on the table, and then he laid the signed paper beside them. When I saw that, I was bolder still. I spoke first. "Surely you don't refuse me?" I said. He answered, "I thank you with my whole heart. I admire you more than words can say, but I can't take it." "Why not?" "The fortune is yours," he said gently. "Remember how poor I am, and feel for me if I say no more." His head sank on his breast. He stretched out one hand, silently imploring me to understand him. I could endure it no longer. I forgot every consideration which a woman in my position ought to have remembered. Out came the desperate words before I could stop them. "You won't take my gift by itself?" I said. "No. Will you take me with it?" That evening Mrs. Fosdyke indulged her sly sense of humor in a new way. She handed me an almanac. "After all, my dear," she remarked, "you needn't be ashamed of having spoken first. You have only used the ancient privilege of the sex. This is leap year."
Miss Jeromette and the Clergyman. Chapter 1. My brother the clergyman looked over my shoulder before I was aware of him, and discovered that the volume which completely absorbed my attention was a collection of famous trials, published in a new edition and in a popular form. He laid his finger on the trial which I happened to be reading at the moment. I looked up at him. His face startled me. He had turned pale. His eyes were fixed on the open page of the book with an expression which puzzled and alarmed me. "My dear fellow," I said, "what in the world is the matter with you?" He answered in an odd, absent manner, still keeping his finger on the open page. "I had almost forgotten," he said, "and this reminds me." "Reminds you of what?" I asked. "You don't mean to say that you know anything about the trial?" "I know this," he said. "The prisoner was guilty." "Guilty?" I repeated. "Why, the man was acquitted by the jury with the full approval of the judge. What can you possibly mean?" "There are circumstances connected with that trial," my brother answered, "which were never communicated to the judge or the jury, which were never so much as hinted or whispered in court. I know them, of my own knowledge, by my own personal experience. They are very sad, very strange, very terrible. I have mentioned them to no mortal creature. I have done my best to forget them. You, quite innocently, have brought them back to my mind. They oppress me, they distress me. I wish I had found you reading any book in your library except that book." My curiosity was now strongly excited. I spoke out plainly. "Surely," I suggested, "you might tell your brother what you are unwilling to mention to persons less nearly related to you. We have followed different professions and have lived in different countries since we were boys at school. But you know you can trust me." He considered a little with himself. "Yes," he said, "I know I can trust you." He waited a moment, and then he surprised me by a strange question. "Do you believe," he asked, "that the spirits of the dead can return to earth and show themselves to the living?" I answered cautiously, adopting as my own the words of a great English writer touching the subject of ghosts. "You ask me a question," I said, "which after 5,000 years is yet undecided. On that account alone, it is a question not to be trifled with." My reply seemed to satisfy him. "Promise me," he resumed, "that you will keep what I tell you a secret as long as I live. After my death, I care little what happens. Let the story of my strange experience be added to the published experience of those other men who have seen what I have seen, and who believe what I believe. The world will not be the worse, and maybe the better, for knowing one day what I am now about to trust to your ear alone." My brother never again alluded to the narrative which he had confided to me, until the later time when I was sitting by his deathbed. He asked if I still remembered the story of Jeromette. "Tell it to others," he said, "as I have told it to you." I repeat it after his death, as nearly as I can in his own words. Chapter 2. On a fine summer evening, many years since, I left my chambers in the Temple to meet a fellow student who had proposed to me a night's amusement in the public gardens at Cremorne. You were then on your way to India, and I had taken my degree at Oxford. I had sadly disappointed my father by choosing the law as my profession in preference to the church. At that time, to own the truth, I had no serious intention of following any special vocation. I simply wanted an excuse for enjoying the pleasures of a London life. The study of the law supplied me with that excuse, and I chose the law as my profession accordingly. On reaching the place at which we had arranged to meet, I found that my friend had not kept his appointment. After waiting vainly for 10 minutes, my patience gave way, and I went into the gardens by myself. I took 2 or 3 turns round the platform devoted to the dancers, without discovering my fellow student, and without seeing any other person with whom I happened to be acquainted at that time. For some reason which I cannot now remember, I was not in my usual good spirits that evening. The noisy music jarred on my nerves, the sight of the gaping crowd round the platform irritated me, the blandishments of the painted ladies of the profession of pleasure saddened and disgusted me. I opened my cigar case and turned aside into one of the quiet bywalks of the gardens. A man who is habitually careful in choosing his cigar has this advantage over a man who is habitually careless. He can always count on smoking the best cigar in his case, down to the last. I was still absorbed in choosing my cigar when I heard these words behind me, spoken in a foreign accent and in a woman's voice.
"Leave me directly, sir. I wish to have nothing to say to you."
I turned round and discovered a little lady very simply and tastefully dressed, who looked both angry and alarmed as she rapidly passed me on her way to the more frequented part of the gardens. A man, evidently the worse for the wine he had drunk in the course of the evening, was following her, and was pressing his tipsy attentions on her with the coarsest insolence of speech and manner. She was young and pretty, and she cast one entreating look at me as she went by, which it was not in manhood, perhaps I ought to say in young manhood, to resist. I instantly stepped forward to protect her, careless whether I involved myself in a discreditable quarrel with a blackguard or not. As a matter of course, the fellow resented my interference, and my temper gave way. Fortunately for me, just as I lifted my hand to knock him down, a policeman appeared who had noticed that he was drunk, and who settled the dispute officially by turning him out of the gardens. I led her away from the crowd that had collected. She was evidently frightened. I felt her hand trembling on my arm, but she had one great merit. She made no fuss about it.
"If I can sit down for a few minutes," she said in her pretty foreign accent, "I shall soon be myself again. I shall not trespass any further on your kindness. I thank you very much, sir, for taking care of me."
We sat down on a bench in a retired part of the gardens near a little fountain. A row of lighted lamps ran round the outer rim of the basin. I could see her plainly. I have said that she was a little lady. I could not have described her more correctly in 3 words. Her figure was slight and small. She was a well-made miniature of a woman from head to foot. Her hair and her eyes were both dark. The hair curled naturally. The expression of the eyes was quiet and rather sad. The complexion, as I then saw it, very pale. The little mouth perfectly charming. I was especially attracted, I remembered, by the carriage of her head. It was strikingly graceful and spirited. It distinguished her, little as she was and quiet as she was, among the thousands of other women in the gardens, as a creature apart. Even the one marked defect in her, a slight cast in the left eye, seemed to add in some strange way to the quaint attractiveness of her face. I have already spoken of the tasteful simplicity of her dress. I ought now to add that it was not made of any costly material, and that she wore no jewels or ornaments of any sort. My little lady was not rich. Even a man's eye could see that. She was perfectly unembarrassed and unaffected. We fell as easily into talk as if we had been friends instead of strangers. I asked how it was that she had no companion to take care of her. "You are too young and too pretty," I said in my blunt English way, "to trust yourself alone in such a place as this." She took no notice of the compliment. She calmly put it away from her as if it had not reached her ears.
"I have no friend to take care of me," she said simply. "I was sad and sorry this evening, all by myself, and I thought I would go to the gardens and hear the music, just to amuse me. It is not much to pay at the gate, only a shilling."
"No friend to take care of you?" I repeated. "Surely there must be one happy man who might have been here with you tonight."
"What man do you mean?"
she asked. "The man," I answered thoughtlessly, "whom we call in England a sweetheart." I would have given worlds to have recalled those foolish words the moment they passed my lips. I felt that I had taken a vulgar liberty with her. Her face saddened, her eyes dropped to the ground. I begged her pardon.
"There is no need to beg my pardon," she said. "If you wish to know, sir, yes, I had once a sweetheart, as you call it in England. He has gone away and left me. No more of him, if you please. I am rested now. I will thank you again and go home."
She rose to leave me. I was determined not to part with her in that way. I begged to be allowed to see her safely back to her own door. She hesitated. I took a man's unfair advantage of her by appealing to her fears. I said, "Suppose the blackguard who annoyed you should be waiting outside the gates?" That decided her. She took my arm. We went away together by the bank of the Thames in the balmy summer night. A walk of half an hour brought us to the house in which she lodged, a shabby little house in a by-street, inhabited evidently by very poor people. She held out her hand at the door and wished me good night. I was too much interested in her to consent to leave my little foreign lady without the hope of seeing her again. I asked permission to call on her the next day. We were standing under the light of the street lamp. She studied my face with a grave and steady attention before she made any reply.
"Yes,"
she said at last.
"I think I do know a gentleman when I see him. You may come, sir, if you please, and call upon me tomorrow."
So we parted. So I entered, doubting nothing, foreboding nothing, on a scene in my life which I now look back on with unfeigned repentance and regret. Chapter 3. I am speaking at this later time in the position of a clergyman, and in the character of a man of mature age. Remember that, and you will understand why I pass as rapidly as possible over the events of the next year of my life, why I say as little as I can of the errors and the delusions of my youth. I called on her the next day. I repeated my visits during the days and weeks that followed, until the shabby little house in the by-street had become a second and, I say it with shame and self-reproach, a dearer home to me. All of herself and her story which she thought fit to confide to me under these circumstances may be repeated to you in a few words. The name by which letters were addressed to her was Mademoiselle Jeromette. Among the ignorant people of the house and the small tradesmen of the neighborhood, who found her name not easy of pronunciation by the average English tongue, she was known by the friendly nickname of the French Miss. When I knew her, she was resigned to her lonely life among strangers. Some years had elapsed since she lost her parents and had left France. Possessing a small, very small, income of her own, she added to it by coloring miniatures for the photographers. She had relatives still living in France, but she had long since ceased to correspond with them.
"Ask me nothing more about my family,"
she used to say.
"I am as good as dead in my own country, and among my own people."
This was all, literally all, that she told me of herself. I have never discovered more of her sad story from that day to this. She never mentioned her family name, never even told me what part of France she came from or how long she had lived in England. That she was by birth and breeding a lady, I could entertain no doubt. Her manners, her accomplishments, her ways of thinking and speaking all proved it. Looking below the surface, her character showed itself in aspects not common among young women in these days. In her quiet way, she was an incurable fatalist, and a firm believer in the ghostly reality of apparitions from the dead. Then again, in the matter of money, she had strange views of her own. Whenever my purse was in my hand, she held me resolutely at a distance from first to last. She refused to move into better apartments. The shabby little house was clean inside, and the poor people who lived in it were kind to her, and that was enough. The most expensive present that she ever permitted me to offer her was a little enameled ring, the plainest and cheapest thing of the kind in the jeweler's shop. In all relations with me she was sincerity itself. On all occasions, and under all circumstances, she spoke her mind, as the phrase is, with the same uncompromising plainness.
"I like you," she said to me. "I respect you. I shall always be faithful to you, while you are faithful to me. But my love has gone from me. There is another man who has taken it away with him. I know not where."
Who was the other man? She refused to tell me. She kept his rank and his name strict secrets from me. I never discovered how he had met with her, or why he had left her, or whether the guilt was his of making her an exile from her country and her friends. She despised herself for still loving him, but the passion was too strong for her. She owned it and lamented it with the frankness which was so preeminently a part of her character.
More than this, she plainly told me in the early days of our acquaintance that she believed he would return to her. It might be tomorrow, or it might be years hence. Even if he failed to repent of his own cruel conduct, the man would still miss her as something lost out of his life, and sooner or later he would come back. "And you will receive him if he does come back?" I asked. "I shall receive him," she replied, "against my own better judgment, in spite of my own firm persuasion that the day of his return to me will bring with it the darkest days of my life." I tried to remonstrate with her. "You have a will of your own," I said. "Exert it if he attempts to return to you." "I have no will of my own," she answered quietly. "Where he is concerned, it is my misfortune to love him." Her eyes rested for a moment on mine, with the utter self-abandonment of despair. "We have said enough about this," she added abruptly. "Let us say no more." From that time we never spoke again of the unknown man. During the year that followed our first meeting, she heard nothing of him directly or indirectly. He might be living, or he might be dead. There came no word of him, or from him. I was fond enough of her to be satisfied with this. He never disturbed us. Chapter 4. The year passed, and the end came. Not the end as you may have anticipated it, or as I may have foreboded it. You remember the time when your letters from home informed you of the fatal termination of our mother's illness? It is the time of which I am now speaking. A few hours only before she breathed her last, she called me to her bedside and desired that we might be left together alone. Reminding me that her death was near, she spoke of my prospects in life. She noticed my want of interest in the studies which were then supposed to be engaging my attention, and she ended by entreating me to reconsider my refusal to enter the church. "Your father's heart is set upon it," she said. "Do what I ask of you, my dear, and you will help to comfort him when I am gone." Her strength failed her. She could say no more. Could I refuse the last request she would ever make to me? I knelt at her bedside and took her wasted hand in mine, and solemnly promised her the respect which a son owes to his mother's last wishes. Having bound myself by this sacred engagement, I had no choice but to accept the sacrifice which it imperatively exacted from me. The time had come when I must tear myself free from all unworthy associations. No matter what the effort cost me, I must separate myself at once and forever from the unhappy woman who was not, who never could be, my wife. At the close of a dull, foggy day, I set forth with a heavy heart to say the words which were to part us forever. Her lodging was not far from the banks of the Thames. As I drew near the place, the darkness was gathering, and the broad surface of the river was hidden from me in a chill white mist. I stood for a while with my eyes fixed on the vaporous shroud that brooded over the flowing water. I stood and asked myself in despair the one dreary question: what am I to say to her? The mist chilled me to the bones. I turned from the river bank and made my way to her lodgings hard by. "It must be done," I said to myself as I took out my key and opened the house door. She was not at her work as usual when I entered her little sitting room. She was standing by the fire with her head down and with an open letter in her hand. The instant she turned to meet me, I saw in her face that something was wrong. Her ordinary manner was the manner of an unusually placid and self-restrained person. Her temperament had little of the liveliness which we associate in England with the French nature. She was not ready with her laugh, and in all my previous experience I had never yet known her to cry. Now for the first time I saw the quiet face disturbed. I saw tears in the pretty brown eyes. She ran to meet me, and laid her head on my breast, and burst into a passionate fit of weeping that shook her from head to foot. Could she by any human possibility have heard of the coming change in my life? Was she aware, before I had opened my lips, of the hard necessity which had brought me to the house? It was simply impossible. The thing could not be. I waited until her first burst of emotion had worn itself out. Then I asked, with an uneasy conscience, with a sinking heart, what had happened to distress her. She drew herself away from me, sighing heavily, and gave me the open letter which I had seen in her hand. "Read that," she said, "and remember I told you what might happen when we first met." I read the letter. It was signed in initials only, but the writer plainly revealed himself as the man who had deserted her. He had repented. He had returned to her.
In proof of his penitence, he was willing to do her the justice which he had hitherto refused. He was willing to marry her, on the condition that she would engage to keep the marriage a secret, so long as his parents lived. Submitting this proposal, he waited to know whether she would consent on her side to forgive and forget. I gave her back the letter in silence. This unknown rival had done me the service of paving the way for our separation. In offering her the atonement of marriage, he had made it, on my part, a matter of duty to her, as well as to myself, to say the parting words. I felt this instantly, and yet I hated him for helping me. She took my hand and led me to the sofa. We sat down side by side. Her face was composed to a sad tranquillity. She was quiet. She was herself again.
"I have refused to see him," she said, "until I had first spoken to you. You have read his letter. What do you say?"
I could make but one answer. It was my duty to tell her what my own position was in the plainest terms. I did my duty, leaving her free to decide on the future for herself. Those sad words said, it was useless to prolong the wretchedness of our separation. I rose and took her hand for the last time. I see her again now, at that final moment, as plainly as if it had happened yesterday. She had been suffering from an affection of the throat, and she had a white silk handkerchief tied loosely round her neck. She wore a simple dress of purple merino, with a black silk apron over it. Her face was deadly pale. Her fingers felt icily cold as they closed round my hand. "Promise me one thing," I said, "before I go. While I live, I am your friend, if I am nothing more. If you are ever in trouble, promise me that you will let me know it." She started and drew back from me as if I had struck her with sudden terror.
"Strange," she said, speaking to herself. "He feels as I feel. He is afraid of what may happen to me in my life to come."
I attempted to reassure her. I tried to tell her what was indeed the truth, that I had only been thinking of the ordinary chances and changes of life when I spoke. She paid no heed to me. She came back and put her hands on my shoulders, and thoughtfully and sadly looked up in my face.
"My mind is not your mind in this matter," she said. "I once owned to you that I had my forebodings when we first spoke of this man's return. I may tell you now more than I told you then. I believe I shall die young, and die miserably. If I am right, have you interest enough still left in me to wish to hear it?"
She paused, shuddering, and added these startling words.
"You shall hear of it."
The tone of steady conviction in which she spoke alarmed and distressed me. My face showed her how deeply and how painfully I was affected.
There, she said, returning to her natural manner. "Don't take what I say too seriously. A poor girl who has led a lonely life like mine thinks strangely and talks strangely sometimes. Yes, I give you my promise. If I am ever in trouble, I will let you know it. God bless you. You have been very kind to me. Goodbye."
A tear dropped on my face as she kissed me. The door closed between us. The dark street received me. It was raining heavily. I looked up at her window through the drifting shower. The curtains were parted. She was standing in the gap, dimly lit by the lamp on the table behind her, waiting for our last look at each other. Slowly lifting her hand, she waved her farewell at the window, with the unsought native grace which had charmed me on the night when we first met. The curtain fell again. She disappeared. Nothing was before me. Nothing was round me, but the darkness and the night. Chapter 5. In 2 years from that time, I had redeemed the promise given to my mother on her deathbed. I had entered the church. My father's interest made my first step in my new profession an easy one. After serving my preliminary apprenticeship as a curate, I was appointed, before I was 30 years of age, to a living in the west of England. My new benefice offered me every advantage that I could possibly desire, with the one exception of a sufficient income. Although my wants were few, and although I was still an unmarried man, I found it desirable on many accounts to add to my resources. Following the example of other young clergymen in my position, I determined to receive pupils who might stand in need of preparation for a career at the universities. My relatives exerted themselves, and my good fortune still befriended me. I obtained 2 pupils to start with. A third would complete the number which I was at present prepared to receive. In course of time, this third pupil made his appearance under circumstances sufficiently remarkable to merit being mentioned in detail. It was the summer vacation, and my two pupils had gone home. Thanks to a neighboring clergyman, who kindly undertook to perform my duties for me, I too obtained a fortnight's holiday, which I spent at my father's house in London. During my sojourn in the metropolis, I was offered an opportunity of preaching in a church, made famous by the eloquence of one of the popular pulpit orators of our time. In accepting the proposal, I felt naturally anxious to do my best before the unusually large and unusually intelligent congregation which would be assembled to hear me. At the period of which I am now speaking, all England had been startled by the discovery of a terrible crime, perpetuated under circumstances of extreme provocation. I chose this crime as the main subject of my sermon, admitting that the best among us were frail mortal creatures, subject to evil promptings and provocations like the worst among us. My object was to show how a Christian man may find his certain refuge from temptation in the safeguards of his religion. I dwelt minutely on the hardship of the Christian's first struggle to resist the evil influence, on the help which his Christianity inexhaustibly held out to him in the worst relapses of the weaker and viler part of his nature, on the steady and certain gain which was the ultimate reward of his faith and his firmness, and on the blessed sense of peace and happiness which accompanied the final triumph. Preaching to this effect, with the fervent conviction which I really felt, I may say for myself, at least, that I did no discredit to the choice which had placed me in the pulpit. I held the attention of my congregation from the first word to the last. While I was resting in the vestry on the conclusion of the service, a note was brought to me written in pencil. A member of my congregation, a gentleman, wished to see me, on a matter of considerable importance to himself. He would call on me at any place and at any hour which I might choose to appoint. If I wished to be satisfied of his respectability, he would beg leave to refer me to his father, with whose name I might possibly be acquainted. The name given in the reference was undoubtedly familiar to me, as the name of a man of some celebrity and influence in the world of London. I sent back my card, appointing an hour for the visit of my correspondent on the afternoon of the next day. Chapter 6. The stranger made his appearance punctually. I guessed him to be some 2 or 3 years younger than myself. He was undeniably handsome, his manners were the manners of a gentleman, and yet, without knowing why, I felt a strong dislike to him the moment he entered the room. After the first preliminary words of politeness had been exchanged between us, my visitor informed me as follows of the object which he had in view. "I believe you live in the country, sir," he began. "I live in the west of England," I answered. "Do you make a long stay in England?" "No, I go back to my rectory tomorrow." "May I ask if you take pupils?" "Yes." "Have you any vacancy?" "I have one vacancy." "Would you object to let me go back with you tomorrow as your pupil?" The abruptness of the proposal took me by surprise. I hesitated. In the first place, as I have already said, I disliked him. In the second place, he was too old to be a fit companion for my other 2 pupils, both lads in their teens. In the third place, he had asked me to receive him at least 3 weeks before the vacation came to an end. I had my own pursuits and amusements in prospect during that interval, and saw no reason why I should inconvenience myself by setting them aside. He noticed my hesitation and did not conceal from me that I had disappointed him. "I have it very much at heart," he said, "to repair without delay the time that I have lost. My age is against me, I know. The truth is, I have wasted my opportunities since I left school, and I am anxious, honestly anxious, to mend my ways before it is too late. I wish to prepare myself for one of the universities. I wish to show, if I can, that I am not quite unworthy to inherit my father's famous name. You are the man to help me, if I can only persuade you to do it. I was struck by your sermon today, and if I may venture to make the confession in your presence, I took a strong liking to you. Will you see my father before you decide to say no? He will be able to explain whatever may seem strange in my present application, and he will be happy to see you this afternoon if you can spare the time. As to the question of terms, I am quite sure it can be settled to your entire satisfaction." He was evidently in earnest, gravely, vehemently in earnest. I unwillingly consented to see his father. Our interview was a long one. All my questions were answered fully and frankly. The young man had led an idle and desultory life. He was weary of it and ashamed of it. His disposition was a peculiar one. He stood sorely in need of a guide, a teacher, and a friend in whom he was disposed to confide. If I disappointed the hopes which he had centered in me, he would be discouraged, and he would relapse into the aimless and indolent existence of which he was now ashamed. Any terms for which I might stipulate were at my disposal if I would consent to receive him, for 3 months, to begin with, on trial. Still hesitating, I consulted my father and my friends. They were all of the opinion, and justly of opinion so far, that the new connection would be an excellent one for me. They all reproached me for taking a purely capricious dislike to a well-born and well-bred young man, and for permitting it to influence me at the outset of my career against my own interests. Pressed by these considerations, I allowed myself to be persuaded to give the new pupil a fair trial. He accompanied me the next day on my way back to the rectory. Chapter 7. Let me be careful to do justice to a man whom I personally disliked. My senior pupil began well. He produced a decidedly favorable impression on the persons attached to my little household. The women especially admired his beautiful light hair, his crisply curling beard, his delicate complexion, his clear blue eyes, and his finely shaped hands and feet. Even the inveterate reserve in his manner, and the downcast, almost sullen look which had prejudiced me against him, aroused a common feeling of romantic enthusiasm in my servants' hall. It was decided on the high authority of the housekeeper herself that the new gentleman was in love, and more interesting still, that he was the victim of an unhappy attachment which had driven him away from his friends and his home. For myself, I tried hard, and tried vainly to get over my first dislike to the senior pupil. I could find no fault with him. All his habits were quiet and regular, and he devoted himself conscientiously to his reading. But little by little I became satisfied that his heart was not in his studies. More than this, I had my reasons for suspecting that he was concealing something from me, and that he felt painfully the reserve on his part which he could not, or dared not, break through. There were moments when I almost doubted whether he had not chosen my remote country rectory as a safe place of refuge from some person or persons of whom he stood in dread. For example, his ordinary course of proceeding in the matter of his correspondence was, to say the least of it, strange. He received no letters at my house. They waited for him at the village post office. He invariably called for them himself, and invariably forbore to trust any of my servants with his own letters for the post. Again, when we were walking together, I more than once caught him looking furtively over his shoulder, as if he suspected some person of following him, for some evil purpose. Being constitutionally a hater of mysteries, I determined at an early stage of our intercourse on making an effort to clear matters up. There might be just a chance of my winning the senior pupil's confidence if I spoke to him while the last days of the summer vacation still left us alone together in the house. "Excuse me for noticing it," I said to him one morning, while we were engaged over our books. "I cannot help observing that you appear to have some trouble on your mind. Is it indiscreet on my part to ask if I can be of any use to you?" He changed color, looked up at me quickly, looked down again at his book, struggled hard with some secret fear or secret reluctance that was in him, and suddenly burst out with this extraordinary question. "I suppose you were in earnest when you preached that sermon in London?" "I am astonished that you should doubt it," I replied. He paused again, struggling with himself again, and startled me by a second outbreak, even stranger than the first. "I am one of the people you preached at in your sermon," he said. "That's the true reason why I ask you to take me for your pupil. Don't turn me out. When you talk to your congregation of tortured and tempted people, you talked of me." I was so astonished by the confession that I lost my presence of mind. For the moment, I was unable to answer him. "Don't turn me out," he repeated. "Help me against myself. I'm telling you the truth. As God is my witness, I am telling you the truth." "Tell me the whole truth," I said, "and rely on my consoling and helping you. Rely on my being your friend." In the fervor of the moment, I took his hand. It lay cold and still in mine. It mutely warned me that I had a sullen and a secret nature to deal with. "There must be no concealment between us," I resumed. "You have entered my house, by your own confession, under false pretenses. It is your duty to me, and your duty to yourself, to speak out." The man's inveterate reserve, cast off for the moment only, renewed its hold on him. He carefully considered, his next words before he permitted them to pass his lips. "A person is in the way of my prospects in life," he began slowly with his eyes cast down on his book. "A person provokes me horribly. I feel dreadful temptations, like the man you spoke of in your sermon, when I am in the person's company.
teach me to resist temptation. I am afraid of myself if I see the person again. You are the only man who can help me. Do it while you can."
He stopped and passed his handkerchief over his forehead.
"Will that do?"
he asked, still with his eyes on his book. "It will not do," I answered. "You are so far from really opening your heart to me that you won't even let me know whether it is a man or a woman who stands in the way of your prospects in life. You use the word person over and over again, rather than say he or she when you speak of the provocation which is trying you. How can I help a man who has so little confidence in me as that?" My reply evidently found him at the end of his resources. He tried desperately to say more than he had said yet. No, the words seemed to stick in his throat. Not one of them would pass his lips. "Give me time," he pleaded piteously. "I can't bring myself to it all at once. I mean well. Upon my soul, I mean well. But I am slow at this sort of thing. Wait till tomorrow." Tomorrow came, and again he put it off. "One more day," he said. "You don't know how hard it is to speak plainly. I am half afraid. I am half ashamed. Give me one more day." I had hitherto only disliked him. Try as I might, and did, to make merciful allowance for his reserve, I began to despise him now. Chapter 8. The day of the deferred confession came and brought an event with it, for which both he and I were alike unprepared. Would he really have confided in me but for that event? He must either have done it or have abandoned the purpose which had led him into my house. We met as usual at the breakfast table. My housekeeper brought in my letters of the morning. To my surprise, instead of leaving the room again as usual, she walked round to the other side of the table and laid a letter before my senior pupil, the first letter since his residence with me, which had been delivered to him under my roof. He started and took up the letter. He looked at the address. A spasm of suppressed fury passed across his face. His breath came quickly. His hand trembled as it held the letter. So far I said nothing. I waited to see whether he would open the envelope in my presence or not. He was afraid to open it in my presence. He got on his feet. He said in tones so low that I could barely hear him, "Please excuse me for a minute," and left the room. I waited for half an hour, for a quarter of an hour after that, and then I sent to ask if he had forgotten his breakfast. In a minute more I heard his footstep in the hall. He opened the breakfast room door and stood on the threshold with a small traveling bag in his hand. "I beg your pardon," he said, still standing at the door. "I must ask for leave of absence for a day or two. Business in London." "Can I be of any use?" I asked. "I am afraid your letter has brought you bad news." "Yes," he said shortly. "Bad news. I have no time for breakfast." "Wait a few minutes," I urged. "Wait long enough to treat me like your friend, to tell me what your trouble is before you go." He made no reply. He stepped into the hall and closed the door, then opened it again a little way without showing himself. "Business in London," he repeated, as if he thought it highly important to inform me of the nature of his errand. The door closed for the second time. He was gone. I went into my study and carefully considered what had happened. The result of my reflections is easily described. I determined on discontinuing my relations with my senior pupil. In writing to his father, which I did with all due courtesy and respect by that day's post, I mentioned as my reason for arriving at this decision. First, that I had found it impossible to win the confidence of his son. Secondly, that his son that morning suddenly and mysteriously left my house for London, and that I must decline accepting any further responsibility toward him as the necessary consequence. I had put my letter in the post-bag and was beginning to feel a little easier after having written it, when my housekeeper appeared in the study, with a very grave face and with something hidden apparently in her closed hand. "Would you please look, sir, at what we have found in the gentleman's bedroom since he went away this morning?" I knew the housekeeper to possess a woman's full share of that amicable weakness of the sex which goes by the name of curiosity. I had also, in various indirect ways, become aware that my senior pupil's strange departure had largely increased the disposition among the women of my household to regard him as the victim of an unhappy attachment. The time was ripe, as it seemed to me, for checking any further gossip about him, and any renewed attempts at prying into his affairs in his absence. "Your only business in my pupil's bedroom," I said to the housekeeper, "is to see that it is to be kept clean, and that it is properly aired. There must be no interference, if you please, with his letters, or his papers, or with anything else that he has left behind him. Put back directly whatever you may have found in his room. The housekeeper had her full share of a woman's temper as well as of a woman's curiosity. She listened to me with a rising color and just a perceptible toss of the head. "Must I put it back, sir, on the floor between the bed and the wall?" she inquired with an ironical assumption of the humblest deference to my wishes. "That's where the girl found it when she was sweeping the room. Anybody can see for themselves," pursued the housekeeper indignantly, "that the poor gentleman has gone away broken-hearted, and there, in my opinion, is the hussy who is the cause of it." With those words, she made me a low curtsy and laid a small photographic portrait on the desk at which I was sitting. I looked at the photograph. In an instant, my heart was beating wildly. My head turned giddy. The housekeeper, the furniture, the walls of the room, all swayed and whirled round me. The portrait that had been found in my senior pupil's bedroom was the portrait of Jeromette. Chapter 9. I had sent the housekeeper out of my study. I was alone with the photograph of the Frenchwoman on my desk. There could surely be little doubt about the discovery that had burst upon me. The man who had stolen his way into my house, driven by the terror of a temptation that he dared not reveal, and the man who had been my unknown rival in the bygone time, were one and the same. Recovering self-possession enough to realize this plain truth, the inferences that followed forced their way into my mind as a matter of course. The unnamed person who was the obstacle to my pupil's prospects in life, the unnamed person in whose company he was assailed by temptations which made him tremble for himself, stood revealed to me now as being, in all human probability, no other than Jeromette. Had she bound him in the fetters of the marriage which he had himself proposed? Had she discovered his place of refuge in my house? And was the letter that had been delivered to him of her writing? Assuming these questions to be answered in the affirmative, what, in that case, was his business in London? I remembered how he had spoken to me of his temptations. I recalled the expression that had crossed his face when he recognized the handwriting on the letter, and the conclusion that followed literally shook me to the soul. Ordering my horse to be saddled, I rode instantly to the railway station. The train by which he had traveled to London had reached the terminus nearly an hour since. The one useful course that I could take, by way of quieting the dreadful misgivings crowding one after another on my mind, was to telegraph to Jeromette as the address at which I had last seen her. I sent the subjoined message, preparing the reply. "If you are in any trouble, telegraph to me. I will be with you by the first train. Answer in any case." There was nothing in the way of the immediate dispatch of my message, and yet the hours passed and no answer was received. By the advice of the clerk, I sent a second telegram to the London office, requesting an explanation. The reply came back in these terms: "Improvements in street, houses pulled down, no trace of person named in telegram." I mounted my horse and rode back slowly to the rectory.
"The day of his return to me will bring with it the darkest days of my life. I shall die young, and die miserably. Have you interest enough still left in me to wish to hear of it? You shall hear of it."
Those words were in my memory while I rode home in the cloudless moonlight night. They were so vividly present to me that I could hear again her pretty foreign accent, her quiet clear tones, as she spoke them. For the rest, the emotions of that memorable day had worn me out. The answer from the telegraph office had struck me with a strange and stony despair. My mind was a blank. I had no thoughts. I had no tears. I was about halfway on my road home, and I had just heard the clock of a village church strike 10 when I became conscious, little by little, of a chilly sensation slowly creeping through and through me to the bones. The warm, balmy air of a summer night was abroad. It was the month of July. In the month of July, was it possible that any living creature in good health could feel cold? It was not possible. And yet, the chilly sensation still crept through and through me to the bones. I looked up. I looked all round me. My horse was walking along an open highroad. Neither trees nor waters were near me. On either side, the flat fields stretched away bright and broad in the moonlight. I stopped my horse and looked round me again. Yes, I saw it. With my own eyes, I saw it. A pillar of white mist, between 5 and 6 feet high as well as I could judge, was moving beside me at the edge of the road on my left hand. When I stopped, the white mist stopped. When I went on, the white mist went on. I pushed my horse to a trot. The pillar of mist was with me. I urged him to a gallop. The pillar of mist was with me. I stopped him again. The pillar of mist stood still. The white color of it was the white color of the fog which I had seen over the river on the night when I had gone to bid her farewell, and the chill which had then crept through me to the bones was the chill that was creeping through me now. I went on again slowly. The white mist went on again slowly, with the clear bright night all around it. I was awed rather than frightened. There was one moment, and one only, when the fear came to me that my reason might be shaken. I caught myself keeping time to the slow tramp of the horse's feet, with the slow utterances of these words repeated over and over again. Jeromette is dead. Jeromette is dead. But my will was still my own. I was able to control myself, to impose silence on my own muttering lips, and I rode on quietly, and the pillar of mist went quietly with me. My groom was waiting for my return at the rectory gate. I pointed to the mist, passing through the gate with me. "Do you see anything there?" I said. The man looked at me in astonishment. I entered the rectory. The housekeeper met me in the hall. I pointed to the mist, entering with me. "Do you see anything at my side?" I asked. The housekeeper looked at me as the groom had looked at me.
"I am afraid you are not well, sir," she said. "Your color is all gone. You are shivering. Let me get you a glass of wine."
I went into my study on the ground floor and took the chair at my desk. The photograph still lay where I had left it. The pillar of mist floated round the table and stopped opposite to me behind the photograph. The housekeeper brought in the wine. I put the glass to my lips and set it down again. The chill of the mist was in the wine. There was no taste, no reviving spirit in it. The presence of the housekeeper oppressed me. My dog had followed her into the room. The presence of the animal oppressed me. I said to the woman, "Leave me by myself, and take the dog with you." They went out and left me alone in the room. I sat looking at the pillar of mist hovering opposite to me. It lengthened slowly until it reached to the ceiling. As it lengthened, it grew bright and luminous. A time passed, and a shadowy appearance showed itself in the center of the light. Little by little, the shadowy appearance took the outline of a human form. Soft brown eyes, tender and melancholy, looked at me through the unearthly light in the mist. The head and the rest of the face broke next slowly on my view. Then the figure gradually revealed itself, moment by moment, downward and downward to the feet. She stood before me as I had last seen her in her purple merino dress, with the black silk apron, with the white handkerchief tied loosely round her neck. She stood before me, in the gentle beauty that I remembered so well, and looked at me as she had looked when she gave me her last kiss, when her tears had dropped on my cheek. I fell on my knees at the table. I stretched out my hands to her imploringly. I said, "Speak to me. Oh, once again, speak to me, Jeromette." Her eyes rested on me with a divine compassion in them. She lifted her hand and pointed to the photograph on my desk, with a gesture which bade me turn the card. I turned it. The name of the man who had left my house that morning was inscribed on it, in her own handwriting. I looked up at her again when I had read it. She lifted her hand once more and pointed to the handkerchief round her neck. As I looked at it, the fair white silk changed horribly in color. The fair white silk became darkened and drenched in blood. A moment more and the vision of her began to grow dim. By slow degrees the figure, then the face, faded back into the shadowy appearance that I had first seen. The luminous inner light died in the white mist. The mist itself dropped slowly downward, floated a moment in airy circles on the floor, vanished. Nothing was before me but the familiar wall of the room, and the photograph lying face downward on my desk. Chapter 10. The next day the newspapers reported the discovery of a murder in London. A Frenchwoman was the victim. She had been killed by a wound in the throat. The crime had been discovered between 10 and 11 o'clock on the previous night. I leave you to draw your conclusion from what I have related. My own faith in the reality of the apparition is immovable. I say and believe that Jeromette kept her word with me. She died young and died miserably, and I heard of it from herself. Take up the trial again, and look at the circumstances that were revealed during the investigation in court. His motive for murdering her is there. You will see that she did indeed marry him privately, that they lived together contentedly until the fatal day when she discovered that his fancy had been caught by another woman, that violent quarrels took place between them, from that time to the time when my sermon showed him his own deadly hatred toward her, reflected in the case of another man, that she discovered his place of retreat in my house, and threatened him by letter with the public assertion of her conjugal rights. Lastly, that a man variously described by different witnesses was seen leaving the door of her lodgings on the night of the murder. The law, advancing no further than this, may have discovered circumstances of suspicion, but no certainty. The law, in default of direct evidence to convict the prisoner, may have rightly decided in letting him go free. But I persisted in believing that the man was guilty. I declared that he and he alone was the murderer of Jeromette. And now you know why.
Read by Anne Fletcher. Miss Mina and the Groom, Chapters 1 to 7. Chapter 1. I hear that the shocking story of my conduct was widely circulated at the ball, and that public opinion among the ladies, in every part of the room, declared I had disgraced myself. But there was one dissentient voice in this chorus of general condemnation. You spoke, madam, with all the authority of your wide celebrity and your high rank. You said, I am personally a stranger to the young lady who is the subject of remark. If I venture to interfere, it is only to remind you that there are two sides to every question. May I ask if you have waited to pass sentence until you have heard what the person accused has to say in her own defence? These just and generous words produced, if I am correctly informed, a dead silence. Not one of the women who had condemned me had heard me in my own defence. Not one of them ventured to answer you. How I may stand in the opinions of such persons as these is a matter of perfect indifference to me. My one anxiety is to show that I am not quite unworthy of your considerate interference in my favour. Will you honour me by reading what I have to say for myself in these pages? I will pass as rapidly as I can over the subject of my family, and I will abstain, in deference to motives of gratitude and honour, from mentioning surnames in my narrative. My father was the second son of an English nobleman. A German lady was his first wife and my mother. Left a widower, he married for the second time, the new wife being of American birth. She took a stepmother's dislike to me, which in some degree at least I must own that I deserved. When the newly married pair went to the United States, they left me in England by my own desire to live under the protection of my uncle, a general in the army. This good man's marriage had been childless, and his wife, Lady Claudia, was, perhaps on that account, as kindly ready as her husband to receive me in the character of an adopted daughter. I may add here that I bear my German mother's Christian name, Wilhelmina. All my friends in the days when I had friends used to shorten this to Mina. Be my friend so far, and call me Mina too. After these few words of introduction, will your patience bear with me if I try to make you better acquainted with my uncle and aunt, and if I allude to circumstances connected with my new life, which had, as I fear, some influence in altering my character for the worse? Chapter 2. When I think of the good General's fatherly kindness to me, I really despair of writing about him in terms that do justice to his nature. To own the truth, the tears get into my eyes, and the lines mingle in such confusion that I cannot read them myself. As for my relations with my aunt, I only tell the truth when I say that she performed her duties toward me without the slightest pretension and in the most charming manner. At nearly 50 years old, Lady Claudia was still admired, though she had lost the one attraction which distinguished her before my time, the attraction of a perfectly beautiful figure. With fine hair and expressive eyes, she was otherwise a plain woman. Her unassuming cleverness and her fascinating manners were the qualities, no doubt, which made her popular everywhere. We never quarrelled, not because I was always amiable, but because my aunt would not allow it. She managed me as she managed her husband with perfect tact. With certain occasional checks, she absolutely governed the General. There were eccentricities in his character which made him a man easily ruled by a clever woman. Deferring to his opinion, so far as appearances went, Lady Claudia generally contrived to get her own way in the end, except when he was at his club, happy in his gossip, his good dinners, and his whist. My excellent uncle lived under a despotism, in the happy delusion that he was master in his own house. Prosperous and pleasant as it appeared on the surface, my life had its sad side for a young woman. In the commonplace routine of our existence as wealthy people in the upper rank, there was nothing to ripen the growth of any better capacities which may have been in my nature. Heartily as I loved and admired my uncle, he was neither of an age nor of a character to be the chosen depository of my most secret thoughts, the friend of my inmost heart, who could show me how to make the best and the most of my life. With friends and admirers in plenty, I had found no one who could hold this position toward me. In the midst of society, I was unconsciously a lonely woman. As I remember them, my hours of happiness were the hours when I took refuge in my music and my books. Out of the house, my one diversion, always welcome and always fresh, was riding. Without any false modesty, I may mention that I had lovers as well as admirers, but not one of them produced an impression on my heart. In all that related to the tender passion, as it is called, I was an undeveloped being. The influence that men have on women because they are men was really and truly a mystery to me. I was ashamed of my own coldness. I honestly tried to copy other girls, to feel my heart beating in the presence of the one chosen man. It was not to be done. When a man pressed my hand, I felt it in my rings instead of my heart. These confessions made, I have done with the past, and may now relate the events which my enemies among the ladies have described as presenting a shocking story. Chapter 3. We were in London for the season. One morning I went out riding with my uncle, as usual, in Hyde Park. The General's service in the army had been in a cavalry regiment, service distinguished by merits which justified his rapid rise to the high places in his profession. In the hunting field he was noted as one of the most daring and most accomplished riders in our county. He had always delighted in riding young and high-spirited horses, and the habit remained with him after he had quitted the active duties of his profession in later life. From first to last he had met with no accident worth remembering, until the unlucky morning when he went out with me. His horse, a fiery chestnut, ran away with him in that part of the park ride called Rotten Row. With the purpose of keeping clear of other riders, he spurred his runaway horse at the rail which divides the row from the grassy enclosure at its side. The terrified animal swerved in taking the leap, and dashed him against a tree. He was dreadfully shaken and injured, but his strong constitution carried him through to recovery, with the serious drawback of an incurable lameness in one leg. The doctors, on taking leave of their patient, united in warning him, at his age and bearing in mind his weakened leg, to ride no more restive horses. "A quiet cob, General," they all suggested. My uncle was sorely mortified and offended. "If I'm fit for nothing but a quiet cob," he said bitterly, "I'll ride no more." He kept his word. No one ever saw the General on horseback again. Under these sad circumstances, and my aunt being no horsewoman, I had apparently no other choice than to give up riding also. But my kind-hearted uncle was not the man to let me be sacrificed to his own disappointment. His riding groom had been one of his soldier servants in the cavalry regiment, a quaint, sour-tempered old man, not at all the sort of person to attend on a young lady taking her riding exercise alone. "We must find a smart fellow who can be trusted," said the General. "I shall inquire at the club." For a week afterwards, a succession of grooms recommended by friends applied for the vacant place. The General found insurmountable objections to all of them. "I'll tell you what I've done," he announced one day with the air of a man who had hit on a grand discovery. "I have advertised in the papers." Lady Claudia looked up from her embroidery with the placid smile that was peculiar to her. "I don't quite like advertising for a servant," she said. "You're at the mercy of a stranger. You don't know that you're not engaging a drunkard or a thief." "Or you may be deceived by a false character," I added on my side. I seldom ventured at domestic consultations on giving my opinion unasked, but the new groom represented a subject in which I felt a strong personal interest. In a certain sense, he was to be my groom. "I'm much obliged to you both for warning me that I'm so easy to deceive," the General remarked satirically. "Unfortunately, the mischief is done. 3 men have answered my advertisement already. I expect them here tomorrow to be examined for the place." Lady Claudia looked up from her embroidery again. "Are you going to see them yourself?" she asked softly. "I thought the steward—" "I have hitherto considered myself a better judge of a groom than my steward," the General interposed. "However, don't be alarmed. I won't act on my own sole responsibility, after the hint you've given me. You and Mina shall lend me your valuable assistance, and discover whether they are thieves, drunkards, and what-not, before I feel the smallest suspicion of it myself." Chapter 4. We naturally supposed that the General was joking. No, this was one of those rare occasions on which Lady Claudia's tact, infallible in matters of importance, proved to be at fault in a trifle. My uncle's self-esteem had been touched in a tender place, and he had resolved to make us feel it. The next morning a polite message came requesting our presence in the library to see the grooms. My aunt, always ready with her smile, but rarely tempted into laughing outright, did for once laugh heartily. "Oh, it's really too ridiculous," she said. However, she pursued her policy of always yielding in the first instance. We went together to the library. The 3 grooms were received in the order in which they presented themselves for approval. 2 of them bore the ineffaceable mark of the public house so plainly written on their villainous faces that even I could see it. My uncle ironically asked us to favour him with our opinions. Lady Claudia answered with her sweetest smile, "Oh, pardon me, General, we're here to learn." The words were nothing, but the manner in which they were spoken was perfect. Few men could have resisted that gentle influence, and the General was not one of the few. He stroked his moustache and returned to his petticoat government. The 2 grooms were dismissed. The entry of the 3rd and last man took me completely by surprise. If the stranger's short coat and light trousers had not proclaimed his vocation in life, I should have taken it for granted that there had been some mistake, and that we were favoured with a visit from a gentleman unknown. He was between dark and light in complexion, with frank, clear blue eyes, quiet and intelligent if appearances were to be trusted, easy in his movements, respectful in his manner, but perfectly free from servility. "I say," the General blurted out, addressing my aunt confidentially, "he looks as if he would do, doesn't he?" The appearance of the new man seemed to have had the same effect on Lady Claudia which it had produced on me, but she got over her first feeling of surprise sooner than I did. "Oh, you know best," she answered, with the air of a woman who declined to trouble herself by giving an opinion. "Step forward, my man," said the General. The groom advanced from the door. bowed, and stopped at the foot of the table, my uncle sitting at the head, with my aunt and myself on either side of him. The inevitable questions began. "What is your name?" "Michael Bloomfield." "Your age?" 26. My aunt's want of interest in the proceedings expressed itself by a little weary sigh. She leaned back resignedly in her chair. The General went on with his questions. "What experience have you had as a groom?" "I began learning my work, sir, before I was 12 years old." Yes, I mean, what private families have you served in?" "2, sir." "How long have you been in your 2 situations?" "4 years in the first and 3 in the second." The General looked agreeably surprised. 7 years in only 2 situations is a good character in itself," he remarked. "Who are your references?" The groom laid 2 papers on the table. "I don't take written references," said the General. "Oh, be pleased to read my papers, sir," answered the groom. My uncle looked sharply across the table. The groom sustained the look with respectful but unshaken composure. The General took up the papers, and seemed to be once more favourably impressed as he read them. "Personal references in each case, if required, in support of strong written recommendations from both his employers," he informed my aunt. "Copy the addresses, Mina. Very satisfactory, I must say. Don't you think so yourself?" he resumed, turning again to my aunt. Lady Claudia replied by a courteous bend of her head. The General went on with his questions. They related to the management of horses, and they were answered to his complete satisfaction. "Michael Bloomfield, you know your business," he said, "and you have a good character. Leave your address. When I've consulted your references, you shall hear from me." The groom took out a blank card and wrote his name and address on it. I looked over my uncle's shoulder when he received the card. Another surprise. The handwriting was simply irreproachable, the lines running perfectly straight, and every letter completely formed. As this perplexing person made his modest bow and withdrew, the General, struck by an afterthought, called him back from the door. "One thing more," said my uncle, "about friends and followers. I consider it my duty to my servants to allow them to see their relations, but I expect them to submit to certain conditions in return." "I beg your pardon, sir," the groom interposed. "I shall not give you any trouble on that score. I have no relations." "No brothers or sisters?" asked the General. "None, sir." "Father and mother both dead?" "I don't know, sir." "You don't know? What does that mean?" "I'm telling you the plain truth, sir. I never heard who my father and mother were, and I don't expect to hear now." He said those words with a bitter composure which impressed me painfully. Lady Claudia was far from feeling it as I did. Her languid interest in the engagement of the groom seemed to be completely exhausted, and that was all. She rose in her easy, graceful way, and looked out of the window at the courtyard and fountain, the house-dog in his kennel, and the box of flowers in the coachman's window. In the meanwhile, the groom remained near the table, respectfully waiting for his dismissal. The General spoke to him sharply for the first time. I could see that my good uncle had noticed the cruel tone of that passing reference to the parents, and thought of it as I did. "One more word before you go," he said. "If I don't find you more mercifully inclined towards my horses than you seem to be towards your father and mother, you won't remain long in my service. You might have told me you'd never heard who your parents were, without speaking as if you didn't care to hear." "May I say a bold word, sir, in my own defence?" He put the question very quietly, but at the same time so firmly that he even surprised my aunt. She looked around from the window, and then turned back again and stretched out her hand towards the curtain, intending, as I suppose, to alter the arrangement of it. The groom went on. May I ask, sir, why I should care about a father and mother who deserted me? Mind what you're about, my lady, he cried, suddenly addressing my aunt. There's a cat in the folds of that curtain. She might frighten you. He had barely said the words before the housekeeper's large tabby cat, taking its noonday siesta in the looped-up fold of the curtain, leapt out and made for the door. Lady Claudia was naturally enough a little perplexed by the man's discovery of an animal completely hidden in the curtain. She appeared to think that a person who was only a groom had taken a liberty in presuming to puzzle her. Like her husband, she spoke to Michael sharply. "Did you see the cat?" she asked. "No, my lady." "Then how did you know the creature was in the curtain?" For the first time since he had entered the room, the groom looked a little confused. "It's a sort of presumption for a man in my position to be subject to a nervous infirmity," he answered. "I'm one of those persons, the weakness is not uncommon, as your ladyship is aware, who know by their own unpleasant sensations when a cat is in the room. It goes a little further than that with me. The antipathy, as the gentlefolks call it, tells me in what part of the room the cat is." My aunt turned to her husband without attempting to conceal that she took no sort of interest in the groom's antipathies. "Haven't you done with the man yet?" she asked. The General gave the groom his dismissal. "You shall hear from me in 3 days' time. Good morning." Michael Bloomfield seemed to have noticed my aunt's ungracious manner. He looked at her for a moment with steady attention before he left the room. Chapter 5. "You don't mean to engage that man?" said Lady Claudia as the door closed. "Why not?" asked my uncle. "I have taken a dislike to him." This short answer was so entirely out of the character of my aunt that the General took her kindly by the hand and said, "I'm afraid you're not well." She irritably withdrew her hand. "I don't feel well." "Doesn't matter." "It does matter, Claudia. What can I do for you?" "Write to the man." She paused and smiled contemptuously. "Imagine a groom with an antipathy to cats," she said, turning to me. "I don't know what you think, Mina. I have a strong objection myself to servants who hold themselves above their position in life." "Write," she resumed, addressing her husband, "and tell him to look for another place." "Oh, what objection can I make to him?" the General asked helplessly. "Oh, good heavens, can't you make an excuse? Say he's too young." My uncle looked at me in expressive silence, walked slowly to the writing-table, and glanced at his wife in the faint hope that she might change her mind. Their eyes met, and she seemed to recover the command of her temper. She put her hand caressingly on the General's shoulder. "I remember the time," she said softly, "when any caprice of mine was a command to you. Ah, I was younger then." The General's reception of this little advance was thoroughly characteristic of him. He first kissed Lady Claudia's hand, and then he wrote the letter. My aunt rewarded him by a look, and left the library. "What the deuce is the matter with her?" my uncle said to me when we were alone. "Do you dislike the man, too?" "Certainly not. As far as I can judge, he appears to be just the sort of person we want." "And knows thoroughly well how to manage horses, my dear. What can be your aunt's objection to him?" As the words passed his lips, Lady Claudia opened the library door. "I'm so ashamed of myself," she said sweetly. "At my age I've been behaving like a spoiled child. Oh, how good you are to me, General. Let me try to make amends for my misconduct. Will you permit me?" She took up the General's letter without waiting for permission, tore it to pieces, smiling pleasantly all the while, and threw the fragments into the waste-paper basket. "Oh, as if you didn't know better than I do," she said, kissing him on the forehead. "Engage the man by all means." She left the room for the second time. For the second time, my uncle looked at me in blank perplexity, and I looked back at him in the same condition of mind. The sound of the luncheon bell was equally a relief to both of us. Not a word more was spoken on the subject of the new groom. His references were verified, and he entered the general service in 3 days' time. Chapter 6. Always careful in anything that concerned my welfare, no matter how trifling it might be, my uncle did not trust me alone with the new groom when he first entered our service. 2 old friends of the General accompanied me at his special request, and reported the man to be perfectly competent and trustworthy. After that, Michael rode out with me alone, my friends among young ladies seldom caring to accompany me when I abandoned the park for the quiet country roads on the north and west of London. Was it wrong in me to talk to him on these expeditions? It would surely have been treating a man like a brute never to take the smallest notice of him, especially as his conduct was uniformly respectful towards me. Not once by word or look did he presume on the position which my favour permitted him to occupy. Ought I to blush when I confess, though he was only a groom, that he interested me? In the first place, there was something romantic in the very blankness of the story of his life. He had been left in his infancy in the stables of a gentleman living in Kent, near the high road between Gravesend and Rochester. The same day the stable-boy had met a woman running out of the yard, pursued by the dog. She was a stranger, and was not well dressed. While the boy was protecting her by chaining the dog to his kennel, she was quick enough to place herself beyond the reach of pursuit. The infant's clothing proved on examination to be of the finest linen. He was warmly wrapped in a beautiful shawl of some foreign manufacture, entirely unknown to all the persons present, including the master and mistress of the house. Among the folds of the shawl there was discovered an open letter, without date, signature, or address, which it was presumed the woman must have forgotten. Like the shawl, the paper was of foreign manufacture. The handwriting presented a strongly marked character, and the composition plainly revealed the mistakes of a person imperfectly acquainted with the English language. The contents of the letter, after alluding to the means supplied for the support of the child, announced that the writer had committed the folly of enclosing a sum of £100 in a bank-note to pay expenses. In a postscript, an appointment was made for a meeting in 6 months' time on the eastward side of London Bridge. The stable-boy's description of the woman who had passed him showed that she belonged to the lower class. To such a person £100 would be a fortune. She had, no doubt, abandoned the child and made off with the money. No trace of her was ever discovered. On the day of the appointment, the police watched the eastward side of London Bridge without obtaining any result. Through the kindness of the gentleman in whose stable he had been found, the first 10 years of the boy's life were passed under the protection of a charitable asylum. They gave him the name of one of the little inmates who had died, and they sent him out to service before he was 11 years old. He was harshly treated and ran away, wandered to some training stables near Newmarket, attracted the favourable notice of the head groom, was employed among the other boys, and liked the occupation. Growing up to manhood, he had taken service in private families as a groom. And this was the story of 26 years of Michael's life. But there was something in the man himself which attracted attention, and made one think of him in his absence. I mean by this that there was a spirit of resistance to his destiny in him, which is very rarely found in serving men of his order. I remember accompanying the General on one of his periodical visits of inspection to the stable. He was so well satisfied that he proposed extending his investigations to the groom's own room. "If you don't object, Michael," he added, with his customary consideration for the self-respect of all persons in his employment. Michael's colour rose a little. He looked at me. "I'm afraid the young lady will not find my room quite so tidy as it ought to be," he said, as he opened the door for us. The only disorder in the groom's room was produced to our surprise by the groom's books and papers. Cheap editions of the English poets, translations of Latin and Greek classics, handbooks for teaching French and German without a master, carefully written exercises in both languages, manuals of shorthand with more exercises in that art, were scattered over the table round the central object of a reading lamp, which spoke plainly of studies by night.
"Why, what is all this?" cried the General. "Are you going to leave me, Michael, and set up a school?"
Michael answered in sad, submissive tones.
"I try to improve myself, sir, though I sometimes lose heart and hope."
"Hope of what?" asked my uncle. "Are you not content to be a servant? Must you rise in the world, as the saying is?" The groom shrank a little at that abrupt question.
"If I had relations to care for me and help me along the hard ways of life," he said, "I might be satisfied, sir, to remain as I am. As it is, I've no one to think about but myself, and I am foolish enough sometimes to look beyond myself."
So far I had kept silence, but I could no longer resist giving him a word of encouragement. His confession was so sadly and so patiently made. "You speak too harshly of yourself," I said. "The best and greatest men have begun like you, by looking beyond themselves." For a moment our eyes met. I admired the poor lonely fellow trying so modestly and so bravely to teach himself, and I did not care to conceal it. He was the first to look away. Some suppressed emotion turned him deadly pale. Was I the cause of it? I felt myself tremble as that bold question came into my mind. The General, with one sharp glance at me, diverted the talk, not very delicately as I thought, to the misfortune of Michael's birth.
"I've heard of your being deserted in your infancy by some woman unknown," he said. "What's become of the things you were wrapped in, and the letter that was found on you? They might lead to a discovery one of these days."
The groom smiled. "The last master I served thought of it as you do, sir.
He was so good as to write to the gentleman who was first burdened with the care of me, and the things were sent to me in return."
He took up an unlocked leather bag, which opened by touching a brass knob, and showed us the shawl, the linen, sadly faded by time, and the letter. We were puzzled by the shawl. My uncle, who had served in the East, thought it looked like a very rare kind of Persian work. We examined with interest the letter and the fine linen. When Michael quietly remarked, as we handed them back to him, "They keep the secret, you see," we could only look at each other and own there was nothing more to be said. Chapter 7. That night, lying awake thinking, I made my first discovery of a great change that had come over me. I felt like a new woman. Never yet had my life been so enjoyable to me as it was now. I was conscious of a delicious lightness of heart. The simplest things pleased me. I was ready to be kind to everybody and to admire everything. Even the familiar scenery of my rides in the park developed beauties which I had never noticed before. The enchantments of music affected me to tears. I was absolutely in love with my dogs and my birds, and as for my maid, I bewildered the girl with presents and gave her holidays almost before she could ask for them. In a bodily sense, I felt an extraordinary accession of strength and activity. I romped with the dear old General, and actually kissed Lady Claudia one morning instead of letting her kiss me as usual. My friends noticed my new outburst of gaiety and spirit, and wondered what had produced it. I can honestly say that I wondered too. Only on that wakeful night which followed our visit to Michael's room did I arrive at something like a clear understanding of myself. The next morning completed the process of enlightenment. I went out riding as usual. The instant when Michael put his hand under my foot as I sprang into the saddle, His touch flew all over me like a flame. I knew who had made a new woman of me from that moment. As to describing the first sense of confusion that overwhelmed me, even if I were a practised writer, I should be incapable of doing it. I pulled down my veil and rode on in a sort of trance. Fortunately for me, our house looked on the park, and I had only to cross the road. Otherwise I should have met with some accident if I had ridden through the streets. To this day I don't know where I rode. The horse went his own way quietly, and the groom followed me. The groom! Is there any human creature so free from the hateful and anti-Christian pride of rank as a woman who loves with all her heart and soul for the first time in her life? I only tell the truth, in however unfavourable a light it may place me, when I declare that my confusion was entirely due to the discovery that I was in love. I was not ashamed of myself for being in love with the groom. I had given my heart to the man. What did the accident of his position matter? Put money into his pocket and a title before his name, by another accident. In speech, manners, and attainments, he would be a gentleman worthy of his wealth and worthy of his rank. Even the natural dread of what my relations and friends might say if they discovered my secret seemed to be a sensation so unworthy of me and of him that I looked round and called to him to speak to me, and asked him questions about himself, which kept him riding nearly side by side with me. How I enjoyed the gentle deference and respect of his manner as he answered me. He was hardly bold enough to raise his eyes to mine when I looked at him. Absorbed in the paradise of my own making, I rode on slowly, and was only aware that friends had passed and had recognized me by seeing him touch his hat. I looked round and discovered the women smiling ironically as they rode by. That one circumstance roused me rudely from my dream. I let Michael fall back again to his proper place, and quickened my horse's pace, angry with myself, angry with the world in general, and then suddenly changing, and being fool enough and child enough to feel ready to cry. How long these varying moods lasted, I don't know. On returning, I slipped off my horse without waiting for Michael to help me, and ran into the house without even wishing him good day. Chapter 8. After taking off my riding habit and cooling my hot face with eau de cologne and water, I went down to the room which we called the morning room. The piano there was my favourite instrument, and I had the idea of trying what music would do toward helping me compose myself. As I sat down before the piano, I heard the opening of the door of the breakfast room, separated from me by a curtained archway, and the voice of Lady Claudia asking if Michael had returned to the stable. On the servant's reply in the affirmative, she desired that he might be sent to her immediately. No doubt I ought either to have left the morning room or to have let my aunt know of my presence there. I did neither the one nor the other. Her first dislike of Michael had to all appearance subsided. She had once or twice actually taken opportunities of speaking to him kindly. I believed this was due to the caprice of the moment. The tone of her voice, too, suggested on this occasion that she had some spiteful object in view in sending for him. I knew it was unworthy of me, and yet I deliberately waited to hear what passed between them. Lady Claudia began. "You are out riding to-day with Miss Mina?"
Yes, my lady."
"Turn to the light. I wish to see people when I speak to them. You were observed by some friends of mine. Your conduct excited remark. Do you know your business as a lady's groom?"
"I have had 7 years' experience, my lady."
"Your business is to ride at a certain distance behind your mistress. Has your experience taught you that?"
"Yes, my lady."
"You were not riding behind Miss Mina. Your horse was almost side by side with hers." Do you deny it?
No, my lady.
You behaved with the greatest impropriety. You were seen talking to Miss Mina. Do you deny that?
No, my lady.
Leave the room. No, come back. Have you any excuse to make?
None, my lady.
Your insolence is intolerable. I shall speak to the General. The sound of the closing door followed. I knew now what the smiles meant on the false faces of those women friends of mine who had met me in the park. An ordinary man in Michael's place would have mentioned my own encouragement of him as a sufficient excuse. He, with the inbred delicacy and reticence of a gentleman, had taken all the blame on himself. Indignant and ashamed, I advanced to the breakfast-room, bent on instantly justifying him. Drawing aside the curtain, I was startled by a sound as of a person sobbing. I cautiously looked in. Lady Claudia was prostrate on the sofa, hiding her face in her hands in a passion of tears. I withdrew, completely bewildered. The extraordinary contradictions in my aunt's conduct were not at an end yet. Later in the day I went to my uncle, resolved to set Michael right in his estimation, and to leave him to speak to Lady Claudia. The General was in the lowest spirits. He shook his head ominously the moment I mentioned the groom's name.
I dare say the man meant no harm, but the thing has been observed. I can't have you made the subject of scandal, Mina. My wife makes a point of it. Michael must go.
You don't mean to say she's insisted on your sending Michael away? Before he could answer me, a footman appeared with a message.
My lady wishes to see you, sir.
The General rose directly. My curiosity had got by this time beyond all restraint. I was actually indelicate enough to ask if I might go with him. He stared at me, as well he might. I persisted. I said I particularly wished to see Lady Claudia. My uncle's punctilious good breeding still resisted me.
Your aunt may wish to speak to me in private, he said. Wait a moment, and I'll send for you.
I was incapable of waiting. My obstinacy was something superhuman. The bare idea that Michael might lose his place through my fault made me desperate, I suppose. I won't trouble you to send for me, I persisted. I will go with you at once as far as the door, and wait to hear if I may come in. The footman was still present, holding the door open. The General gave way. I kept so close behind him that my aunt saw me as her husband entered the room. "Oh, come in, Mina," she said, speaking and looking like the charming Lady Claudia of everyday life. Was this the woman whom I had seen crying her heart out on the sofa hardly an hour ago? On second thoughts, she continued, turning to the General, I fear I may have been a little hasty. Pardon me for troubling you about it again. Have you spoken to Michael yet? No? Then let us err on this side of kindness. Let us look over his misconduct this time. My uncle was evidently relieved. I seized the opportunity of making my confession and taking the whole blame on myself. Lady Claudia stopped me with the perfect grace of which she was mistress. "Ah, my good child, don't distress yourself. Don't make mountains out of molehills." She patted me on the cheek with two plump white fingers which felt deadly cold. "I was not always prudent, Mina, when I was your age. Besides, your curiosity is naturally excited about a servant who is, what shall I call him, a foundling." She paused and fixed her eyes on me attentively. "What did he tell you?" she asked. "Is it a very romantic story?" The General began to fidget in his chair. If I had kept my attention on him, I should have seen in his face a warning to me to be silent. But my interest at the moment was absorbed in my aunt. Encouraged by her amiable reception, I was not merely unsuspicious of the trap that she had set for me. I was actually foolish enough to think that I could improve Michael's position in her estimation remember that I was in love with him, by telling his story exactly as I have already told it in these pages. I spoke with fervour, and will you believe it, her humour positively changed again. She flew into a passion with me for the first time in her life. "Lies!" she cried. "Impudent lies on the face of them, invented to appeal to your interest. How dare you repeat them? General, if Mina had not brought it on herself, this man's audacity would justify you in instantly dismissing him. Don't you agree with me?" The General's sense of fair play roused him for once into openly opposing his wife.
"Oh, you're completely mistaken," he said. "Mina and I have both had the shawl and the letter in our hands, and what was there besides? Yes, the very linen the child was wrapped in."
What there was in those words to check Lady Claudia's anger in its full flow, I was quite unable to understand. If her husband had put a pistol to her head, he could hardly have silenced her more effectually. She did not appear to be frightened or ashamed of her outbreak of rage. She sat vacant and speechless, with her eyes on the General and her hands crossed on her lap. After waiting a moment, wondering as I did what it meant, my uncle rose with his customary resignation and left her. I followed him. He was unusually silent and thoughtful. Not a word passed between us. I afterwards discovered that he was beginning to fear, poor man, that his wife's mind must be affected in some way, and was meditating a consultation with the physician who helped us in cases of need. As for myself, I was either too stupid or too innocent to feel any positive forewarning of the truth so far. After luncheon, while I was alone in the conservatory, my maid came to me from Michael, asking if I had any commands for him in the afternoon. I thought this rather odd, but it occurred to me that he might want some hours to himself. I made the inquiry. To my astonishment, the maid announced that Lady Claudia had employed Michael to go on an errand for her. The nature of the errand was to take a letter to her bookseller and to bring back the books which she had ordered. With 3 idle footmen in the house, whose business it was to perform such service as this, why had she taken the groom away from his work? The question obtained such complete possession of my mind that I actually summoned courage enough to go to my aunt. I said I had thought of driving out in my pony carriage that afternoon, and I asked if she objected to sending one of the 3 indoor servants for her books in Michael's place. She received me with a strange, hard stare, and answered with obstinate self-possession, "I wish Michael to go." No explanation followed. With reason or without it, agreeable to me or not agreeable to me, she wished Michael to go. I begged her pardon for interfering, and replied that I would give up the idea of driving on that day. She made no further remark. I left the room, determining to watch her. There's no defence for my conduct. It was mean and unbecoming, no doubt. I was drawn on by some force in me which I could not even attempt to resist. Indeed, I am not a mean person by nature. At first I thought of speaking to Michael, not with any special motive, but simply because I felt drawn toward him as the guide and helper in whom my heart trusted at this crisis in my life. A little consideration, however, suggested to me that I might be seen speaking to him, and might so do him an injury. While I was still hesitating, the thought came to me that my aunt's motive for sending him to her bookseller might be to get him out of her way. Out of her way in the house? No, his place was not in the house. Out of her way in the stable? The next instant the idea flashed across my mind of watching the stable door. The best bedrooms, my room included, were all in front of the house. I went up to my maid's room, which looked on the courtyard, ready with my excuse if she happened to be there. She was not there. I placed myself at the window, in full view of the stable opposite. An interval elapsed, long or short, I cannot say which. I was too much excited to look at my watch. All I know is that I discovered her. She crossed the yard after waiting to make sure that no one was there to see her, and she entered the stable by the door which led to that part of the building occupied by Michael. This time I looked at my watch. 40 minutes passed before I saw her again, and then instead of appearing at the door, she showed herself at the window of Michael's room, throwing it wide open. I concealed myself behind the window curtain just in time to escape discovery as she looked up at the house. She next appeared in the yard, hurrying back. I waited a while, trying to compose myself in case I met anyone on the stairs. There was little danger of a meeting at that hour. The General was at his club, the servants were at their tea. I reached my own room without being seen by anyone and locked myself in. What had my aunt been doing for 40 minutes in Michael's room, and why had she opened the window? I spare you my reflections on these perplexing questions. A convenient headache saved me from the ordeal of meeting Lady Claudia at the dinner-table. I passed a restless and miserable night, conscious that I had found my way blindly, as it were, to some terrible secret which might have its influence on my whole future life, and not knowing what to think or what to do next. Even then I shrank instinctively from speaking to my uncle. This was not wonderful, but I felt afraid to speak to Michael, and that perplexed and alarmed me. Consideration for Lady Claudia was certainly not the motive that kept me silent after what I had seen. The next morning my pale face abundantly justified the assertion that I was still ill. My aunt, always doing her maternal duty towards me, came herself to inquire after my health before I was out of my room. So certain was she of not having been observed on the previous day, or so prodigious was her power of controlling herself, that she actually advised me to go out riding before lunch and try what the fresh air and the exercise would do to relieve me. Feeling that I must end in speaking to Michael, it struck me that this would be the one safe way of consulting him in private. I accepted her advice, and had another approving pat on the cheek from her plump white fingers. They no longer struck cold on my skin. The customary vital warmth had returned to them. Her ladyship's mind had recovered its tranquillity. Chapter 9. I left the house for my morning ride. Michael was not in his customary spirits. With some difficulty I induced him to tell me the reason. He had decided on giving notice to leave his situation in the General's employment. As soon as I could command myself, I asked what had happened to justify this incomprehensible proceeding on his part. He silently offered me a letter. It was written by the master whom he had served before he came to us, and it announced that an employment as secretary was offered to him in the house of a gentleman who was interested in his creditable efforts to improve his position in the world. What it cost me to preserve the outward appearance of composure as I handed back the letter, I am ashamed to tell. I spoke to him with some bitterness. "Your wishes are gratified," I said. "I don't wonder that you're eager to leave your place." He reined back his horse and repeated my words.
"Eager to leave my place? I'm heartbroken at leaving it."
I was reckless enough to ask why. His head sank.
"I daren't tell you,"
he said. I went on from one imprudence to another. "What are you afraid of?" I asked. He suddenly looked up at me, and his eyes answered, "You." Is it possible to fathom the folly of a woman in love? Can any sensible person imagine the enormous importance which the veriest trifles assume in her poor little mind? I was perfectly satisfied, even perfectly happy after that one look. I rode on briskly for a minute or two. Then the forgotten scene at the stable recurred to my memory. I resumed a foot pace and beckoned to him to speak to me. "Lady Claudia's bookseller lives in the city, doesn't he?" I began.
"Yes, miss."
"And did you walk both ways?"
"Yes."
"You must have felt tired when you got back."
"I hardly remember what I felt when I got back. I was met by a surprise."
"May I ask what it was?"
"Certainly, miss. Do you remember a black bag of mine?"
"Perfectly."
"When I returned from the city I found the bag open, and the things I kept in it, the shawl, the linen, and the letter—"
"Gone?"
"Gone."
My heart gave one great leap in me and broke into vehement throbbings, which made it impossible for me to say a word more. I reined up my horse and fixed my eyes on Michael. He was startled. He asked if I felt faint. I could only sign to him that I was waiting to hear more.
"My own belief," he proceeded, "is that some person burned the things in my absence and opened the window to prevent any suspicion being excited by the smell. I'm certain I shut the window before I left my room. When I closed it on my return, the fresh air had not entirely removed the smell of burning, and what's more, I found a heap of ashes in the grate. As to the person who has done me this injury and why it's been done, those are mysteries beyond my fathoming. I beg your pardon, miss, I'm sure you're not well. Might I advise you to return to the house?"
I accepted his advice and turned back. In the tumult of horror and amazement that filled my mind, I could still feel a faint triumph stirring in me through it all, when I saw how alarmed and how anxious he was about me. Nothing more passed between us on the way back. Confronted by the dreadful discovery that I had now made, I was silent and helpless. Of the guilty persons concerned in the concealment of the birth, and in the desertion of the infant, my nobly born, highly bred, irreproachable aunt now stood revealed before me as one. An older woman than I might have been hard put to it to preserve her presence of mind in such a position as mine. Instinct, not reason, served me in my sore need. Instinct, not reason, kept me passively and stupidly silent when I got back to the house. "We'll talk about it tomorrow," was all I could say to Michael when he gently lifted me from my horse. I excused myself from appearing at the luncheon table, and I drew down the blinds in my sitting-room so that my face might not betray me when Lady Claudia's maternal duty brought her upstairs to make inquiries. The same excuse served in both cases. My ride had failed to relieve me of my headache. My aunt's brief visit led to one result which is worth mentioning. The indescribable horror of her that I felt forced the conviction on my mind that we two could live no longer under the same roof. While I was still trying to face this alternative with the needful composure, my uncle presented himself, in some anxiety about my continued illness. I should certainly have burst out crying when the kind and dear old man condoled with me, if he had not brought news with him which turned back all my thoughts on myself and my aunt. Michael had shown the General his letter and had given notice to leave. Lady Claudia was present at the time. To her husband's amazement, she abruptly interfered with a personal request to Michael to think better of it and to remain in his place.
"I should not have troubled you, my dear, on this unpleasant subject," said my uncle, "if Michael had not told me that you were aware of the circumstances under which he feels it is his duty to leave us. After your aunt's interference, quite incomprehensible to me, the man hardly knows what to do. Being your groom, he begs me to ask if there is any impropriety in his leaving the difficulty to your decision. I tell you of his request, Mina. but I strongly advise you to decline taking any responsibility on yourself."
I answered mechanically, accepting my uncle's suggestion, while my thoughts were wholly absorbed in this last of the many extraordinary proceedings on Lady Claudia's part since Michael had entered the house. There are limits, out of books and plays, to the innocence of a young unmarried woman. After what I had just heard, the doubts which had thus far perplexed me were suddenly and completely cleared up. I said to my secret self, "She has some human feeling left. If her son goes away, she knows that they may never meet again." From the moment when my mind emerged from the darkness, I recovered the use of such intelligence and courage as I naturally possessed. From this point you will find that, right or wrong, I saw my way before me and took it. To say that I felt for the General with my whole heart is merely to own that I could be commonly grateful. I sat on his knee and laid my cheek against his cheek and thanked him for his long, long years of kindness to me. He stopped me in his simple, generous way.
"Why, Mina, you talk as if you're going to leave us."
I started up and went to the window, opening it and complaining of the heat, and so concealing from him that he had unconsciously anticipated the event that was indeed to come. When I returned to my chair, he helped me to recover myself by alluding once more to his wife. He feared that her health was in some way impaired. In the time when they had first met, she was subject to nervous maladies, having their origin in a calamity, which was never mentioned by either of them in later days. She might possibly be suffering again from some other form of nervous derangement, and he seriously thought of persuading her to send for medical advice. Under ordinary circumstances, this vague reference to a calamity would not have excited any special interest in me, but my mind was now in a state of morbid suspicion. I had not heard how long my uncle and aunt had been married, but I remembered that Michael had described himself as being 26 years old. Bearing these circumstances in mind, it struck me that I might be acting wisely, in Michael's interest, if I persuaded the General to speak further of what had happened at the time when he met the woman whom an evil destiny had bestowed on him for a wife. Nothing but the consideration of serving the man I loved would have reconciled me to making my own secret use of the recollections which my uncle might innocently confide to me. As it was, I thought the means would in this case be for once justified by the end. Before we part, I have little doubt that you will think so too. I found it an easier task than I had anticipated to turn the talk back again to the days when the General had seen Lady Claudia for the first time. He was proud of the circumstances under which he had won his wife. Oh, how my heart ached for him as I saw his eyes sparkle and the colour mount in his fine, rugged face. This is the substance of what I heard from him. I tell it briefly, because it is still painful to me to tell it at all. My uncle had met Lady Claudia at her father's country house. She had then reappeared in society after a period of seclusion, passed partly in England and partly on the Continent. Before the date of her retirement, she had been engaged to marry a French nobleman, equally illustrious by his birth and by his diplomatic services in the East. Within a few weeks of the wedding day, he was drowned by the wreck of his yacht. This was the calamity to which my uncle had referred. Lady Claudia's mind was so seriously affected by the dreadful event that the doctors refused to answer for the consequences unless she was at once placed in the strictest retirement. Her mother and a French maid devotedly attached to her were the only persons whom it was considered safe for the young lady to see, until time and care had in some degree composed her. Her return to her friends and admirers after the necessary interval of seclusion was naturally a subject of sincere rejoicing among the guests assembled in her father's house. My uncle's interest in Lady Claudia soon developed into love. They were equals in rank and well suited to each other in age. The parents raised no obstacles, but they did not conceal from their guest that the disaster which had befallen their daughter was but too likely to disincline her to receive his addresses, or any man's addresses, favourably. To their surprise, they proved to be wrong. The young lady was touched by the simplicity and the delicacy with which her lover urged his suit. She had lived among worldly people. This was a man whose devotion she could believe to be sincere. They were married. Had no unusual circumstances occurred? Had nothing happened which the General had forgotten? Nothing. Chapter 10. It is surely needless that I should stop here to draw the plain inferences from the events just related. Any person who remembers that the shawl in which the infant was wrapped came from those eastern regions which were associated with the French nobleman's diplomatic services, also that the faults of composition in the letter found on the child were exactly the faults likely to have been committed by the French maid, any person who follows these traces can find his way to the truth as I found mine. Returning for a moment to the hopes which I had formed of being of some service to Michael, I have only to say that they were at once destroyed when I heard of the death by drowning of the man to whom the evidence pointed as his father. The prospect looked equally barren when I thought of the miserable mother. That she should openly acknowledge her son in her position was perhaps not to be expected of any woman. Had she courage enough, or in plainer words, heart enough, to acknowledge him privately? I call to mind again some of the apparent caprices and contradictions in Lady Claudia's conduct on the memorable day when Michael had presented himself to fill the vacant place. Look back with me to the record of what she said and did on that occasion by the light of your present knowledge, and you will see that his likeness to his father must have struck her when he entered the room, and that his statement of his age must have correctly described the age of her son. Recall the actions that followed after she had been exhausted by her first successful efforts at self-control, the withdrawal to the window to conceal her face, the clutch at the curtain when she felt herself sinking, the harshness of manner under which she concealed her emotions when she ventured to speak to him, the reiterated inconsistencies and vacillations of conduct that followed, all alike due to the protest of nature desperately resisted to the last. And say if I did her injustice when I believed her to be incapable of running the smallest risk of discovery at the prompting of maternal love. There remained then only Michael to think of. I remember how he had spoken of the unknown parents whom he neither expected nor cared to discover. Still, I could not reconcile it to my conscience to accept a chance outbreak of temper as my sufficient justification for keeping him in ignorance of a discovery which so nearly concerned him. It seemed at least to be my duty to make myself acquainted with the true state of his feelings before I decided to bear the burden of silence with me to my grave. What I felt it my duty to do in this serious matter, I determined to do at once. Besides, let me honestly own that I felt lonely and desolate, oppressed by the critical situation in which I was placed, and eager for the relief that it would be to me only to hear the sound of Michael's voice. I sent my maid to say that I wished to speak to him immediately. The crisis was already hanging over my head. That one act brought it down. Chapter 11. He came in and stood modestly waiting at the door. After making him take a chair, I began by saying that I had received his message, and that, acting on my uncle's advice, I must abstain from interfering in the question of his leaving or not leaving his place. Having in this way established a reason for sending for him, I alluded next to the loss that he had sustained, and asked if he had any prospect of finding out the person who had entered his room in his absence. On his reply in the negative, I spoke of the serious results to him of the act of destruction that had been committed. "Your last chance of discovering your parents," I said, "has been cruelly destroyed." He smiled sadly.
"You know already, miss, that I never expected to discover them."
I ventured a little nearer to the object I had in view. "Do you never think of your mother?" I asked. "At your age she might be still living. Can you give up all hope of finding her without feeling your heart ache?"
"If I've done her wrong in believing that she deserted me," he answered, "the heartache is but a poor way of expressing the remorse that I should feel."
I ventured nearer still. "Even if you were right," I began, "even if she did desert you—" He interrupted me sternly.
"I would not cross the street to see her," he said. "A woman who deserts her child is a monster. Forgive me for speaking so, miss. When I see good mothers and their children, it maddens me when I think of what my childhood was."
Hearing these words, and watching him attentively while he spoke, I could see that my silence would be a mercy, not a crime. I hastened to speak of other things. "If you decide to leave us," I said, "when shall you go?" His eyes softened instantly, and little by little the colour faded out of his face as he answered me.
"The General kindly said, when I spoke of leaving my place—"
His voice faltered, and he paused to steady it.
"My master," he resumed, "said that I need not keep my new employer waiting by staying for the customary month, provided you were willing to dispense with my services."
So far I had succeeded in controlling myself. At that reply I felt my resolution failing me. I saw how he suffered. I saw how manfully he struggled to conceal it. "I'm not willing," I said. "I'm sorry, very, very sorry to lose you. But I will do anything that's for your good. I can say no more." He rose suddenly as if to leave the room, mastered himself, stood for a moment silently looking at me, and then looked away again and said his parting words.
"If I succeed, Miss Mina, in my new employment, if I get on to higher things, is it presuming too much to ask if I might some day, perhaps when you're out riding alone, if I might speak to you, only to ask if you're well and happy?"
He could say no more. I saw the tears in his eyes, saw him shaken by the convulsive breathings which break from men in the rare moments when they cry. He forced it back even then. He bowed to me. Oh God, he bowed to me as if he were only my servant, as if he were too far below me to take my hand, even at that moment. I could have endured anything else. I believe I could still have restrained myself under any other circumstances. It matters little now. My confession must be made, whatever you may think of me. I flew to him like a frenzied creature. I threw my arms round his neck. I said to him, "Oh, Michael, don't you know that I love you?" And then I laid my head on his breast and held him to me and said no more. In that moment of silence, the door of the room was opened. I started and looked up. Lady Claudia was standing on the threshold. I saw in her face that she had been listening. She must have followed him when he was on his way to my room. That conviction steadied me. I took his hand in mine and stood side by side with him, waiting for her to speak first. She looked at Michael, not at me. She advanced a step or two and addressed him in these words. "It is just possible that you have some sense of decency left. Leave the room." That deliberate insult was all that I wanted to make me completely mistress of myself. I told Michael to wait a moment and opened my writing desk. I wrote on an envelope the address in London of a faithful old servant who had attended my mother in her last moments. I gave it to Michael. "Call there tomorrow morning," I said. "You will find me waiting for you." He looked at Lady Claudia, evidently unwilling to leave me alone with her. "Oh, fear nothing," I said. "I am old enough to take care of myself. I have only a word to say to this lady before I leave the house." With that I took his arm and walked with him to the door, and said good-bye almost as composedly as if we had been husband and wife already. Lady Claudia's eyes followed me as I shut the door again and crossed the room to a second door which led into my bedchamber. She suddenly stepped up to me just as I was entering the room and laid her hand on my arm. "What do I see in your face?" she asked, as much of herself as of me, with her eyes fixed in keen inquiry on mine. "You shall know directly," I answered. "Let me get my bonnet and cloak first." "Do you mean to leave the house?" "I do." She rang the bell. I quietly dressed myself to go out. The servant answered the bell as I returned to the sitting-room. "Tell your master I wish to see him instantly," said Lady Claudia. "My master's gone out, my lady." "To his club?" "I believe so, my lady." "I will send you with a letter to him. Come back when I ring again." She turned to me as the man withdrew. "Do you refuse to stay here until the General returns?" "I shall be happy to see the General if you will enclose my address in your letter to him." Replying in those terms, I wrote the address for the second time. Lady Claudia knew perfectly well, when I gave it to her, that I was going to a respectable house kept by a woman who had nursed me when I was a child. "One last question," she said. "Am I to tell the General that it is your intention to marry your groom?" Her tone stung me into making an answer which I regretted the moment it had passed my lips. "You can put it more plainly, if you like," I said. "You can tell the General that it is my intention to marry your son." She was near the door, on the point of leaving me. As I spoke, she turned with a ghastly stare of horror, felt about her with her hands as if she was groping in darkness, and dropped on the floor. I instantly summoned help. The women servants carried her to my bed, and while they were restoring her to herself, I wrote a few lines telling the miserable woman how I had discovered her secret. "Your husband's tranquillity," I added, "is as precious to me as my own. As for your son, you know what he thinks of the mother who deserted him. Your secret is safe in my keeping, safe from your husband, safe from your son, to the end of my life." I sealed up those words and gave them to her when she had come to herself again. I never heard from her in reply. I have never seen her from that time to this. She knows she can trust me. And what did my good uncle say when we next met? I would rather report what he did when he had got the better of his first feelings of anger and surprise on hearing of my contemplated marriage. He consented to receive us on our wedding day, and he gave my husband the appointment which places us both in an independent position for life. But he had his misgivings. He checked me when I tried to thank him.
Come back in a year's time," he said. "I'll wait to be thanked till the experience of your married life tells me I've deserved it."
The year passed, and the General received the honest expression of my gratitude. He smiled and kissed me, but there was something in his face which suggested that he was not quite satisfied yet. "Do you believe that I've spoken sincerely?" I asked.
"I firmly believe it,"
he answered, and there he stopped. A wiser woman would have taken the hint and dropped the subject. My folly persisted in putting another question. "Tell me, uncle, haven't I proved that I was right when I married my groom?"
"No, my dear, you've only proved that you are a lucky woman."
Read by Ben Tucker. Mr. Captain and the Nymph. 1. "The captain is still in the prime of life," the widow remarked. "He has given up his ship, he possesses a sufficient income, and he has nobody to live with him. I should like to know why he doesn't marry." "The captain was excessively rude to me," the widow's younger sister added on her side.
When we took leave of him in London, I asked if there was any chance of his joining us at Brighton this season. He turned his back on me as if I had mortally offended him, and he made this extraordinary answer: 'Miss, I hate the sight of sea.' The man has been a sailor all his life. What does he mean by saying that he hates the sight of sea?" These questions were addressed to a third person present, and the person was a man. He was entirely at the mercy of the widow and the widow's sister. The other ladies of the family, who might have taken him under their protection, had gone to an evening concert. He was known to be the captain's friend and to be well acquainted with events in the captain's life. As it happened, he had reasons for hesitating to revive associations connected with those events. But what polite alternative was left to him? He must either inflict disappointment and, worse still, aggravate curiosity, or he must resign himself to circumstances and tell the ladies why the captain would never marry, and why, sailor as he was, he hated the sight of the sea. They were both young women and handsome women, and the person to whom they had appealed, being a man, followed the example of submission to the sex, first set in the Garden of Eden. He enlightened the ladies in the terms that follow. 2. The British merchantman, Fortuna, sailed from port of Liverpool, at a date which is not necessary to specify, with the morning tide. She was bound for certain islands in the Pacific Ocean in search of a cargo of sandalwood, a commodity which, in those days, found a ready and profitable market in the Chinese Empire. A large discretion was reposed in the captain by the owners, who knew him to be not only trustworthy, but a man of rare ability, carefully cultivated during the leisure hours of a seafaring life. Devoted heart and soul to his professional duties, he was a hard reader and an excellent linguist as well. Having had considerable experience among the inhabitants of the Pacific Islands, he had attentively studied their characters, and had mastered their language in more than one of his many dialects. Thanks to the valuable information thus obtained, the captain was never at a loss to conciliate the islanders. He had more than once succeeded in finding a cargo under circumstances in which other captains had failed. Possessing these merits, he had also his fair share of human defects. For instance, he was a little too conscious of his own good looks, of his bright chestnut hair and whiskers, of his beautiful blue eyes, of his fair white skin, which many a woman had looked at with the admiration that is akin to envy. His shapely hands were protected by gloves. A broad-brimmed hat sheltered his complexion in fine weather from the sun. He was nice in the choice of his perfumes. He never drank spirits, and the smell of tobacco was abhorrent to him. New men among his officers and crew, seeing him in his cabin, perfectly dressed, washed and brushed until he was an object speckless to look upon, a merchant captain, soft of voice, careful in his choice of words, devoted to study in his leisure hours, were apt to conclude that they had trusted themselves at sea under a commander who was an anomalous mixture of a schoolmaster and a dandy. But if the slightest infraction of discipline took place, or if the storm rose and the vessel proved to be in peril, it was soon discovered that the gloved hands held a rod of iron, that the soft voice could make itself heard through wind and sea from one end of the deck to the other, and that it issued orders which the greatest fool on board discovered to be orders that had saved the ship. Throughout his professional life, the general impression that this variously gifted man produced on the little world about him was always the same. Some few liked him, everybody respected him, nobody understood him. The captain accepted these results. He persisted in reading his books and protecting his complexion, with this result: his owners shook hands with him and put up with his gloves. The Fortuna touched at Rio for water and for supplies of food which might prove useful in case of scurvy. In due time the ship rounded Cape Horn, favored by the finest weather ever known in those latitudes by the oldest hand on board. The mate, one Mr. Duncalf, a boozing, wheezing, self-confident old sea-dog, with a flaming face and a vast vocabulary of oaths, swore that he didn't like it.
"The foul weather's coming, my lads," said Mr. Duncalf. "Mark my words, there'll be wind enough to take the curl out of the captain's whiskers before we're many days older."
For one eventful week the ship cruised in search of the islands to which the owners had directed her. At the end of that time the wind shook the predicted liberties with the captain's whiskers, and Mr. Duncalf stood revealed to an admiring crew in the character of a true prophet. For 3 days and 3 nights the Fortuna ran before the storm, at the mercy of wind and sea. On the 4th morning the gale blew itself out, the sun appeared again toward noon, and the captain was able to take an observation. The result informed him that he was in a part of the Pacific Ocean with which he was entirely unacquainted. Thereupon the officers were called to a council in the cabin. Mr. Duncalf, as became his rank, was consulted first. His opinion possessed the merit of brevity.
"My lads, the ship's bewitched. Take my word for it. We shall wish ourselves back in our own latitudes before we are many days older."
Which, being interpreted, meant that Mr. Duncalf was lost, like his superior officer, in a part of the ocean of which he knew nothing. The remaining members of the council, having no suggestions to offer, left the captain to take his own way. He decided, the weather being fine again, to stand on under an easy press of sail for 24 hours more, and to see if anything came of it. Soon after nightfall, something did come of it. The lookout forward hailed the quarter-deck with the dread cry, "Breakers ahead!" In less than a minute more, everybody heard the crash of the broken water. The Fortuna was put about, and came slowly in the light wind. Thanks to the timely alarm and the fine weather, the safety of the vessel was easily provided for. They kept her under a short sail, and they waited for the morning. The dawn showed them in the distance a glorious green island, not marked in the ship's charts, an island girt about by a coral reef, and having in its midst a high-peaked mountain which looked through the telescope like a mountain of volcanic origin. Mr. Duncalf, taking his morning draught of rum and water, shook his groggy old head and said, and swore,
"My lads, I don't like the look of that island."
The captain was of a different opinion. He had one of the ship's boats put into the water. He armed himself and 4 of his crew who accompanied him, and away he went in the morning sunlight to visit the island. Skirting round the coral reef, they found a natural breach which proved to be broad enough and deep enough not only for the passage of the boat, but of the ship herself if needful. Crossing the broad inner belt of smooth water, they approached the golden sands of the island, strewed with magnificent shells and crowded by the dusky islanders, men, women, and children, all waiting in breathless astonishment to see the strangers land. The captain kept the boat off, and examined the islanders carefully. The innocent, simple people danced and sang and ran into the water, imploring their wonderful white visitors by gestures to come on shore. Not a creature among them carried arms of any sort. A hospitable curiosity animated the entire population. The men cried out in their smooth musical language, "Come and eat," and the plump, black-eyed women, all laughing together, added their own invitation, "Come and be kissed." Was it in mortals to resist such temptations as these? The captain led the way on shore, and the women surrounded him in an instant, and screamed for joy at the glorious spectacle of his whiskers, his complexion, and his gloves. So the mariners from the far north were welcomed to the newly discovered island. 3. The morning wore on, Mr. Duncalf, in charge of the ship, cursing the island over his rum and water as a beastly green strip of a place not laid down in any Christian chart, was kept waiting 4 mortal hours before the captain returned to his command and reported himself to his officers as follows. He had found his knowledge of the Polynesian dialects sufficient to make himself in some degree understood by the natives of the new island. Under the guidance of the chief, he had made a first journey of exploration, and had seen for himself that the place was a marvel of beauty and fertility. The one barren spot in it was the peak of the volcanic mountain, composed of crumbling rock, originally no doubt lava and ashes, which had cooled and consolidated with the lapse of time. So far as he could see, the crater at the top was now an extinct crater, but, if he understood rightly, the chief had spoken of earthquakes and eruptions at certain bygone periods, some of which lay within his own earliest recollections of the place. Adverting next to considerations of practical utility, the captain announced that he had seen sandalwood enough on the island to load a dozen ships, and that the natives were willing to part with it for a few toys and trinkets generally distributed among them. To the mate's disgust, the Fortuna was taken inside the reef that day, and was anchored before sunset in a natural harbor. 12 hours of recreation, beginning with the next morning, were granted to the men, under the wise restrictions in such cases established by the captain. That interval over, the work of cutting the precious wood and loading the ship was to be unremittingly pursued. Mr. Duncalf had the first watch after the Fortuna had been made snug. He took the boatswain aside, an ancient sea-dog like himself, and he said in a gruff whisper,
"My lad, this here ain't the island laid down in our sailing orders. See if mischief don't come of disobeying orders before we are many days older."
Nothing in the shape of mischief happened that night. But at sunrise the next morning a suspicious circumstance occurred, and Mr. Duncalf whispered to the boatswain,
"What did I tell you?"
The captain and the chief of the islanders held a private conference in the cabin, and the captain, after first forbidding any communication with the shore until his return, suddenly left the ship, alone with the chief, in the chief's own canoe. What did this strange disappearance mean? The captain himself, when he took his seat in the canoe, would have been puzzled to answer that question. He asked, in the nearest approach that his knowledge could make to the language used in the island, whether he would be a long time or a short time absent from his ship. The chief answered mysteriously, as the captain understood him, in these words: "Long time or short time, your life depends on it, and the lives of your men." Paddling his light little boat in silence over the smooth water inside the reef, the chief took his visitor ashore at a part of the island which was quite new to the captain. The two crossed a ravine and ascended an eminence beyond. There the chief stopped and silently pointed out to sea. The captain looked in the direction indicated to him and discovered a second and smaller island lying away to the southwest. Taking out his telescope from the case by which it was slung at his back, he narrowly examined the place. 2 of the native canoes were lying off the shore of the new island, and the men in them appeared to be all kneeling or crouching in curiously chosen attitudes. Shifting the range of his glass, he next beheld a white-robed figure, tall and solitary, the one inhabitant of the island whom he could discover. The man was standing on the highest point of a rocky cape. A fire was burning at his feet. Now he lifted his arms solemnly to the sky. Now he dropped some invisible fuel into the fire, which made a blue smoke. And now he cast other invisible objects into the canoes floating beneath him, which the islanders reverently received with bodies that crouched in abject submission. Lowering his telescope, the captain looked round at the chief for an explanation. The chief gave the explanation readily. His language was interpreted by the English stranger in these terms: "Wonderful white man, the island you see yonder is a holy island. As such it is taboo, an island sanctified and set apart. The honorable person whom you notice on the rock is an all-powerful favorite of the gods. He is by vocation a sorcerer, and by rank a priest. You now see him casting charms and blessings into the canoes of our fishermen, who kneel to him for fine weather and great plenty of fish. If any profane person, native or stranger, presumes to set foot on that island, my otherwise peaceful subjects will, in the performance of a religious duty, put that person to death. Mention this to your men. They will be fed by my male people and fondled by my female people, so long as they keep clear of the holy isle. As they value their lives, let them respect this prohibition. Is it understood between us? Wonderful white man, my canoe is waiting for you. Let us go back." Understanding enough of the chief's language, illustrated by his gestures, to receive in the right spirit the communication thus addressed to him, the captain repeated the warning to the ship's company in the plainest possible English. The officers and men then took their holiday on shore, with the exception of Mr. Duncalf, who positively refused to leave the ship. For 12 delightful hours they were fed by the male people and fondled by the female people, and then they were mercilessly torn from the flesh pots and the arms of their new friends, and set to work on the sandalwood in good earnest. Mr. Duncalf superintended the loading, and waited for the mischief that was to come of disobeying the owner's orders with a confidence worthy of a better cause. Strangely enough, chance once more declared itself in favor of the mate's point of view. The mischief did actually come, and the chosen instrument of it was a handsome young islander, who was one of the sons of the chief. The captain had taken a fancy to the sweet-tempered, intelligent lad. Pursuing his studies in the dialect of the island, at leisure hours he had made the chief's son his tutor, and had instructed the youth in English by way of return. More than a month had passed in this intercourse, and the ship's lading was being rapidly completed, when, in an evil hour, the talk between the two turned on the subject of the holy island. "Does nobody live on the island but the priest?" the captain asked. The chief's son looked round him suspiciously. "Promise me you won't tell anybody," he began very earnestly. The captain gave his promise. "There is one other person on the island," the lad whispered, "a person to feast your eyes upon, if you could only see her. She is the priest's daughter, removed to the island in her infancy. She has never left it since. In that sacred solitude she has only looked on 2 human beings, her father and her mother. I once saw her from my canoe, taking care not to attract her notice, or to approach too near the holy soil. Oh, so young, dear master, and oh, so beautiful." The chief's son completed the description by kissing his own hands as an expression of rapture. The captain's fine blue eyes sparkled. He asked no more questions, but later on that day he took his telescope with him and paid a secret visit to the eminence which overlooked the holy island. The next day and the next he privately returned to the same place. On the 4th day, fatal destiny favored him. he discovered the Nymph of the island. Standing alone upon the cape on which he had already seen her father, she was feeding some tame birds which looked like turtle-doves. The glass showed the captain her white robe, fluttering in the sea breeze, her long black hair falling to her feet, her slim and supple young figure, her simple grace of attitude as she turned this way and that, attending to the wants of her birds. Before her was the blue ocean, behind her rose the lustrous green of the island forest. He looked and looked until the eyes and arms ached. When she disappeared among the trees, followed by her favorite birds, the captain shut up his telescope with a sigh and said to himself, "I have seen an angel." From that hour he became an altered man. He was languid, silent, interested in nothing. General opinion on board his ship decided that he was going to be taken ill. A week more elapsed, and the officers and crew began to talk of the voyage to their market in China. The captain refused to fix a day for sailing. He even took offense at being asked to decide. Instead of sleeping in his cabin, he went ashore for the night. Not many hours afterward, just before daybreak, Mr. Duncalf, snoring in his cabin on deck, was aroused by a hand laid on his shoulder. The swinging lamp, still alight, showed him the dusky face of the chief's son, convulsed with terror. By wild signs, by disconnected words in the little English which he had learned, the lad tried to make the mate understand him. Dense Mr. Duncalf, understanding nothing, hailed the second officer on the opposite side of the deck. The second officer was young and intelligent. He rightly interpreted the terrible news that had come to the ship. The captain had broken his own rules. Watching his opportunity under cover of the night, he had taken a canoe and had secretly crossed the channel to the Holy Island. No one had been near him at the time but the chief's son. The lad had vainly tried to induce him to abandon his desperate enterprise, and had vainly waited on the shore in the hope of hearing the sound of the paddle announcing his return. Beyond all reasonable doubt, the infatuated man had set foot on the shores of the tabooed island. The one chance for his life was to conceal what he had done until the ship could be got out of the harbor, and then, if no harm had come to him in the interval, to rescue him after nightfall. It was decided to spread the report that he really had been taken ill, and that he was confined to his cabin. The chief's son, whose heart the captain's kindness had won, could be trusted to do this, and to keep the secret faithfully for his good friend's sake. Toward noon the next day they attempted to take the ship to sea, and failed for want of wind. Hour by hour the heat grew more oppressive. As the day declined, there were ominous appearances in the western heaven. The natives, who had given some trouble during the day by their anxiety to see the captain, and by their curiosity to know the cause of the sudden preparations for the ship's departure, all went ashore together, looking suspiciously at the sky, and reappeared no more. Just at midnight the ship, still in her snug berth inside the reef, suddenly trembled from her keel to her uppermost masts. Mr. Duncalf, surrounded by the startled crew, shook his knotty fist at the island as if he could see it in the dark.
"My lads, what did I tell you? That was a shock of earthquake."
With the morning, the threatening aspect of the weather unexpectedly disappeared. A faint hot breeze from the land, just enough to give the ship steerage way, offered Mr. Duncalf a chance of getting to sea. Slowly, the Fortuna, with the mate himself at the wheel, half sailed, half drifted into the open ocean. At a distance of barely 2 miles from the island, the breeze was felt no more, and the vessel lay becalmed for the rest of the day. At night, the men waited their orders, expecting to be sent after their captain in one of the boats. The intense darkness, the airless heat, and a second shock of earthquake, faintly felt in the ship at her present distance from the land, warned the mate to be cautious.
"I smell mischief in the air," said Mr. Duncalf. "The captain must wait till I am surer of the weather."
Still no change came with the new day. The dead calm continued, and the airless heat. As the day declined, another ominous appearance became visible. A thin line of smoke was discovered through the telescope, ascending from the topmost peak of the mountain on the main island. Was the volcano threatening an eruption? The mate, for one, entertained no doubt of it.
"By the Lord, the place is going to burst up," said Mr. Duncalf. "Come what may of it, we must find the captain tonight."
5. What was the captain doing, and what chance had the crew of finding him that night? He had committed himself to his desperate adventure without forming any plan for the preservation of his own safety, without giving even a momentary consideration to the consequences which might follow the risk that he had run. The charming figure that he had seen haunted him night and day. The image of the innocent creature secluded from humanity in her island solitude was the one image that filled his mind. A man, passing a woman in the street acts on the impulse to turn and follow her, and in that one thoughtless moment shapes the destiny of his future life. The captain had acted on a similar impulse when he took the first canoe he had found on the beach and shaped his reckless course for the tabooed island. Reaching the shore while it was still dark, he did one sensible thing. He hid the canoe so that it might not betray him when the daylight came. That done, he waited for the morning on the outskirts of the forest. The trembling light of dawn revealed the mysterious solitude around him. Following the outer limits of the trees, first in one direction, then in another, and finding no trace of any living creature, he decided on penetrating to the interior of the island. He entered the forest. An hour of walking brought him to rising ground. Continuing the ascent, he got clear of the trees and stood on the grassy top of a broad cliff which overlooked the sea. An open hut was on the cliff. He cautiously looked in and discovered that it was empty. The few household utensils left about, and the simple bed of leaves in a corner, were covered with fine sandy dust. Night birds flew blundering out of the inner cavities of the roof and took refuge in the shadows of the forest below. It was plain that the hut had not been inhabited for some time past. Standing at the open doorway and considering what he should do next, the captain saw a bird flying toward him out of the forest. It was a turtle-dove, so tame that it fluttered close up to him. At the same moment, the sound of sweet laughter became audible among the trees. His heart beat fast. He advanced a few steps and stopped. In a moment more, the nymph of the island appeared, in her white robe, ascending the cliff in pursuit of her truant bird. She saw the strange man, and suddenly stood still, struck motionless by the amazing discovery that had burst upon her. The captain approached, smiling and holding out his hand. She never moved. She stood before him in helpless wonderment, her lovely black eyes fixed spellbound on his face, her dusky bosom palpitating above the fallen folds of her robe, her rich red lips parted in mute astonishment. Feasting his eyes on her beauty in silence, the captain, after a while, ventured to speak to her in the language of the main island. The sound of his voice, addressing her in the words that she understood, roused the lovely creature to action. She started, stepped close up to him, and dropped on her knees at his feet.
"My father worships invisible deities," she said softly. "Are you a visible deity? Has my mother sent you?" She pointed as she spoke to the deserted hut behind them. "You appear," she went on, "in the place where my mother died. Is it for her sake that you show yourself to her child? Beautiful deity, come to the temple. Come to my father." The captain gently raised her from the ground. If her father saw him, he was a doomed man. Infatuated as he was, he had sense enough left to announce himself plainly in his own character, as a mortal creature arriving from a distant land. The girl instantly drew back from him with a look of terror. "He is not like my father," she said to herself. "He is not like me. Is he the lying demon of the prophecy? Is he the predestined destroyer of our island?" The captain's experience of the sex showed him the only sure way out of the awkward position in which he was now placed. He appealed to his personal appearance. "Do I look like a demon?" he asked. Her eyes met his eyes. A faint smile trembled on her lips. He ventured on asking what she meant by the predestined destruction of the island. She held up her hand solemnly and repeated the prophecy. The holy island was threatened with destruction by an evil being who would one day appear on its shores. To avert the fatality, the place had been sanctified and set apart, under the protection of the gods and their priests. Here was the reason for the taboo, and for the extraordinary rigor with which it was enforced. Listening to her with deepest interest, the captain took her hand and pressed it gently. "Do I feel like a demon?" he whispered. Her slim brown fingers closed frankly on his hand. "You feel soft and friendly," she said with the fearless candor of a child. "Squeeze me again. I like it." The next moment she snatched her hand away from him. The sense of his danger had suddenly forced itself on her mind. "If my father sees you," she said, "he will light the signal fire at the temple, and the people from the other island will come here and put you to death. Where is your canoe? No, it is daylight. My father may see you on the water." She considered a little, and, approaching him, laid her hands on his shoulders. "Stay here till nightfall," she resumed. "My father never comes this way. The sight of the place where my mother died is horrible to him. You are safe here. Promise to stay where you are till night-time."
The captain gave his promise. Freed from anxiety so far, the girl's mobile temperament recovered its native cheerfulness, its sweet gaiety and spirit. She admired the beautiful stranger as she might have admired a new bird that had flown to her to be fondled with the rest. She patted his fair white skin and wished she had a skin like it. She lifted the great glossy folds of her long black hair and compared it with the captain's bright curly locks, and longed to change colors with him from the bottom of her heart. His dress was a wonder to her. His watch was a new revelation. She rested her head on his shoulder to listen delightedly to the ticking as he held the watch to her ear. Her fragrant breath played on his face. Her warm, supple figure rested against him softly. The captain's arm stole round her waist, and the captain's lips gently touched her cheek. She lifted her head with a look of pleased surprise.
"Thank you," said the child of nature simply. "Kiss me again. I like it. May I kiss you?"
The tame turtle-dove perched on her shoulder as she gave the captain her first kiss, and diverted her thoughts to the pets that she had left in pursuit of the truant dove.
"Come," she said, "and see my birds. I keep them on this side of the forest. There is no danger so long as you don't show yourself on the other side. My name is Imata. Imata will take care of you. Oh, what a beautiful white neck you have."
She put her arm admiringly round his neck. The captain's arm held her tenderly to him. Slowly the two descended the cliff and were lost in the leafy solitudes of the forest, and the tame dove fluttered before them, a winged messenger of love, cooing to his mate. 6. The night had come and the captain had not left the island. Imata's resolution to send him away in the darkness was a forgotten resolution already. She had let him persuade her that he was in no danger so long as he remained in the hut on the cliff, and she had promised, at parting, to return to him while the priest was still sleeping at the dawn of the day. He was alone in the hut. The thought of the innocent creature whom he loved was sorrowfully as well as tenderly present to his mind. He almost regretted his rash visit to the island. "I will take her with me to England," he said to himself. "What does a sailor care for the opinion of the world? Imata shall be my wife." The intense heat oppressed him. He stepped out on the cliff toward midnight in search of a breath of air. At that moment the first shock of earthquake, felt in the ship while she was inside the reef, shook the ground he stood on. He instantly thought of the volcano on the main island. Had he been mistaken in supposing the crater to be extinct? Was the shock that he had just felt a warning from the volcano, communicated through a submarine connection between the two islands? He waited and watched through the hours of darkness with a vague sense of apprehension which was not to be reasoned away. With the first light of daybreak he descended into the forest and saw the lovely being whose safety was already precious to him as his own, hurrying to meet him through the trees. She waved her hand distractedly as she approached him. "Go," she cried. "Go away in your canoe before our island is destroyed." He did his best to quiet her alarm. Was it the shock of earthquake that had frightened her? No. It was more than the shock of earthquake. It was something terrible which had followed the shock. There was a lake near the temple, the waters of which were supposed to be heated by subterranean fires. The lake had risen with the earthquake, had bubbled furiously, and had then melted away into the earth and been lost. Her father, viewing the portent with horror, had gone to the cape to watch the volcano on the main island and to implore by prayers and sacrifices the protection of the gods. Hearing this, the captain entreated Imata to let him see the emptied lake in the absence of the priest. She hesitated, but his influence was all-powerful. He prevailed on her to turn back with him through the forest. Reaching the furthest limit of the trees, they came out upon rocky ground which sloped gently downward toward the center of the island. Having crossed this space, they arrived at a natural amphitheater of rock. On one side of it the temple appeared, partly excavated, partly formed by a natural cavern. In one of the lateral branches of the cavern was the dwelling of the priest and his daughter. The mouth of it looked out on the rocky basin of the lake. Stooping over the edge, the captain discovered far down in the empty depths a light cloud of steam. Not a drop of water was visible, look where he might. Imata pointed to the abyss and hid her face on his bosom. "My father says," she whispered, "that it is your doing." The captain started. "Does your father know that I am on the island?" She looked up at him with a quick glance of reproach. "Do you think I would tell him and put your life in peril?" she asked. "My father felt the destroyer of the island in the earthquake. My father saw the coming destruction in the disappearance of the lake." Her eyes rested on him with a loving languor. "Are you indeed the demon of the prophecy?"
she said, winding his hair around her finger. "I am not afraid of you, if you are. I am a creature bewitched. I love the demon." She kissed him passionately. "I don't care if I die," she whispered between the kisses. "If only I die with you." The captain made no attempt to reason with her. He took the wiser way. He appealed to her feelings. "You will come and live with me happily in my own country," he said. "My ship is waiting for us. I will take you home with me, and you shall be my wife." She clapped her hands for joy. Then she thought of her father and drew back from him in tears. The captain understood her. "Let us leave this dreary place," he suggested. "We will talk about it in the cool glades of the forest, where you first said you loved me." She gave him her hand. "Where I first said I loved you," she repeated, smiling tenderly as she looked at him. They left the lake together. 7. The darkness had fallen again, and the ship was still becalmed at sea. Mr. Duncalf came on deck after his supper. The thin line of smoke seen rising from the peak of the mountain that evening was now succeeded by ominous flashes of fire from the same quarter, intermittently visible. The faint hot breeze from the land was felt once more.
"There's just an air of wind," Mr. Duncalf remarked. "I'll try for the captain while I have the chance."
One of the boats was lowered into the water, under command of the second mate, who had already taken the bearings of the tabooed island by daylight. 4 of the men were to go with him, and they were all to be well armed. Mr. Duncalf addressed his final instructions to the officer in the boat.
"You will keep a lookout, sir, with a lantern in the bows. If the natives annoy you, you know what to do. Always shoot natives. When you get anigh the island, you will fire a gun and sing out for the captain."
"Quite needless," interposed a voice from the sea. "The captain is here." Without taking the slightest notice of the astonishment that he had caused, the commander of the Fortuna paddled his canoe to the side of the ship. Instead of ascending to the deck, he stepped into the boat, waiting alongside. "Lend me your pistols," he said quietly to the second officer, "and oblige me by taking your men back to their duties on board." He looked up at Mr. Duncalf and gave some further directions. "If there is any change in the weather, keep the ship standing off and on at a safe distance from the land, and throw up a rocket from time to time to show your position. Expect me on board again by sunrise."
"What?" cried the mate. "Do you mean to say you're going back to the island, in that boat, all by yourself?"
"I am going back to the island," answered the captain, as quietly as ever, "in this boat, all by myself." He pushed off from the ship and hoisted the sail as he spoke.
"You're deserting your duty!"
the old sea dog shouted with one of his loudest oaths. "Attend to my directions," the captain shouted back as he drifted away into the darkness. Mr. Duncalf, violently agitated for the first time in his life, took lead of his superior officer with a singular mixture of solemnity and politeness in these words:
"The Lord have mercy on your soul. I wish you good evening."
8. Alone in the boat, the captain looked with a misgiving mind at the flashing of the volcano on the main island. If events had favored him, he would have removed Imata to the shelter of the ship on the day when he saw the emptied basin on the lake. But the smoke of the priest's sacrifice had been discovered by the chief, and he had dispatched 2 canoes with instructions to make inquiries. One of the canoes had returned. The other was kept in waiting off the cape to place a means of communicating with the main island at the disposal of the priest. The second shock of earthquake had naturally increased the alarm of the chief. He had sent messages to the priest, entreating him to leave the island, and other messages to Imata suggesting that she should exert her influence over her father if he hesitated. The priest refused to leave the temple. He trusted in his gods and his sacrifices. He believed they might avert the fatality that threatened his sanctuary. Yielding to the holy man, the chief sent reinforcements of canoes to take their turn keeping watch off the headland. Assisted by torches, the islanders were on the alert, in superstitious terror of the demon of the prophecy, by night as well as by day. The captain had no alternative but to keep in hiding, and to watch his opportunity of approaching the place in which he had concealed his canoe. It was only after Imata had left him as usual to return to her father at the close of evening that the chances declared themselves in his favor. The fire flashes from the mountain, visible when the night came, had struck terror into the hearts of the men on the watch. They thought of their wives, their children, and their possessions on the main island, and they one and all deserted their priest. The captain seized the opportunity of communicating with the ship
and of exchanging a frail canoe which he was ill able to manage for a swift sailing boat capable of keeping the sea in the event of stormy weather. As he now neared the land, certain small sparks of red, moving on the distant water, informed him that the canoes of the sentinels had been ordered back to their duty. Carefully, avoiding the lights, he reached his own side of the island without accident, and guided by the boat's lantern, anchored under the cliff. He climbed the rocks, advanced to the door of the hut, and was met, to his delight and astonishment, by Amata on the threshold.
"I dreamed that some dreadful misfortune had parted us forever," she said, "and I came here to see if my dream was true. You have taught me what it is to be miserable. I never felt my heart ache till I looked into the hut and found that you had gone. Now I have seen you, I am satisfied. No, you must not go back with me. My father may be out looking for me. It is you that are in danger, not I. I know the forest as well by dark as by daylight."
The captain detained her when she tried to leave him. "Now you are here," he said, "why should I not place you at once in safety? I have been to the ship. I have brought back one of the boats. The darkness will befriend us. Let us embark while we can." She shrank away as he took her hand.
"You forget my father," she said.
"Your father is in no danger, my love. The canoes are waiting for him at the cape. I saw the lights as I passed." With that reply, he drew her out of the hut and led her toward the sea. Not a breath of the breeze was now to be felt. The dead calm had returned, and the boat was too large to be easily managed by one man alone at the oars. "The breeze may come again," he said. "Wait here, my angel, for the chance." As he spoke, the deep silence of the forest below them was broken by a sound. A harsh wailing sound was heard, calling, "Ay, Marta! Ay, Marta!"
"My father," she whispered. "He has missed me. If he comes here, you are lost."
She kissed him with passionate fervor. She held him to her for a moment with all her strength.
"Expect me at daybreak," she said,
and disappeared down the landward slope of the cliff. He listened, anxious for her safety. The voices of the father and daughter just reached him from among the trees. The priest spoke in no angry tones. She had apparently found an acceptable excuse for her absence. Little by little, the failing sound of their voices told him that they were on their way back together to the temple. The silence fell again. Not a ripple broke on the beach. Not a leaf rustled in the forest. Nothing moved but the reflected flashes of the volcano on the main island over the black sky. It was an airless and an awful calm. He went into the hut and lay down on his bed of leaves, not to sleep, but to rest. All his energies might be required to meet the coming events of the morning. After the voyage to and from the ship, and the long watching that had preceded it, strong as he was, he stood in need of repose. For some little time he kept awake, thinking. Insensibly, the oppression of the intense heat, aided in its influence by his own fatigue, treacherously closed his eyes. In spite of himself, the weary man fell into a deep sleep. He was awakened by a roar like the explosion of a park of artillery. The volcano on the main island had burst into a state of eruption. Smoky flame light overspread the sky and flashed through the open doorway of the hut. He sprang from his bed and found himself up to his knees in water. Had the sea overflowed the land? He waded out of the hut and the water rose to his middle. He looked round him by the lurid light of the eruption. The one visible object within the range of view was the sea, stained by reflections from the blood-red sky, swirling and rippling strangely in the dead calm. In a moment more he became conscious that the earth on which he stood was sinking under his feet. The water rose to his neck. The last vestige of the roof of the hut disappeared. He looked round again, and the truth burst on him. The island was sinking. Slowly, slowly sinking into volcanic depths, below even the depth of the sea. The highest object was the hut, and that had dropped inch by inch under water before his own eyes. Thrown up to the surface by occult volcanic influences, the island had sunk back, under the same influences, to the obscurity from which it had emerged. A black shadowy object, turning in a wide circle, came slowly near him, as the all-destroying ocean washed its bitter waters into his mouth. He looked round and round him. He strained his eyes in the vain attempt to penetrate below the surface of the seething, dimpling sea. Had the panic-stricken watchers in the canoes saved themselves without an effort to preserve the father and daughter? Or had they both been suffocated before they could make an attempt to escape? He called to her in his misery as if she could hear him out of the fathomless depths. "Ay, Marta!
Imada! The roar of the distant eruption answered him. The mounting fires lit the solitary sea far and near over the sinking island. The boat turned slowly, and more slowly in the lessening vortex. Never again would those gentle eyes look at him with unutterable love. Never again would those fresh lips touch his lips with their fervent kiss. Alone, amid the savage forces of nature in conflict, the miserable mortal lifted his hands in frantic supplication, and the burning sky glared down on him in its pitiless grandeur and struck him to his knees in the boat. His reason sank with his sinking limbs. In the merciful frenzy that succeeded the shock, he saw afar off, in her white robe, an angel poised on the waters, beckoning him to follow her to the brighter and the better world. He loosened the sail, he seized the oars, and the faster he pursued it, the faster the mocking vision fled from him over the empty and endless sea. 9. The boat was discovered on the next morning from the ship. All that the devotion of the officers of the Fortuna could do for their unhappy commander was done on the homeward voyage. Restored to his own country and to skilled medical help, the captain's mind by slow degrees recovered its balance. He had taken his place in society again. He lives and moves and manages his affairs like the rest of us. But his heart is dead to all new emotions. Nothing remains in it but the sacred remembrance of his lost love. He neither courts nor avoids the society of women. Their sympathy finds him grateful, but their attractions seem to be lost on him. They pass from his mind as they pass from his eyes. They stir nothing in him but the memory of Imada. And now you know, ladies, why the captain will never marry, and why, sailor as he is, he hates the sight of the sea.
Read by Christine Rottger. Miss Dulane and My Lord, Part 1 and 2. Part 1. 2 Remonstrations. 1. One afternoon, old Miss Dulane entered her drawing-room, ready to receive visitors, dressed in splendor, and exhibiting every outward appearance of a defiant frame of mind. Just as a saucy bronze nymph on the mantelpiece struck the 2:45 on an elegant clock under her arm, a visitor was announced. Mrs. Newsome. Miss Dulane wore her own undisguised gray hair, dressed in perfect harmony with her time of life. Without an attempt at concealment, she submitted to be too short and too stout. Her appearance, if it had only been made to speak, would have said, in effect, "I am an old woman, and I scorn to disguise it." Mrs. Newsome, tall and elegant, painted and dyed, acted on the opposite principle in dressing, which confesses nothing. On exhibition before the world, this lady's disguise asserted that she had reached her 30th year on her last birthday. Her husband was discreetly silent, and Father Time was discreetly silent. They both knew that her last birthday had happened 30 years since. "Shall we talk of the weather and the news, my dear, or shall we come to the object of your visit at once?" So Miss Dulane opened the interview. "Your tone and manner, my good friend, are no doubt provoked by the report in the newspaper of this morning. In justice to you, I refuse to believe this report." So Mrs. Newsome adopted her friend's suggestion. "Your kindness is thrown away, Elizabeth. The report is true." "Matilda, you shock me." "Why?" "At your age." "If he doesn't object to my age, what does it matter to you?" "Don't speak of that man." "Why not?" "He is young enough to be your son, and he is marrying you impudently, undisguisedly marrying you for your money." "And I am marrying him, impudently, undisguisedly marrying him for his rank." "You needn't remind me, Matilda, that you are the daughter of a tailor." "In a week or two more, Elizabeth, I shall remind you that I am the wife of a nobleman's son." "A younger son, don't forget that." "A younger son, as you say. He finds the social position, and I find the money. $500,000 at my own sole disposal. My future husband is a good fellow in his way, and his future wife is another good fellow in her way. To look at your grim face, one would suppose there were no such things in the world as marriages of convenience. Not at your time of life. I tell you plainly, your marriage will be a public scandal. That doesn't frighten us, Miss Dulane remarked. We are resigned to every ill-natured thing that our friends can say of us. In course of time, the next 9 days, wonder will claim public attention, and we shall be forgotten. I shall be none the less on that account Lady Howell Beaucourt, and my husband will be happy in the enjoyment of every expensive taste which a poor man can gratify for the first time in his life. Have you any more objections to make? Don't hesitate to speak plainly. I have a question to ask, my dear. Charmed, I am sure, to answer it if I can. Am I right in supposing that Lord Howell Beaucourt is about half your age? Yes, dear, my future husband is as nearly as possible half as old as I am. Mrs. Newsome's uneasy virtue shuddered. What a profanation of marriage! She exclaimed. Nothing of the sort, her friend pronounced positively. Marriage, by the law of England, as my lawyer tells me, is nothing but a contract. Who ever heard of profaning a contract? Call it what you please, Matilda. Do you expect to live a happy life at your age with a young man for your husband? A happy life, Miss Dulane repeated, because it will be an innocent life. She laid a certain emphasis on the last word but one. Mrs. Newsome resented the emphasis and rose to go. Her last words were the bitterest words that she had spoken yet. You have secured such a truly remarkable husband, my dear, that I am emboldened to ask a great favor. Will you give me his lordship's photograph? No, said Miss Dulane, I won't give you his lordship's photograph. What is your objection, Matilda? A very serious objection, Elizabeth. You are not pure enough in mind to be worthy of my husband's photograph. With that reply, the first of the remonstrances assumed hostile proportions and came to an untimely end. 2. The second remonstrance was reserved for a happier fate. It took its rise in a conversation between two men who were old and true friends. In other words, it led to no quarreling. The elder man was one of those admirable human beings who are cordial, gentle, and good-tempered, without any conscious exercise of their own virtues. He was generally known in the world about him by a fond and familiar use of his Christian name. To call him Sir Richard in these pages, except in the character of one of his servants, would be simply ridiculous. When he lent his money, his horses, his house, and sometimes after unlucky friends had dropped to the lowest social depths, even his clothes, this general benefactor was known in the best of society and the worst of society alike as Dick. He filled the 100 miles of rumor with his nickname, in the days when there was an opera in London, as the proprietor of the Beauty Box. The ladies who occupied the box were all invited under the same circumstances. They enjoyed operatic music, but their husbands and fathers were not rich enough to be able to gratify that expensive taste. Dick's carriage called for them and took them home again, and the beauties all agreed, if he ever married, that Mrs. Dick would be the most enviable person on the face of the civilized earth. Even the false reports which declared that he was privately married already, and on bad terms with his wife, slandered him cordially under the popular name. and his intimate companions, when they alluded among each other to a romance in his life which would remain a hidden romance to the end of his days, forgot that the occasion justified a serious and severe use of his surname, and blamed him affectionately as poor dear Dick. The hour was midnight, and the friends, whom the most hospitable of men delighted to assemble round his dinner table, had taken their leave with the exception of one guest specially detained by the host, who led him back to the dining room. "You were angry with our friends," Dick began, "when they asked you about that report of your marriage. You won't be angry with me. Are you really going to be the old maid's husband?" This plain question received a plain reply. "Yes, I am." Dick took the young lord's hand. Simply and seriously he said, "Accept my congratulations." Howell Beaucourt started as if he had received a blow instead of a compliment. "There isn't another man or woman in the whole circle of my acquaintance," he declared, "who would have congratulated me on marrying Miss Dulane. I believe you would make allowances for me if I had committed murder." "I hope I should," Dick answered gravely. "When a man is my friend, murder or marriage, I take it for granted that he has a reason for what he does. Wait a minute. You mustn't give me more credit than I deserve. I don't agree with you. If I were a marrying man myself, I shouldn't pick an old maid. I should prefer a young one. That's a matter of taste. You are not like me. You always have a definite object in view. I may not know what the object is. Never mind. I wish you joy all the same." Beaucourt was not unworthy of the friendship he had inspired. "I should be grateful indeed," he said, "if I didn't tell you what my object is. You know that I am poor." "The only poor friend of mine," Dick remarked, "who has never borrowed money of me." Beaucourt went on without noticing this. "I have 3 expensive tastes," he said. "I want to get into Parliament. I want to have a yacht. I want to collect pictures. Add, if you like, the selfish luxury of helping poverty and wretchedness, and hearing my conscience tell me what an excellent man I am. I can't do all this on 500 a year, but I can do it on 40 times 500 a year. Moral: marry Miss Dulane." Listening attentively until the other had done, Dick showed a sardonic side to his character never yet discovered in Beaucourt's experience of him. "I suppose you have made the necessary arrangements," he said. "When the old lady releases you, she will leave consolation behind in her will." "That's the first ill-natured thing I ever heard you say, Dick. When the old lady dies, my sense of honor takes fright and turns its back on her will. It's a condition on my side that every farthing of her money shall be left to her relations." "Don't you call yourself one of them?" "What a question! Am I her relation, because the laws of society force a mock marriage on us? How can I make use of her money unless I am her husband? And how can she make use of my title unless she is my wife? As long as she lives, I stand honestly by my side of the bargain. But when she dies, the transaction is at an end, and the surviving partner returns to his 500 a year." Dick exhibited another surprising side to his character. The most compliant of men now became as obstinate as the proverbial mule. "All is very well," he said, "but it doesn't explain why, if you must sell yourself, you have sold yourself to an old lady. There are plenty of young ones and pretty ones with fortunes to tempt you. It seems odd that you haven't tried your luck with one of them. No, Dick, It would have been odd, and worse than odd, if I had tried my luck with a young woman. I don't see that. You shall see it directly. If I marry an old woman for her money, I have no occasion to be a hypocrite. We both know that our marriage is a mere matter of form. But if I make a young woman my wife because I want her money, and if that young woman happens to be worth a straw, I must deceive her and disgrace myself by shamming love. That, my boy, you may depend upon it, I will never do." Dick's face suddenly brightened with a mingled expression of relief and triumph. "Ha! My mercenary friend," he burst out, "there's something mixed up in this business which is worthier of you than anything I have heard yet. Stop! I am going to be clever for the first time in my life. A man who talks of love as you do must have felt love himself. Where is the young one and the pretty one? And what has she done, poor dear, to be deserted for an old woman? Good God, how you look at me! I have hurt your feelings. I have been a greater fool than ever. I am more ashamed of myself than words can say." Beaucourt stopped him there gently and firmly. "You have made a very natural mistake," he said. "There was a young lady. She has refused me, absolutely refused me. There is no more love in my life. It's a dark life and an empty life for the rest of my days. I must see what money can do for me next. When I have thoroughly hardened my heart, I may not feel my misfortune as I feel it now. Pity me or despise me. In either case, let us say good night." He went out into the hall and took his hat. Dick went out into the hall and took his hat. "Have it your own way," he answered. "I mean to have mine. I'll go home with you." The man was simply irresistible. Beaucourt sat down resignedly on the nearest of the hall chairs. Dick asked him to return to the dining room. "No," he said, "it's not worth while. What I can tell you may be told in 2 minutes." Dick submitted and took the next of the hall chairs. In that inappropriate place the young lord's unpremeditated confession was forced out of him by no more formidable exercise of power than the kindness of his friend. "When you hear where I met with her," he began, "you will most likely not want to hear any more. I saw her for the first time on the stage of a music hall." He looked at Dick, perfectly quiet and perfectly impenetrable. Dick only said, "Go on." Beaucourt continued in these words. "She was singing Arne's delicious setting of Ariel's song in The Tempest, with a taste and feeling completely thrown away on the greater part of the audience. That she was beautiful, in my eyes at least, I needn't say. That she had descended to a sphere unworthy of her and new to her, nobody could doubt. Her modest dress, her refinement of manner, seemed rather to puzzle than to please most of the people present. They applauded her, but not very warmly when she retired. I obtained an introduction through her music master, who happened to be acquainted professionally with some relatives of mine. He told me that she was a young widow, and he assured me that the calamity through which her family had lost their place in the world had brought no sort of disgrace on them. If I wanted to know more, he referred me to the lady herself. I found her very reserved. A long time passed before I could win her confidence, and a longer time still before I ventured to confess the feeling with which she had inspired me. You know the rest." "You mean, of course, that you offered her marriage?" "Certainly." "And she refused you on account of your position in life?" "No, I had foreseen that obstacle, and had followed the example of the adventurous nobleman in the old story. Like him, I assumed a name and presented myself as belonging to her own respectable middle-class life. You are too old a friend to suspect me of vanity if I tell you that she had no objection to me, and no suspicion that I approached her, personally speaking, under a disguise. What motive could she possibly have had for refusing you? Dick asked. A motive associated with her dead husband, Beaucourt answered. He had married her, mind innocently married her, while his first wife was living. The woman was an inveterate drunkard. They had been separated for years. Her death had been publicly reported in the newspapers among the persons killed in a railway accident abroad. When she claimed her unhappy husband, he was in delicate health. The shock killed him. His widow, I can't and won't speak of her misfortune as if it was her fault, knew of no living friends who were in a position to help her. Not a great artist with a wonderful voice, she could still trust to her musical accomplishments to provide for the necessaries of life. Plead as I might with her to forget the past, I always got the same reply. If I was base enough to let myself be tempted by the happy future that you offer, I should deserve the unmerited disgrace which has fallen on me. Marry a woman whose reputation will bear inquiry and forget me. I was mad enough to press my suit once too often. When I visited her on the next day, she was gone. Every effort to trace her has failed. Lost, my friend, irretrievably lost to me. He offered his hand and said good night. Dick held them back on the doorstep. Break off your mad engagement to Miss Dulane, he said. Be a man, Howell. Wait and hope. You are throwing away your life when happiness is within your reach. If you will only be patient, that poor creature is worthy of you. Lost? Nonsense! In this narrow little world, people are never hopelessly lost till they are dead and underground. Help me to recognize her by a description and tell me her name. I'll find her. I'll persuade her to come back to you, and mark my words, you will live to bless the day when you followed my advice. This well-meant remonstrance was completely thrown away. Beaucourt's despair was deaf to every entreaty that Dick had addressed to him. Thank you, with all my heart, he said. You don't know her as I do. She is one of the very few women who mean no when they say no. Useless, Dick, useless. Those were the last words he said to his friend in the character of a single man. Part 2. Platonic Marriage. 3. 7 months have passed, my dear Dick, since my inhuman obstinacy, those were the words you used, made you one of the witnesses at my marriage to Miss Dulane, sorely against your will. Do you remember your parting prophecy when you were out of the bride's hearing? A miserable life is before that woman's husband, and by Jupiter, he has deserved it. Never, my dear boy, attempt to forecast the future again. Viewed as a prophet, you are a complete failure. I have nothing to complain of in my married life. But you must not mistake me. I am far from saying that I am a happy man. I only declare myself to be a contented man. My old wife is a marvel of good temper and good sense. She trusts me implicitly, and I have given her no reason to regret it. We have our time for being together, and our time for keeping apart. Within our inevitable limits, we understand each other and respect each other, and have a truer feeling of regard on both sides than many people far better matched than we are in point of age. But you shall judge for yourself. Come and dine with us, when I return on Wednesday next from the trial trip of my new yacht. In the meantime, I have a service to ask of you. My wife's niece has been her companion for years. She has left us to be married to an officer who has taken her to India, and we are utterly at a loss how to fill her place. The good old lady doesn't want much. A nice, fine-tempered, refined girl who can sing and play to her with some little taste and feeling, and read to her now and then when her eyes are weary. There is what we require, and there, it seems, is more than we can get. After advertising for a week past, of all the companions who have presented themselves, not one has turned out to be the sort of person whom Lady Howell wants. Can you help us? In any case, my wife sends you her kind remembrances, and, true to the old times, I add my love. On the day which followed the receipt of this letter, Dick paid a visit to Lady Howell Beaucourt. "You seem to be excited," she said. "Has anything remarkable happened?" "Pardon me if I ask a question first," Dick replied. "Do you object to a young widow?" "That depends on the widow." "Then I have found the very person you want. And oddly enough, your husband has had something to do with it." "Do you mean that my husband has recommended her?" There was an undertone of jealousy in Lady Howell's voice, jealousy excited not altogether without a motive. She had left it to Beaucourt's sense of honor to own the truth, if there had been any love affair in his past life which ought to make him hesitate before he married. He had justified Miss Dulane's confidence in him, acknowledging an attachment to a young widow, and adding that she had positively refused him. "We have not met since," he said, "and we shall never meet again." Under those circumstances, Miss Dulane had considerately abstained from asking for any further details. She had not thought of the young widow again until Dick's language had innocently inspired her first doubt. Fortunately for both of them, he was an outspoken man, and he reassured her unreservedly in these words: "Your husband knows nothing about it." "Now," she said, "you may tell me how you came to hear of the lady." "Through my uncle's library," Dick replied. "His will has left me his collection of books, in such a wretchedly neglected condition that I asked Beaucourt, not being a reading man myself, if he knew of any competent person who could advise me how to set things right. He introduced me to Farley and Halford, the well-known publishers. The second partner is a book collector himself, as well as a bookseller. He kindly looks in now and then to see how his instructions for mending and binding are being carried out. When he called yesterday, I thought of you, and I found he could help us to a young lady employed in his office at correcting proof sheets." "What is the lady's name?" "Mrs. Evelyn." "Why does she leave her employment?" "To save her eyes, poor soul. When the senior partner, Mr. Farley, met with her, she was reduced by family misfortunes to earn her own living. The publishers would have been only too glad to keep her in their office, but for the oculist's report. He declared that she would run the risk of blindness if she fatigued her weak eyes much longer. There is the only objection to this otherwise invaluable person: she will not be able to read to you." "Can she sing and play?" "Exquisitely. Mr. Farley answers for her music." "And her character?" "Mr. Halford answers for her character." "And her manners?" "A perfect lady. I have seen her and spoken to her. I answer for her manners, and I guarantee her personal appearance. Charming, charming." For a moment Lady Howell hesitated. After a little reflection, she decided that it was her duty to trust her excellent husband. "I will receive the charming widow," she said, "tomorrow at 12 o'clock, and if she produces the right impression, I promise to overlook the weakness of her eyes." Beaucourt had prolonged the period appointed for the final trip of his yacht by a whole week. His apology when he returned delighted the kind-hearted old lady who had made him a present of the vessel. "There isn't such another yacht in the whole world," he declared. "I really hadn't the heart to leave that beautiful vessel after only 3 days' experience of her." He burst out with a torrent of technical praises of the yacht, to which his wife listened as attentively as if she really understood what he was talking about. When his breath and his eloquence were exhausted alike, she said, "Now, my dear, it's my turn. I can match your perfect vessel with my perfect lady." "What? Have you found a companion?" "Yes." "Did Dick find her for you?" "He did indeed. You shall see for yourself how grateful I ought to be to your friend." She opened a door which led into the next room. "Mary, my dear, come and be introduced to my husband." Beaucourt started when he heard the name, and instantly recovered himself. He had forgotten how many Marys there are in the world. Lady Howell returned, leading her favorite by the hand, and gaily introduced her the moment they entered the room. "Mrs. Evelyn, Lord." She looked at her husband. The utterance of his name was instantly suspended on her lips. Mrs. Evelyn's hand, turning cold at the same moment in her hand, warned her to look round. The face of the woman more than reflected the inconcealable agitation in the face of the man. The wife's first words when she recovered herself were addressed to them both. "Which of you can I trust," she asked, "to tell me the truth?" "You can trust both of us," her husband answered. The firmness of his tone irritated her. "I will judge that for myself," she said. "Go back to the next room," she added, turning to Mrs. Evelyn. "I will hear you separately." The companion whose duty it was to obey, whose modesty and gentleness had won her mistress's heart, refused to retire. "No," she said, "I have been deceived too. I have my right to hear what Lord Howell has to say for himself." Beaucourt attempted to support the claim she had advanced. His wife sternly signed to him to be silent. "What do you mean?" she said, addressing the question to Mrs. Evelyn. "I mean this. The person whom you speak of as a nobleman was presented to me as Mr. Vincent, an artist. But for that deception I should never have set foot in your ladyship's house." "Is this true, my lord?" Lady Howell asked, with a contemptuous emphasis on the title of nobility. "Quite true," her husband answered. "I thought it possible that my rank might prove an obstacle in the way of my hopes. The blame rests on me, and on me alone. I ask Mrs. Evelyn to pardon me for an act of deception which I deeply regret." Lady Howell was a just woman. Under other circumstances she might have shown herself to be a generous woman. That brighter side of her character was incapable of revealing itself in the presence of Mrs. Evelyn. Young and beautiful, and in possession of her husband's heart, she could say, "I beg your pardon, madame. I have not treated you justly." But no self-control was strong enough to restrain the next bitter words from passing her lips. "At my age," she said, "Lord Howell will soon be free. You will not have long to wait for him." The young widow looked at her sadly, answered her sadly, "Oh, my lady, your better nature will surely regret having said that." For a moment her eyes rested on Beaucourt, dim with rising tears. She left the room and left the house. There was silence between the husband and wife. Beaucourt was the first to speak again. "After what you have just heard, do you persist in your jealousy of that lady and your jealousy of me?" he asked. "I have behaved cruelly to her and to you. I am ashamed of myself," was all that she said in reply. That expression of sorrow, so simple and so true, did not appeal in vain to the gentler side of Beaucourt's nature. He kissed his wife's hand. He tried to console her. "You may forgive me," she answered. "I cannot forgive myself. That poor lady's last words have made my heart ache. What I said to her in anger I ought to have said generously. Why should she not wait for you? After your life with me, a life of kindness, a life of self-sacrifice, you deserve your reward. Promise me that you will marry the woman you love after my death has released you." "You distress me, and needlessly distress me," he said. "What you are thinking of, my dear, can never happen. No, not even if—" He left the rest unsaid. "Not even if you were free?" she asked. "Not even then." She looked toward the next room. "Go in, Howell, and bring Mrs. Evelyn back. I have something to say to her." The discovery that she had left the house caused no fear that she had taken to flight with the purpose of concealing herself. There was a prospect before the old lonely woman which might be trusted to preserve her from despair, to say the least of it. During her brief residence in Beaucourt's house, she had shown to Lady Howell a letter received from a relation who had emigrated to New Zealand with her husband and her infant children some years since. They had steadily prospered, and they were living in comfort, and they wanted for nothing but a trustworthy governess to teach their children. The mother had accordingly written, asking if her relative in England could recommend a competent person, and offering a liberal salary. In showing the letter to Lady Howell, Mrs. Evelyn had said, "If I had not been so happy as to attract your notice, I might have offered to be the governess myself." Assuming that it had now occurred to her to act on this idea, Lady Howell felt assured that she would apply for advice either to the publishers who had recommended her or to Lord Howell's old friend. Beaucourt at once offered to make the inquiries which might satisfy his wife that she had not been mistaken. Readily accepting his proposal, she asked at the same time for a few minutes of delay. "I want to say to you," she explained, "what I had in my mind to say to Mrs. Evelyn. Do you object to tell me why she refused to marry you? I couldn't have done it in her place." "You would have done it, my dear, as I think if her misfortune had been your misfortune." With those prefatory words, he told the miserable story of Mrs. Evelyn's marriage. Lady Howell's sympathies, strongly excited, appeared to have led her to a conclusion which she was not willing to communicate to her husband. She asked him rather abruptly if he would leave it to her to find Mrs. Evelyn. "I promise," she added, "to tell you what I am thinking of when I come back." In 2 minutes more she was ready to go out, and had hurriedly left the house. 5. After a long absence, Lady Howell returned, accompanied by Dick. His face and manner betrayed unusual agitation. Beaucourt noticed it. "I may well be excited," Dick declared, "after what I have heard, and after what we have done. Lady Howell, yours is the brain that thinks to some purpose. Make our report. I wait for you." But my lady preferred waiting for Dick. He consented to speak first, for the thoroughly characteristic reason that he could get over it in no time. "I shall try the old division," he said, "into first, second, and third. Don't be afraid. I am not going to preach. Quite the contrary. I am going to be quick about it. First, then, Mrs. Evelyn has decided under sound advice to go to New Zealand. Second, I have telegraphed to her relations at the other end of the world to tell them that she is coming. Third and last, Farley and Halford have sent to the office and secured a berth for her in the next ship that sails. Date the day after tomorrow. Done in half a minute now, Lady Howell. I will begin and end in half a minute too, she said, if I can. First, she continued, turning to her husband, I found Mrs. Evelyn at your friend's house. She kindly let me say all that I could say for the relief of my poor heart. Secondly, she hesitated, smiled uneasily, and came to a full stop. I can't do it, Howell, she confessed. I speak to you as usual, or I can never get on. Saying many things in few words, if the ladies who assert our rights will forgive me for confessing it, is an accomplishment in which we are completely beaten by the men. You must have thought me rude, my dear, for leaving you very abruptly without a word of explanation. The truth is, I had an idea in my head, and I kept it to myself. Old people are proverbially cautious, you know, till I had first found out whether it was worth mentioning. When you were speaking of the wretched creature who had claimed Mrs. Evelyn's husband as her own, you said she was an inveterate drunkard. A woman in that state of degradation is capable, as I persist in thinking, of any wickedness. I suppose this put it into my head to doubt her. No, I mean to wonder whether Mr. Evelyn— Do you know that she keeps her husband's name by his own entreaty addressed to her on his deathbed? Oh, I am losing myself in a crowd of words of my own collecting. Say the rest of it for me, Sir Richard. No, Lady Howell, not unless you call me Dick. Then say it for me, Dick. No, not yet, on reflection. Dick is too short. Say, dear Dick. Dear Dick, there. Thank you, my lady. Now we had better remember that your husband is present. He turned to Beaucourt. Lady Howell had the idea, he proceeded, which ought to have presented itself to you and to me. It was a serious misfortune, as she thought, that Mr. Evelyn's sufferings in his last illness, and his wife's anxiety while she was nursing him, had left them unfit to act in their own defense. They might otherwise not have submitted to the drunken wretch's claim, without first making sure that she had the right to advance it. Taking her character into due consideration, are we quite certain that she was herself free to marry when Mr. Evelyn unfortunately made her his wife? To that serious question we now mean to find an answer. With Mrs. Evelyn's knowledge of the affair to help us, we have discovered the woman's address. To begin with, she keeps a small tobacconist's shop at the town of Grayley in the north of England. The rest is in the hands of my lawyer. If we make the discovery that we all hope for, we have your wife to thank for it. He paused and looked at his watch. I've got an appointment at the club. The committee will blackball the best fellow that ever lived if I don't go and stop them. Goodbye. The last day of Mrs. Evelyn's sojourn in England was memorable in more ways than one. On the first occasion in Beaucourt's experience of his married life, his wife wrote to him instead of speaking to him, although they were both in the house at the time. It was a little note containing these words: I thought you would like to say goodbye to Mrs. Evelyn. I have told her to expect you in the library, and I will take care that you are not disturbed. Waiting at the window of her sitting-room of the upper floor, Lady Howell perceived that the delicate generosity of her conduct had been gratefully felt. The interview in the library barely lasted 5 minutes. She saw Mrs. Evelyn leave the house with her veil down. Immediately afterward, Beaucourt ascended to his wife's room to thank her. Carefully as he had endeavored to hide them, the traces of tears in his eyes told her how cruelly the parting scene had tried him. It was a bitter moment for his admirable wife. "Do you wish me dead?" she asked with sad self-possession. "Live," he said, "and live happily if you wish to make me happy too." He drew her to him and kissed her forehead. Lady Howell had her reward. Part 3. News from the Colony. 6. Furnished with elaborate instructions to guide him, which included golden materials for bribery, a young Jew holding the place of third clerk in the office of Dick's lawyer was sent to the town of Greeley to make discoveries. In the matter of successfully instituting private inquiries, he was justly considered to be a match for any two Christians who might try to put obstacles in his way. His name was Moses Jackling. Entering the cigar shop, the Jew discovered that he had presented himself at a critical moment. A girl and a man were standing behind the counter. The girl looked like a maid of all work. She was rubbing the tears out of her eyes with a big red fist. The man, smart in manner and shabby in dress, received the stranger with a peremptory eagerness to do business. "Now then, what for you?" Jackling bought the worst cigar he had ever smoked in the course of an enormous experience of bad tobacco, and tried a few questions with this result. The girl had lost her place, the man was in possession, and the stock and furniture had been seized for debt. Jackling thereupon assumed the character of a creditor, and asked to speak with the mistress. "She's too ill to see you, sir," the girl said. "Tell the truth, you fool," cried the man in possession. He led the way to a door with a glass in the upper part of it, which opened into a parlor behind the shop. As soon as his back was turned, Jackling whispered to the maid, "When I go, slip out after me. I've got something for you." The man lifted the curtain over the glass. "Look through," he said, "and see what's the matter with her for yourself." Jackling discovered the mistress flat on her back on the floor, helplessly drunk. That was enough for the clerk so far. He took leave of the man in possession with the one joke which never wears out in the estimation of Englishmen, the joke that foresees the drinker's headache in the morning. In a minute or two more the girl showed herself, carrying an empty jug. She had been sent for the man's beer, and she was expected back directly. Jackling, having first overwhelmed her by a present of 5 shillings, proposed another appointment in the evening. The maid promised to be at the place of meeting, and in memory of the 5 shillings she kept her word. "What wages do you get?" was the first question that astonished her. £3 a year, sir," the unfortunate creature replied. "All paid?" "Only £1 paid, and I say it's crying shame." "Say what you like, my dear, so long as you listen to me. I want to know everything that your mistress says and does, first when she's drunk and then when she's sober. Wait a bit, I haven't done yet. If you tell me everything you can remember, mind everything, I'll pay the rest of your wages." Madly excited by this golden prospect, the victim of domestic service answered inarticulately with a scream. Jackling's right hand and left hand entered his pockets and appeared again holding 2 sovereigns separately between 2 fingers and thumbs. From that moment he was at liberty to empty the maid-of-all-work's memory of every saying and doing that it contained. The sober moments of the mistress yielded little or nothing to investigation. The report of her drunken moments produced something worth hearing. There were 2 men whom it was her habit to revile bitterly in her cups. One of them was Mr. Evelyn, whom she abused, sometimes for the small allowance that he made to her, sometimes for dying before she could prosecute him for bigamy. Her drunken remembrances of the other man were associated with 2 names. She called him Septimus, she called him Darts, and she despised him occasionally for being a common sailor. It was clearly demonstrated that he was one man and not 2. Whether he was Septimus or whether he was Darts, he had always committed the same atrocities. He had taken her money away from her, he had called her an atrocious name, and he had knocked her down on more than one occasion. Provided with this information, Jacqueline rewarded the girl and paid a visit to her mistress the next day. The miserable woman was exactly in the state of nervous prostration after the excess of the previous evening, which offered to the clerk his best chance of gaining his end. He presented himself as the representative of friends bent on helping her, whose modest benevolence had positively forbidden him to mention their names. "What sum of money must you pay," he asked, "to get rid of the man in possession?" Too completely bewildered to speak, her trembling hand offered to him a slip of paper on which the amount of the debt and the expenses was set forth. £51, 12 shillings, 10 pence. With some difficulty the Jew preserved his gravity. "Very well," he resumed, "I will make it up to £60 to set you going again, on 2 conditions." She suddenly recovered her power of speech. "Give me the money," she cried with greedy impatience of delay. "First condition," he continued, without noticing the interruption, "you are not to suffer either in purse or person if you give us the information that we want." She interrupted him again. "Tell me what it is, and be quick about it." "Second condition," he went on as impenetrably as ever, "you take me to the place where I can find the certificate of your marriage to Septimus Darts." Her eyes glared at him like the eyes of a wild animal. Furies, hysterics, faintings, denials, threats. Jacqueline endured them all by turns. It was enough for him that his desperate guess of the evening before had hit the mark on the morning after. When she had completely exhausted herself, he returned to the experiment which he had already tried with the maid, well aware of the advantage of exhibiting gold instead of notes when the object is to tempt poverty. He produced the promised bribe in sovereigns, pouring them playfully backward and forward from one big hand to the other. The temptation was more than the woman could resist. In another half hour the two were traveling together to a town in one of the Midland counties. The certificate was found in the church register and duly copied. It also appeared that one of the witnesses to the marriage was still living. His name and address were duly noted in the clerk's pocketbook. Subsequent inquiry at the office of the customs comptroller discovered the name of Septimus Darts as the captain's official list of the crew of an outward-bound merchant vessel. With this information, and with a photographic portrait to complete it, the man was discovered alive and hearty on the return of the ship to her port. His wife's explanation of her conduct included the customary excuse that she had every reason to believe her husband to be dead, and was followed by a bold assertion that she had married Mr. Evelyn for love. In Moses Jacqueline's opinion, she lied when she said this, and lied again when she threatened to prosecute Mr. Evelyn for bigamy. "Take my word for it," said this new representative of the unbelieving Jew, "she would have extorted money from him if he had lived." Delirium tremens left this question unsettled, and closed the cigar shop soon afterward under the authority of death. The good news telegraphed to New Zealand was followed by a letter containing details. At a later date a telegram arrived from Mrs. Evelyn. She had reached her destination and had received the dispatch which told her that she had been lawfully married. A letter to Lady Howell was promised by the next mail. While the necessary term of delay was still unexpired, the newspapers received the intelligence of a volcanic eruption in the northern island of the New Zealand group. Later particulars announcing a terrible destruction of life and property included the homestead in which Mrs. Evelyn was living. The farm had been overwhelmed and every member of the household had perished. Part 4. The Night Nurse. 7. Endorsed as follows. Reply from Sir Richard, addressed to Farley and Halford. Your courteous letter has been forwarded to my house in the country. I really regret that you should have thought it necessary to apologize for troubling me. Your past kindness to the unhappy Mrs. Evelyn gives you a friendly claim on me which I gladly recognize, as you shall soon see. The extraordinary story, as you very naturally call it, is nevertheless true. I am the only person now at your disposal who can speak as an eye-witness of the events. In the first place, I must tell you that the dreadful intelligence received from New Zealand had an effect on Lord Howell Beaucourt which shocked his friends and inexpressibly distressed his admirable wife. I can only describe him at the time as a man struck down in mind and body alike. Lady Howell was unremitting in her efforts to console him. He was thankful and gentle. It was true that no complaint could be made of him. It was equally true that no change for the better rewarded the devotion of his wife. The state of feeling which this implied embittered the disappointment that Lady Howell naturally felt. As some relief to her overburdened mind, she associated herself with the work of mercy, carried on under the superintendence of the rector of the parish. I thought he was wrong in permitting a woman, at her advanced time of life, to run the risk encountered in visiting the sick and suffering poor at their own dwelling places. Circumstances, however, failed to justify my dread of the perilous influences of infection and foul air. The one untoward event that happened seemed too trifling to afford any cause for anxiety. Lady Howell caught cold. Unhappily, she treated that apparently trivial accident with indifference. Her husband tried in vain to persuade her to remain at home. On one of her charitable visits she was overtaken by a heavy fall of rain, and a shivering fit seized her on returning to the house. At her age the results were serious. A bronchial attack followed. In a week more the dearest and best of women had left us nothing to love but the memory of the dead. Her last words were faintly whispered to me in her husband's presence. "Take care of him," the dying woman said, "when I am gone." No effort of mine to be worthy of that sacred trust was left untried. How could I hope to succeed where she had failed? My house in London and my house in the country were both open to Beaucourt. I entreated him to live with me, or, if he preferred it, to be my guest for a short time only, or, if he wished to be alone, to choose the place of abode which he liked best for his solitary retreat. With sincere expressions of gratitude, his inflexible despair refused my proposals. In one of the ancient inns, built centuries since the legal societies of London, he secluded himself from friends and acquaintances alike. One by one they were driven from his dreary chambers by a reception which admitted them with patient resignation and held out little encouragement to return. After an interval of no great length, I was the last of his friends who intruded on his solitude. Poor Lady Howell's will, excepting some special legacies, had left her fortune to me in trust on certain conditions with which it is needless to trouble you. Beaucourt's resolution not to touch a farthing of his dead wife's money laid a heavy responsibility on my shoulders, the burden being ere long increased by forebodings which alarmed me on the subject of his health. He devoted himself to the reading of old books, treating, as I was told, of that bunch of useless knowledge generally described as occult science. These unwholesome studies so absorbed him that he remained shut up in his badly ventilated chambers for weeks together, without once breathing the outer air even for a few minutes. Such defiance of the ordinary laws of nature as this could end but in one way. His health steadily declined, and feverish symptoms showed themselves. The doctor said plainly, "There is no chance for him if he stays in this place." Once more he refused to be removed to my London house. The development of the fever, he reminded me, might lead to consequences dangerous to me and to my household. He had heard of one of the great London hospitals, which reserved certain rooms for the occupation of persons capable of paying for the medical care bestowed on them. If he were to be removed at all, to that hospital he would go. Many advantages and no objections of importance were presented by this course of proceeding. We conveyed him to the hospital without a moment's loss of time. When I think of the dreadful illness that followed, and when I recall the days of unrelieved suspense passed at the bedside, I have not courage enough to dwell on this part of my story. Besides, you know already that Beaucourt recovered, or, as I might more correctly describe it, that he was snatched back to life when the grasp of death was on him. Of this happier period of his illness I have something to say which may surprise and interest you. On one of the earlier days of his convalescence, my visit to him was paid later than usual. A matter of importance neglected while he was in danger had obliged me to leave town for a few days after there was nothing to be feared. Returning, I had missed the train which would have brought me to London in better time. My appearance evidently produced in Beaucourt a keen feeling of relief. He requested the day nurse waiting in the room to leave us by ourselves. "I was afraid you might not have come to me today," he said. "My last moments would have been embittered, my friend, by your absence." "Are you anticipating your death?" I asked. "At the very time when the doctors answer for your life." "The doctors have not seen her," he said. "I saw her last night." "Of whom are you speaking?" "Of my lost angel, who perished miserably in New Zealand. Twice her spirit has appeared to me. I shall see her for the third time tonight. I shall follow her to the better world." Had the delirium of the worst time of the fever taken possession of him again? In unutterable dread of a relapse, I took his hand. The skin was cool. I laid my fingers on his pulse. It was beating calmly. "You think I am wandering in my mind," he broke out. "Stay here tonight. I command you stay, and see as I have seen her." I quieted him by promising to do what he had asked of me. He had still one more condition to insist on. "I won't be laughed at," he said. "Promise that you will not repeat to any living creature what I have just told you." My promise satisfied him. He wearily closed his eyes. In a few minutes more his poor weak body was in peaceful repose. The day nurse returned, and remained with us later than usual. Twilight melted into darkness. The room was obscurely lit by a shaded lamp placed behind a screen that kept the sun out of the sick man's eyes in the daytime. "Are we alone?" Beaucourt asked. "Yes." "Watch the door." "Why?" "You will see her on the threshold." As he said those words, the door slowly opened. In the dim light I could only discern at first the figure of a woman. She slowly advanced toward me. I saw the familiar face in shadow. The eyes were large and faintly luminous. The eyes of Mrs. Evelyn. The wild words spoken to me by Beaucourt, the stillness and the obscurity in the room had their effect, I suppose, on my imagination. You will think me a poor creature when I confess it. For the moment I did assuredly feel a thrill of superstitious terror. My delusion was dispelled by a change in her face. Its natural expression of surprise when she saw me set my mind free to feel the delight inspired by the discovery that she was a living woman. I should have spoken to her if she had not stopped me by a gesture. Beaucourt's voice broke the silence. "Ministering spirit," he said, "free me from the life of earth. Take me with you to the life eternal." She made no attempt to enlighten him. "Wait," she answered calmly. "Wait and rest." Silently obeying her, he turned his head on the pillow. We saw his face no more. I have related the circumstances exactly as they happened. The ghost story which report has carried to your ears has no other foundation than this. Mrs. Evelyn led the way to that further end of the room in which the screen stood. Placing ourselves behind it, we could converse in whispers without being heard. Her first words told me that she had been warned by one of the hospital doctors to respect my friend's delusion for the present. His mind partook in some degree of the weakness of his body, and he was not strong enough yet to bear the shock of discovering the truth. She had been saved almost by a miracle, released in a state of insensibility from the ruins of the house. She had been laid with her dead relatives awaiting burial. Happily for her, an English traveler visiting the island was among the first men who volunteered to render help. He had been in practice as a medical man, and he saved her from being buried alive. Nearly a month passed before she was strong enough to bear removal to Wellington, the capital city, and to be received into the hospital. I asked why she had not telegraphed or written to me. When I was strong enough to write, she said, I was strong enough to bear the sea voyage to England. My expenses so nearly exhausted my small savings that I had no money to spare for the telegraph. On her arrival in London, only a few days since, she had called on me at the time when I had left home on the business which I have already mentioned. She had not heard of Lady Howell's death, and had written ignorantly to prepare that good friend for seeing her. The messenger sent with the letter had found the house in the occupation of strangers, and had been referred to the agent employed in letting it. She went herself to this person, and so heard that Lord Howell Beaucourt had lost his wife, and was reported to be dying in one of the London hospitals. If he had been in his usual state of health, she said, it would have been indelicate on my part. I mean, it would have seemed like taking a selfish advantage of the poor lady's death, to have let him know that my life had been saved in any other way than by writing to him. But when I heard he was dying, I forgot all customary considerations. His name was so well known in London that I easily discovered at what hospital he had been received. There I heard that the report was false and that he was out of danger. I ought to have been satisfied with that. But oh, how could I be so near him and not long to see him? The old doctor with whom I had been speaking discovered, I suppose, that I was in trouble about something. He was so kind and fatherly, and he seemed to take such an interest in me, that I confessed everything to him. After he had made me promise to be careful, he told the night nurse to let me take her place for a little while. When the dim light in the room would not permit his patient to see me too plainly, he waited at the door when we tried the experiment. Neither he nor I foresaw that Lord Howell would put such a strange interpretation on my presence. The nurse doesn't approve of my coming back, even for a little while only, and taking her place again tonight. She is right. I have had my little glimpse of happiness, and with that I must be content. What I said in answer to this, and what I did as time advanced, it is surely needless to tell you. You have read the newspapers which announce their marriage and their departure for Italy. What else is there left for me to say? There is, perhaps, a word more still wanting. Obstinate Lord Howell persisted in refusing to take the fortune that was waiting for him. In this difficulty, the conditions under which I was acting permitted me to appeal to the bride. When she too said no, I was not to be trifled with. I showed her poor Lady Howell's will. After reading the terms in which my dear old faithful friend alluded to her, she burst out crying. I interpreted those grateful tears as an expression of repentance for the ill-considered reply which I had just received. As yet, I have not been told that I was wrong.
Read by Ben Tucker. Mr. Policeman and the Cook. A first word for myself.
Before the doctor left me one evening, I asked him how much longer I was likely to live. He answered, "It's not easy to say. You may die before I can get back to you in the morning, or you may live to the end of the month." I was alive enough on the next morning to think of the needs of my soul and, being a member of the Roman Catholic Church, to send for the priest. The history of my sins, related in confession, include blameworthy neglect of a duty which I owed to the laws of my country. In the priest's opinion, and I agree with him, I was bound to make public acknowledgment of my fault, as an act of penance becoming to a Catholic Englishman. We concluded thereupon to try a division of labor. I related the circumstances, while his reverence took the pen and put the matter into shape. Here follows what came of it. 1. When I was a young man of 25, I became a member of the London police force. After nearly 2 years' ordinary experience of the responsible and ill-paid duties of that vocation, I found myself employed on my first serious and terrible case of official inquiry, relating to nothing less than the crime of murder. The circumstances were these. I was then attached to a station in the northern district of London, which I beg permission not to mention more particularly. On a certain Monday in the week I took my turn of night duty. Up to 4 a.m. nothing occurred at the station house out of the ordinary way. It was then springtime, and, between the gas and the fire, the room became rather hot. I went to the door to get a breath of fresh air, much to the surprise of our inspector on duty, who was constitutionally a chilly man. There was a fine rain falling, and a nasty damp in the air sent me back to the fireside. I don't suppose I had sat down for more than a minute when the swinging door was violently pushed open. A frantic woman ran in with a scream and said, "Is this the station house?" Our inspector, otherwise an excellent officer, had by some perversity of nature a hot temper in his chilly constitution.
"Why, bless the woman, can't you see it is?" he said. "What's the matter now?"
"Murder's the matter," she burst out. "For God's sake, come back with me. It's at Mrs. Crosscapel's lodging house, number 14 La High Street. A young woman has murdered her husband in the night, with a knife, sir. She says she thinks she did it in her sleep."
I confess I was startled by this, and the third man on duty, a sergeant, seemed to feel it too. She was a nice-looking young woman, even in her terrified condition, just out of bed with her clothes huddled on anyhow. I was partial in those days to a tall figure, and she was, as they say, my style. I put a chair for her, and the sergeant poked the fire. As for the inspector, nothing ever upset him. He questioned her as coolly as if it had been a case of petty larceny.
"Have you seen the murdered man?" he asked.
"No, sir."
"Or the wife?"
"No, sir, I didn't dare go into the room. I only heard about it."
"Oh, and who are you? One of the lodgers?"
"No, sir, I'm the cook."
"Isn't there a master in the house?"
"Yes, sir. He's frightened out of his wits, and the housemaid's gone for the doctor. It all falls on the poor servants, of course. Oh, why did I ever set foot in that horrible house?"
The poor soul burst out crying and shivered from head to foot. The inspector made a note of her statement and then asked her to read it and sign it with her name. The object of this proceeding was to get her to come near enough to give him the opportunity of smelling her breath.
"When people make extraordinary statements," he afterwards said to me, "it sometimes saves trouble to satisfy yourself that they are not drunk. I've known them to be mad, but not often. You will generally find that in their eyes."
She roused herself and signed her name, Priscilla Thirlby. The inspector's own test proved her to be sober, and her eyes, a nice light blue color, mild and pleasant, no doubt, when they were not staring with fear and red with crying, satisfied him, as I supposed, that she was not mad. He turned the case over to me in the first instance. I saw that he didn't believe in it even yet.
"Go back with her to the house," he says. "This may be a stupid hoax or a quarrel exaggerated. See to it yourself and hear what the doctor says. If it is serious, send word back here directly and let nobody enter the place or leave it till we come. Stop, you know the form if any statement is volunteered?"
"Yes, sir, I am to caution the persons that whatever they say will be taken down and may be used against them."
"Quite right. You'll be an inspector yourself one of these days. Now, miss."
With that he dismissed her under my care. La High Street was not very far off, about 20 minutes' walk from the station. I confess I thought the inspector had been rather hard on Priscilla. She was herself naturally angry with him.
"What does he mean," she said, "by talking of a hoax? I wish he was as frightened as I am. This is the first time I have been out at service, sir, and I did think I had found a respectable place."
I said very little to her, feeling, if the truth must be told, rather anxious about the duty committed to me. On reaching the house, the door was opened from within before I could knock. A gentleman stepped out who proved to be the doctor. He stopped the moment he saw me.
"You must be careful, policeman," he said. "I found the man lying on his back in bed, dead, with the knife that had killed him left sticking in the wound."
Hearing this, I felt the necessity of sending at once to the station. Where could I find a trustworthy messenger? I took the liberty of asking the doctor if he would repeat to the police what he had already said to me. The station was not much out of his way home. He kindly granted my request. The landlady, Mrs. Croscapple, joined us while we were talking. She was still a young woman, not easily frightened, as far as I could see, even by murder in the house. Her husband was in the passage behind her. He looked old enough to be her father, and he so trembled with terror that some people might have taken him for the guilty person. I removed the key from the street door after locking it, and I said to the landlady, "Nobody must leave the house or enter the house till the inspector comes. I must examine the premises to see if anyone has broken in."
"There is the key of the area gate," she said in answer to me. "It's always kept locked. Come downstairs and see for yourself."
Priscilla went with us. Her mistress set her to work to light the kitchen fire.
"Some of us," said Mrs. Croscapple, "may be better for a cup of tea."
I remarked that she took things easy under the circumstances. She answered that the landlady of a London lodging-house could not afford to lose her wits, no matter what might happen. I found the gate locked and the shutters of the kitchen window fastened. The back kitchen and back door were secured in the same way. No person was concealed anywhere. Returning upstairs, I examined the front parlor window. There again the barred shutters answered for the security of the room. A cracked voice spoke through the door of the back parlor.
"The policeman can come in," it said, "if he will promise not to look at me."
I turned to the landlady for information.
"It's my parlor lodger, Miss Mybus," she said, "a most respectable lady."
Going into the room, I saw something rolled up perpendicularly in the bed curtains. Miss Mybus had made herself modestly invisible in that way. Having now satisfied my mind about the security of the lower part of the house, and having the keys safe in my pocket, I was ready to go upstairs. On our way to the upper regions, I asked if there had been any visitors on the previous day. There had been only 2 visitors, friends of the lodgers, and Mrs. Croscapple herself had led them both out. My next inquiry related to the lodgers themselves. On the ground floor there was Miss Mybus. On the first floor, occupying both rooms, Mr. Barfield, an old bachelor employed in a merchant's office. On the second floor, in the front room, Mr. John Zebedee, the murdered man, and his wife. In the back room, Mr. Deluc, described as a cigar agent and supposed to be a Creole gentleman from Martinique. In the front garret, Mr. and Mrs. Croscapple. In the back garret, the cook and the housemaid. These were the inhabitants regularly accounted for. I asked about the servants.
"Both excellent characters," said the landlady, "or they would not be in my service."
We reached the second floor and found the housemaid on the watch outside the door of the front room. Not as nice a woman, personally, as the cook, and sadly frightened, of course. Her mistress had posted her to give the alarm in the case of an outbreak on the part of Mrs. Zebedee, kept locked up in the room. My arrival relieved the housemaid of further responsibility. She ran downstairs to her fellow servant in the kitchen. I asked Mrs. Croscapple how and when the alarm of the murder had been given.
"Soon after 3 this morning," she said. "I was woke by the screams of Mrs. Zebedee. I found her out here on the landing, and Mr. Deluc, in great alarm, trying to quiet her. Sleeping in the next room, he had only to open his door when her screams woke him. 'My dear John's murdered. I am the miserable wretch. I did it in my sleep.' She repeated these frantic words over and over again until she dropped in a swoon. Mr. Deluc and I carried her back into the bedroom. We both thought the poor creature had been driven distracted by some dreadful dream, but when we got to the bedside, don't ask me what we saw. The doctor has told you about it already. I was once a nurse in a hospital, and accustomed as such to horrible sights. It turned me cold and giddy, notwithstanding. As for Mr. Deluc, I thought he would have had a fainting fit next." Hearing this, I inquired if Mrs. Zebedee had said or done any strange things since she had been Mrs. Croscapple's lodger. "You think she's mad," says the landlady, "and anybody would be of your mind when a woman accuses herself of murdering her husband in her sleep. All I can say is that, up to this morning, a more quiet, sensible, well-behaved little person than Mrs. Zebedee I never met with. Only just married, mind, and as fond of her unfortunate husband as a woman could be. I should have called them a pattern couple in their own line of life. There was no more to be said on the landing. We unlocked the door and went into the room. 2. He lay in bed on his back as the doctor had described him. On the left side of his nightgown, just over his heart, the blood on the linen told its terrible tale. As well as one could judge, looking unwillingly at a dead face, he must have been a handsome young man in his lifetime. It was a sight to sadden anybody, but I think the most painful sensation was when my eyes fell next on his miserable wife. She was down on the floor, crouched up in a corner, a dark little woman, smartly dressed in gay colors. Her black hair and her big brown eyes made the horrid paleness of her face look even more deadly white than perhaps it really was. She stared straight at us without appearing to see us. We spoke to her, and she never answered a word. She might have been dead, like her husband, except that she perpetually picked at her fingers and shuddered every now and then as if she was cold. I went to her and tried to lift her up. She shrank back with a cry that well-nigh frightened me, not because it was loud, but because it was more like the cry of some animal than of a human being. However quietly she might have behaved in the landlady's previous experience of her, she was beside herself now. I might have been moved by a natural pity for her, or I might have been completely upset in my mind. I only know this: I could not persuade myself that she was guilty. I even said to Mrs. Croscapple, "I don't believe she did it." While I spoke, there was a knock at the door. I went downstairs at once and admitted, to my great relief, the inspector, accompanied by one of our men. He waited downstairs to hear my report, and he approved of what I had done.
"It looks as if the murder has been committed by somebody in the house."
Saying this, he left the man below and went up with me to the second floor. Before he had been a minute in the room, he discovered an object which had escaped my observation. It was the knife that had done the deed. The doctor had found it left in the body, had withdrawn it to probe the wound, and had laid it on the bedside table. It was one of those useful knives which contain a saw, a corkscrew, and other like implements. The big blade fastened back when opened with a spring. Except where the blood was on it, it was as bright as when it had been purchased. A small metal plate was fastened to the horn handle, containing an inscription, only partly engraved, which ran thus: "To John Zebedee, from—" There it stopped, strangely enough. Who or what had interrupted the engraver's work? It was impossible even to guess. Nevertheless, the inspector was encouraged.
"This ought to help us,"
he said, and then he gave an attentive ear, looking all the while at the poor creature in the corner, to what Mrs. Croscapple had to tell him. The landlady having done, he said he must now see the lodger who slept in the next bedchamber. Mr. Duluc made his appearance, standing at the door of the room and turning away his head with horror from the sight inside. He was wrapped in a splendid blue dressing gown with a golden girdle and trimmings. His scanty brownish hair curled, whether artificially or not, I am unable to say, in little ringlets. His complexion was yellow. His greenish-brown eyes were of the sort called goggle. They looked as if they might drop out of his face if you held a spoon under them. His mustache and goat's beard were beautifully oiled, and to complete his equipment he had a long black cigar in his mouth.
"It isn't insensibility to this terrible tragedy," he explained. "My nerves have been shattered, Mr. Policeman, and I can only repair the mischief in this way. Be pleased to excuse and feel for me."
The inspector questioned this witness sharply and closely. He was not a man to be misled by appearances, but I could see that he was far from liking or even trusting Mr. Duluc. Nothing came of the examination, except what Mrs. Croscapple had in substance already mentioned to me. Mr. Duluc returned to his room.
"How long has he been lodging with you?"
the inspector asked as soon as his back was turned. "Nearly a year," the landlady answered.
"Did he give you a reference?"
"As good a reference as I could wish for." Thereupon she mentioned the names of a well-known firm of cigar merchants in the city. The inspector noted the information in his pocketbook. I would rather not relate in detail what happened next. It is too distressing to be dwelt on. Let me only say that the poor demented woman was taken away in a cab to the station house. The inspector possessed himself of the knife and of a book found on the floor called The World of Sleep. The portmanteau containing the luggage was locked, and then the door of the room was secured, the keys in both cases being left in my charge. My instructions were to remain in the house and allow nobody to leave it until I heard again shortly from the inspector. 3. The coroner's inquest was adjourned, and the examination before the magistrate ended in a remand, Mrs. Zebedee being in no condition to understand the proceedings in either case.
The surgeon reported her to be completely prostrated by a terrible nervous shock. When he was asked if he considered her to have been a sane woman before the murder took place, he refused to answer positively at that time. A week passed. The murdered man was buried, his old father attending the funeral. I occasionally saw Mrs. Croscapple and the two servants, for the purpose of getting such further information as was thought desirable. Both the cook and the housemaid had given their month's notice to quit, declining in the interest of their characters to remain in a house which had been the scene of a murder. Mr. Deluc's nerves led also to his removal. His rest was now disturbed by frightful dreams. He paid the necessary forfeit money and left without notice. The first-floor lodger, Mr. Barfield, kept his rooms, but obtained leave of absence from his employers and took refuge with some friends in the country. Miss Mybus alone remained in the parlors. "When I am comfortable," the old lady said, "nothing moves me at my age. A murder up 2 pairs of stairs is nearly the same thing as a murder in the next house. Distance, you see, makes all the difference." It mattered little to the police what the lodgers did. We had men in plain clothes watching the house night and day. Everybody who went away was privately followed, and the police in the district to which they retired were warned to keep an eye on them after that. As long as we failed to put Mrs. Zebedee's extraordinary statement to any sort of test, to say nothing of having proved unsuccessful thus far in tracing the knife to its purchaser, we were bound to let no person living under Mr. Croscapple's roof on the night of the murder slip through our fingers. 4. In a fortnight more, Mrs. Zebedee had sufficiently recovered to make the necessary statement, after the preliminary caution addressed to persons in such cases. The surgeon had no hesitation now in reporting her to be a sane woman. Her station in life had been domestic service. She had lived for 4 years in her last place as lady's maid, with a family residing in Dorsetshire. The one objection to her had been the occasional infirmity of sleepwalking, which made it necessary that one of the other female servants should sleep in the same room, with the door locked and the key under her pillow. In all other respects, the lady's maid was described by her mistress as a perfect treasure. In the last 6 months of her service, a young man named John Zebedee entered the house, with a written character as a footman. He soon fell in love with the nice little lady's maid, and she heartily returned the feeling. They might have waited for years before they were in a pecuniary position to marry, but for the death of Zebedee's uncle, who left him a little fortune of £2,000. They were now, for persons in their station, rich enough to please themselves, and they were married from the house in which they had served together, the little daughters of the family showing their affection for Mrs. Zebedee by acting as her bridesmaids. The young husband was a careful man. He decided to employ his small capital to the best advantage by sheep farming in Australia. His wife made no objection. She was ready to go wherever John went. Accordingly, they spent their short honeymoon in London, so as to see for themselves the vessel in which their passage was to be taken. They went to Mrs. Croscapple's lodging-house, because Zebedee's uncle had always stayed there when in London. 10 days were to pass before the day of embarkation arrived. This gave the young couple a welcome holiday, and a prospect of amusing themselves to their heart's content among the sights and shows of the great city. On their first evening in London, they went to the theatre. They were both accustomed to the fresh air of the country, and they felt half stifled by the heat and the gas. However, they were so pleased with an amusement which was new to them that they went to another theatre on the next evening. On this second occasion, John Zebedee found the heat unendurable. They left the theatre and got back to their lodgings toward 10 o'clock. Let the rest be told in the words used by Mrs. Zebedee herself. She said,
"We sat and talked for a little while in our room, and John's headache got worse and worse. I persuaded him to go to bed, and I put out the candle, the fire giving sufficient light to undress by, so that he might the sooner fall asleep. But he was too restless to sleep. He asked me to read him something. Books always made him drowsy at the best of times. I had not myself begun to undress, so I lit the candle again, and I opened the only book I had. John had noticed it at the railway bookstall by the name of The World of Sleep. He used to joke with me about my being a sleepwalker, and he said, 'Here's something that's sure to interest you,' and he made me a present of the book. Before I had read to him for more than half an hour, he was fast asleep. Not feeling that way inclined, I went on reading to myself. The book did indeed interest me. There was one terrible story which took a hold on my mind, the story of a man who stabbed his own wife in a sleepwalking dream. I thought of putting down my book after that, and then changing my mind again and went on. The next chapters were not so interesting. They were full of learned accounts of why we fall asleep and what our brains do in that state and such like. It ended in my falling asleep, too, in my armchair by the fireside. I don't know what o'clock it was when I went to sleep. I don't know how long I slept, or whether I dreamed or not. The candle and the fire had both burned out, and it was pitch dark when I woke. I can't even say why I woke, unless it was the coldness of the room. There was a spare candle on the chimney-piece. I found the matchbox and got a light. Then for the first time I turned round toward the bed, and I saw...
She had seen the dead body of her husband, murdered while she was unconsciously at his side, and she fainted, poor creature, at the bare remembrance of it. The proceedings were adjourned. She received every possible care and attention. The chaplain looked after her welfare as well as the surgeon. I have said nothing of the evidence of the landlady and servants. It was taken as a mere formality. What little they knew proved nothing against Mrs. Zebedee. The police made no discoveries that supported her first frantic accusation of herself. Her master and mistress, where she had been last in service, spoke of her in the highest terms. We were at a complete deadlock. It had been thought best not to surprise Mr. Duluc, as yet, by citing him as a witness. The action of the law was, however, hurried in this case by a private communication received from the chaplain. After twice seeing and speaking with Mrs. Zebedee, the revered gentleman was persuaded that she had no more to do than himself with the murder of her husband. He did not consider that he was justified in repeating a confidential communication. He would only recommend that Mr. Duluc should be summoned to appear at the next examination. This advice was followed. The police had no evidence against Mrs. Zebedee when the inquiry was resumed. To assist the ends of justice, she was now put into the witness box. The discovery of her murdered husband when she woke in the small hours of the morning was passed over as rapidly as possible. Only 3 questions of importance were put to her. First, the knife was produced. Had she ever seen it in her husband's possession? Never. Did she know anything about it? Nothing whatever. Secondly, did she or did her husband lock the bedroom door when they returned from the theater? No. Did she afterward lock the door herself? No. Thirdly, had she any sort of reason to give for supposing that she had murdered her husband in a sleepwalking dream? No reason except that she was beside herself at the time and the book put the thought into her head. After this, the other witnesses were sent out of court. The motive for the chaplain's communication now appeared. Mrs. Zebedee was asked if anything unpleasant had occurred between Mr. Duluc and herself. Yes, he had caught her alone on the stairs at the lodging-house, had presumed to make love to her, and had carried the insult still farther by attempting to kiss her. She had slapped his face and had declared that her husband should know of it, if his misconduct was repeated. He was in a furious rage at having his face slapped, and he said to her, "Madam, you may live to regret this." After consultation, and at the request of our inspector, it was decided to keep Mr. Duluc in ignorance of Mrs. Zebedee's statement for the present. When the witnesses were recalled, he gave the same evidence which he had already given to the inspector, and he was then asked if he knew anything of the knife. He looked at it without any guilty signs in his face and swore that he had never seen it until that moment. The resumed inquiry ended, and still nothing had been discovered. But we kept an eye on Mr. Duluc. Our next effort was to try if we could associate him with the purchase of the knife. Here again, there really did seem to be a sort of fatality in this case. We reached no useful result. It was easy enough to find out the wholesale cutlers who had manufactured the knife at Sheffield by the mark on the blade, but they made tens of thousands of such knives and disposed of them to retail dealers all over Great Britain, to say nothing of foreign parts. As to finding out the person who had engraved the imperfect inscription, without knowing where or by whom the knife had been purchased, we might as well have been looking for the proverbial needle in the bundle of hay. Our last resource was to have the knife photographed, with the inscribed side uppermost, and to send copies to every police station in the kingdom. At the same time we reckoned up Mr. Duluc. I mean that we made investigations into his past life, on the chance that he and the murdered man might have known each other, and might have had a quarrel or a rivalry about a woman on some former occasion. No such discovery rewarded us. We found Duluc to have led a dissipated life and to have mixed with very bad company, but he had kept out of reach of the law. A man may be a profligate, vagabond, may insult a lady, may say threatening things to her in the first stinging sensation of having his face slapped, but it does not follow from these blots on his character that he has murdered her husband in the dead of night. Once more, then, when we were called upon to report ourselves, we had no evidence to produce. The The photographs failed to discover the owner of the knife and to explain its interrupted inscription. Poor Mrs. Zebedee was allowed to go back to her friends on entering into her own recognizance to appear again if called upon. Articles in the newspapers began to inquire how many more murderers would succeed in baffling the police. The authorities at the Treasury offered a reward of £100 for the necessary information, and the weeks passed and nobody claimed the reward. Our inspector was not a man to be easily beaten. More inquiries and examinations followed. It is needless to say anything about them. We were defeated. And there, so far as the police and the public were concerned, was an end of it. The assassination of the poor young husband soon passed out of notice, like other undiscovered murders. One obscure person only was foolish enough in his leisure hours to persist in trying to solve the problem of who killed Zebedee. He felt that he might rise to the highest position in the police force if he succeeded where his elders and betters had failed, and he held to his own little ambition, though everybody laughed at him. In plain English, I was the man. 5. Without meaning it, I have told my story ungratefully. There were two persons who saw nothing ridiculous in my resolution to continue the investigation single-handed. One of them was Miss Mybus, and the other was the cook, Priscilla Thirlby. Mentioning the lady first, Miss Mybus was indignant at the resigned manner in which the police accepted their defeat. She was a little bright-eyed, wiry woman, and she spoke her mind freely. "This comes home to me," she said. "Just look back for a year or two. I can call to mind 2 cases of persons found murdered in London, and the assassins have never been traced. I'm a person, too, and I ask myself if my turn is not coming next. You're a nice-looking fellow, and I like your pluck and perseverance. Come here as often as you think right, and say you are my visitor, if they make any difficulty about letting you in. One thing more, I have nothing particular to do, and I am no fool. Here in the parlors I see everybody who comes into the house or goes out of the house. Leave me your address. I may get some information for you yet." With the best intentions, Miss Mybus found no opportunity of helping me. Of the two, Priscilla Thirlby seemed more likely to be of use. In the first place, she was sharp and active, and, not having succeeded in getting another situation as yet, was mistress of her own movements. In the second place, she was a woman I could trust. Before she left home to try domestic service in London, the parson of her native parish gave her a written testimonial of which I append a copy. Thus it ran: "I gladly recommend Priscilla Thirlby for any respectable employment which she may be competent to undertake. Her father and mother are infirm old people, who have lately suffered a diminution of their income, and they have a younger daughter to maintain. Rather than be a burden on her old parents, Priscilla goes to London to find domestic employment, and to devote her earnings to the assistance of her father and mother. This circumstance speaks for itself. I have known the family many years, and I only regret that I have no vacant place in my own household which I can offer to this good girl. Signed, Henry Dearington, Rector of Roth." After reading those words, I could safely ask Priscilla to help me in reopening the mysterious murder case to some good purpose. My notion was that the proceedings of the persons in Mrs. Crosscapple's house had not been closely enough inquired into yet. By way of continuing the investigation, I asked Priscilla if she could tell me anything which associated the housemaid with Mr. DeLuc. She was unwilling to answer. "I may be casting suspicion on an innocent person," she said. "Besides, I was for so short a time the housemaid's fellow servant." "You slept in the same room with her," I remarked, "and you had opportunities of observing her conduct toward the lodgers. If they had asked you at the examination what I now ask, you would have answered as an honest woman." To this argument she yielded. I heard from her certain particulars which threw a new light on Mr. DeLuc, and on the case generally. On that information I acted. It was slow work, owing to the claims on me of my regular duties, but with Priscilla's help I steadily advanced toward the end I had in view. Besides this, I owed another obligation to Mrs. Crosscapple's nice-looking cook. The confession must be made sooner or later, and I may as well make it now. I first knew what love was, thanks to Priscilla. I had delicious kisses, thanks to Priscilla, and when I asked if she would marry me, she didn't say no. She looked, I must own, a little sadly, and she said, "How can two such poor people as we are ever hope to marry?" To this I answered, "It won't be long before I lay my hand on the clue which my inspector has failed to find. I shall be in a position to marry you, my dear, when that time comes." At our next meeting we spoke of her parents. I was now her promised husband. Judging by what I had heard of the proceedings of other people in my position, it seemed to be only right that I should be made known to her father and mother. She entirely agreed with me, and she wrote home that day to tell them to expect us at the end of the week. I took my turn of night duty, and so gained my liberty for the greater part of the next day. I dressed myself in plain clothes, and we took our tickets on the railway for Yateland, being the nearest station to the village in which Priscilla's parents lived. 6. The train stopped as usual at the big town of Waterbank. Supporting herself by her needle while she was still unprovided with a situation, Priscilla had been at work late in the night. She was tired and thirsty. I left the carriage to get her some soda water. The stupid girl in the refreshment room failed to pull the cork out of the bottle and refused to let me help her. She took a corkscrew and used it crookedly. I lost all patience and snatched the bottle out of her hand. Just as I drew the cork, the bell rang on the platform. I only waited to pour the soda water into a glass, but the train was moving as I left the refreshment room. The porter stopped me when I tried to jump on the step of the carriage. I was left behind. As soon as I had recovered my temper, I looked at the timetable. We had reached Waterbank at 5 minutes past 1. By good luck, the next train was due at 44 minutes past 1 and arrived at Yateland, the next station, 10 minutes afterward. I could only hope that Priscilla would look at the timetable too and wait for me. If I had attempted to walk the distance between the two places, I should have lost time instead of saving it. The interval before me was not very long. I occupied it in looking over the town. Speaking with all due respect to the inhabitants, Waterbank, to other people, is a dull place. I went up one street and down another, and stopped to look at a shop which struck me, not from anything in itself, but because it was the only shop in the street with the shutters closed. A bill was posted on the shutters announcing that the place was to let. The outgoing tradesman's name and business, announced in the customary painted letters, ran thus: James Wycombe, Cutler, etc. For the first time it occurred to me that we had forgotten an obstacle in our way when we distributed our photographs of the knife. We had none of us remembered that a certain proportion of cutlers might be placed by circumstances out of our reach, either by retiring from business or by becoming bankrupt. I always carried a copy of the photograph about me, and I thought to myself, here is the ghost of a chance of tracing the knife to Mr. Deluc. The shop door was opened, after I had twice rung the bell, by an old man, very dirty and very deaf. He said, "You had better go upstairs and speak to Mr. Scorier, top of the house." I put my lips to the old fellow's ear trumpet and asked who Mr. Scorier was. "Brother-in-law to Mr. Wycombe. Mr. Wycombe's dead. If you want to buy the business, apply to Mr. Scorier." Receiving that reply, I went upstairs and found Mr. Scorier engaged in engraving a brass doorplate. He was a middle-aged man with a cadaverous face and dim eyes. After the necessary apologies, I produced my photograph. "May I ask, sir, if you know anything of the inscription on that knife?" I said. He took his magnifying glass to look at it.
"This is curious," he remarked quietly. "I remember the queer name, Zebedee. Yes, sir, I did the engraving, as far as it goes. I wonder what prevented me from finishing it." The name of Zebedee in the unfinished inscription on the knife had appeared in every English newspaper. He took the matter so coolly that I was doubtful how to interpret his answer. Was it possible that he had not seen the account of the murder? Or was he an accomplice with prodigious powers of self-control? "Excuse me," I said, "do you read the newspapers?" "Never. My eyesight is failing me. I abstain from reading in the interest of my occupation." "Have you not heard the name of Zebedee mentioned, particularly by people who do read the newspapers?" "Very likely, but I didn't attend to it. When the day's work is done, I take my walk. Then I have my supper, my drop of grog, and my pipe. Then I go to bed. A dull existence, you think, I dare say. I had a miserable life, sir, when I was young. A bare subsistence, and a little rest, before the last perfect rest in the grave. That is all I want. The world has gone by me long ago. So much the better."
The poor man spoke honestly. I was ashamed of having doubted him. I returned to the subject of the knife. "Do you know where it was purchased and by whom?" I asked.
"My memory is not so good as it was," he said, "but I have got something by me that helps it."
He took from a cupboard a dirty old scrapbook. Strips of paper with writing on them were pasted on the pages as well as I could see. He turned to an index or table of contents and opened a page. Something like a flash of life showed itself on his dismal face.
"Ah, now I remember," he said. "The knife was bought of my late brother-in-law in the shop downstairs. It all comes back to me, sir. A person in a state of frenzy burst into this very room and snatched the knife away from me. when I was only halfway through the inscription."
I felt that I was now close on discovery. "May I see what it is that has assisted your memory?" I asked.
"Oh, yes. You must know, sir, I live by engraving inscriptions and addresses, and I paste in this book the manuscript instructions which I receive, with marks of my own on the margin. For one thing, they serve as a reference to new customers, and for another thing, they do certainly help my memory."
He turned the book toward me and pointed to a slip of paper which occupied the lower half of a page. I read the complete inscription intended for the knife that killed Zebedee, and written as follows: "To John Zebedee, from Priscilla Thirlby." 7. I declare that it is impossible for me to describe what I felt when Priscilla's name confronted me like a written confession of guilt. How long it was before I recovered myself in some degree I cannot say. The only thing I can clearly call to mind is that I frightened the poor engraver. My first desire was to get possession of the manuscript inscription. I told him I was a policeman and summoned him to assist me in the discovery of a crime. I even offered him money. He drew back from my hand.
"You shall have it for nothing," he said, "if you will only go away and never come here again."
He tried to cut it out of the page, but his trembling hands were helpless. I cut it out myself and attempted to thank him. He wouldn't hear me.
"Go away," he said. "I don't like the look of you."
It may be here objected that I ought not to have felt so sure as I did of the woman's guilt until I had got more evidence against her. The knife might have been stolen from her, supposing she was the person who had snatched it out of the engraver's hands, and might have been afterward used by the thief to commit the murder. All very true, but I never had a moment's doubt in my own mind from the time when I read the damnable line in the engraver's book. I went back to the railway without any plan in my head. The train by which I had proposed to follow her had left Waterbank. The next train that arrived was for London. I took my place in it, still without any plan in my head. At Charing Cross a friend met me. He said, "You're looking miserably ill. Come and have a drink." I went with him. The liquor was what I really wanted. It strung me up and cleared my head. He went his way and I went mine. In a little while more, I determined what I would do. In the first place, I decided to resign my situation in the police, from a motive which will presently appear. In the second place, I took a bed at a public house. She would no doubt return to London, and she would go to my lodgings to find out why I had broken my appointment. To bring to justice the one woman whom I had dearly loved was too cruel a duty for a poor creature like me. I preferred leaving the police force. On the other hand, if she and I met before time had helped me to control myself, I had a horrid fear that I might turn murderer next and kill her then and there. The wretch had not only all but misled me into marrying her, but also into charging the innocent housemaid with being concerned in the murder. The same night I hit on a way of clearing up such doubts as still harassed my mind. I wrote to the rector of Roth, informing him that I was engaged to marry her, and asking if he would tell me, in consideration of my position, what her former relations might have been with the person named John Zebedee. By return of post, I got this reply: "Sir, under the circumstances, I think I am bound to tell you, confidentially, what the friends and well-wishers of Priscilla have kept secret, for her sake. Zebedee was in service in this neighborhood. I am sorry to say it, of a man who has come to such a miserable end. But his behavior to Priscilla proves him to have been a vicious and heartless wretch. They were engaged, and, I add with indignation, he tried to seduce her under a promise of marriage. Her virtue resisted him, and he pretended to be ashamed of himself. The banns were published in my church. On the next day Zebedee disappeared and cruelly deserted her. He was a capable servant, and I believe he got another place. I leave you to imagine what the poor girl suffered under the outrage inflicted on her. Going to London with my recommendation, she answered the first advertisement that she saw, and was unfortunate enough to begin her career in domestic service in the very lodging-house to which, as I gather from the newspaper report of the murder, the man Zebedee took the person whom he married after deserting Priscilla. Be assured that you are about to unite yourself to an excellent girl, and accept my best wishes for your happiness." It was plain from this that neither the rector nor the parents and friends knew anything of the purchase of the knife. The one miserable man who knew the truth was the man who had asked her to be his wife. I owed it to myself, at least so it seemed to me, not to let it be supposed that I too had meanly deserted her. Dreadful as the prospect was, I felt that I must see her once more, and for the last time. She was at work when I went into her room. As I opened the door, she started to her feet. Her cheeks reddened, and her eyes flashed with anger. I stepped forward, and she saw my face. My face silenced her. I spoke in the fewest words I could find. "I have been to the cutler's shop at Waterbank," I said. "There is the unfinished inscription on the knife, complete in your handwriting. I could hang you by a word. God forgive me. I can't say the word." Her bright complexion turned to a dreadful clay color. Her eyes were fixed and staring, like the eyes of a person in a fit. She stood before me, still and silent. Without saying more, I dropped the inscription into the fire. Without saying more, I left her. I never saw her again. 8. But I heard from her a few days later. The letter has long since been burned. I wish I could have forgotten it as well. It sticks to my memory. If I die with my senses about me, Priscilla's letter will be my last recollection on earth. In substance, it repeated what the rector had already told me. Further, it informed me that she had bought the knife as a keepsake for Zebedee, in place of a similar knife which he had lost. On the Saturday she made the purchase and left it to be engraved. On the Sunday the banns were put up. On the Monday she was deserted, and she snatched the knife from the table while the engraver was at work. She only knew that Zebedee had added a new sting to the insult inflicted on her when he arrived at the lodgings with his wife. Her duties as cook kept her in the kitchen, and Zebedee never discovered that she was in the house. I still remember the last lines of her confession.
"The devil entered into me when I tried their door on my way up to bed, and found it unlocked, and listened a while and peeped in. I saw them by the dying light of the candle, one asleep on the bed, the other asleep by the fireside. I had the knife in my hand, and the thought came to me to do it, so that they might hang her for the murder. I couldn't take the knife out again when I had done it. Mind this, I really did like you. I didn't say yes, because you could hardly hang your own wife if you found out who killed Zebedee."
Since the past time, I have never heard again of Priscilla Thirlby. I don't know whether she is living or dead. Many people may think I deserve to be hanged myself for not having given her up to the gallows. They may perhaps be disappointed when they see this confession and hear that I have died decently in my bed. I don't blame them. I am a penitent sinner. I wish all merciful Christians goodbye forever.